start with the meeting.
Yep. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Presenting reports submitted parliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Action of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
Is he standing to do it? Which writing? You skip the name.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice, Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table before the House a petition signed by about 200 people that will be added to the petition signed already by 1,000 people in the riding of Saint-Maurice Champlain. Once again, the petitioners denounce the abolition of the summer job program. Over 1,200 people in my riding have criticized the elimination of this program, and once again, I can say that it is very unfortunate that the Conservative government insists on doing away with such a program, and these petitions illustrate the displeasure and disappointment of the citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader.
Mr. Speaker, question Q191 will be answered today, and Mr. Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
The question enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been answered. Is it agreed that the remaining questions stand? Agreed, and so ordered. Le mercredi 9 mai 2007.
On May 1st, 2007, the 50th report was presented to the House. The recommendation recommended to the committee was the subject of Motion 323, standing in the name of the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. The honourable member said that he will not be appealing the decision of the committee report. Therefore, pursuant to the standing orders, the 50th report of the standing report on House Affairs and Procedure was deemed adopted, and the motion M323 became a non-votable matter. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 1st, 2007 by the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel concerning the intimidation of committee witnesses. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for having drawn this important matter to the attention of the House, as well as the Honourable Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform for his comments on the question. In his presentation, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel stated that in an appearance before the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities on February 21st, 2007, the chair of the Canadian Federal Pilots Association, Mr. Greg Holbrook, had alleged that the Director General of Civil Aviation Transport Canada, Mr. Merlin Price, had attempted to intimidate potential witnesses before the committee. In support of that allegation, the chair of the Canadian Federal Pilots Association tabled with the committee an affidavit from the association's executive assistant, Ms. Kathy Marquis, detailing a telephone conversation between herself and Mr. Pruss. In further support of his claim that this attempted intimidation was not an isolated event, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel provided the Speaker with further documents which he claimed displayed similar behaviour.
2007, the Honourable Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform presented arguments relating to 2 points. First, he claimed that the information presented to the Chair did not support the existence of a prima facie breach of privilege. Secondly, he pointed out that our procedures ordinarily require that a report from a committee be presented to the House before questions of privilege or points of order are raised dealing with the committee's proceedings. J'estime que la question...
The Chair views the matter raised by the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel as one of considerable importance and has made a close examination of the case. House of Commons Procedure and Practice states at page 89, and I quote, "The protection of witnesses is a fundamental aspect of the privilege that extends to parliamentary proceedings and those persons who participate in them. It is well established in the Parliament of Canada, as in the British Parliament, that witnesses before committees share the same privileges of freedom of speech as do members. The protection of witnesses extends to threats made against them or intimidation with respect to their presentations before any parliamentary committee." End of quote.
Carry out their duties unless they can rely upon the testimony of witnesses who are able to speak freely without any outside interference or fear of reprisal. Members will know that it is not unusual for the Speaker to comment or rule on procedural issues arising in committee until a report from the committee has been presented in the House. It may be helpful to members if I repeat the citation from page 128 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice referred to by the Government House Leader. And I quote, "Speakers have consistently ruled that, except in the most extreme situations, they will only hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings upon presentation of a report from the committee which directly deals with the matter and not as a question of privilege raised by an individual member." End of quote. Toutefois, dans certains...
Nevertheless, circumstances do exist in which the importance of a question may require intervention by the Chair. On December 4th, 1992, Mr. Speaker Fraser ruled on a case concerning threats made to a witness who had appeared before a subcommittee of the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General. The ruling, found at page 14,631 of the debates, points out that there are occasions on which it is not appropriate to wait for a report from the committees before dealing with a serious breach of privilege. In that case, Mr. Speaker Fraser was faced with the fact that it might well be a period of several months before the subcommittee could meet to deal with the matter. The case before us today strikes me as being significantly different in that regard. The Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities met on March 28, 2007 for the express purpose of examining the remarks attributed to Mr. Pruss. He was present as a witness at that meeting and was vigorously questioned by committee members. At a subsequent meeting on April 23, 2007, the matter was addressed a second time, again with Mr. Pruss present as a witness. Under these circumstances, it would be highly inappropriate for the Speaker to break with our past practice and preempt any decision the committee may choose to make. The committee is seized of the issue, and if a report is presented, I will, of course, deal with any procedural questions which may be raised as a result. Until such report is presented, however, I must leave the matter in the hands of the committee. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel for having raised for the benefit of all members this very important question relating to the protection of witnesses.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Consideration of a motion, an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Dong concerning the policy of non-deductibility and income trusts.
McCallum moves that in the opinion of the House, the government's mistaken policies with respect to interest non-deductibility and income trusts are making it increasingly difficult for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally, while making Canadian businesses increasingly vulnerable to foreign takeovers, thus putting Canadian jobs, head offices and investment at risk and contributing to a hollowing out of Canadian enterprise. Et que la Chambre exhorte.
And the House calls upon the Prime Minister to instruct his Minister of Finance to resolve these dangers by withdrawing his interest non-deductibility proposal and entering into meaningful public consultations on appropriate measures to combat tax abuses, and by withdrawing his proposal to tax income trusts and replacing it with the Liberal alternatives as summarized in the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented February 28, 2007. Debate. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville. I rise today in the House on behalf of all the Canadian families and workers who want to know when the current Conservative government will stop jeopardizing Canadian jobs because of its poor, harmful policies. The world economy is grappling with a whole series of acquisitions, and many Canadian companies whose headquarters are leaving Canada. When this occurs, we need to take action. What is the government doing to protect these jobs? What is the government doing to ensure that Canadians are better informed and are eminent workers, and that they'll be able to work in this country for our country?
protect the next generation of Canadian professionals, the next generation of lawyers and accountants and managers and sales directors and advertising executives and business consultants, and the hundreds of thousands of service jobs that depend on the wealth that those professionals generate. What the government is doing under the current government, the sorry answer is nothing at all. In fact, this government is doing worse than nothing, Mr. Speaker. Doing nothing at all would be a substantial improvement for this government. Instead of helping, this government is making things worse. First, this government broke its promise not to tax income trust. Instead, it imposed a punitive tax of 31.5%. Canadian shareholders and pensioners paid the price, and Canada companies were weakened. Not content to stop there, this government decided to follow one bad idea with another by reversing Canada's policy on interest deductibility. That misguided decision is another blow to Canadian companies eager to compete on the world stage. That this policy is a mistake is beyond question. Tax experts and business leaders have dismissed this policy as wrong-headed. Tax expert Alain Lantier calls the decision, and I quote, "the single most misguided policy I've seen out of Ottawa in 35 years." Nancy Hughes Anthony, president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, calls it, and I quote, "a real step in the wrong direction." And the chief executive of the Ontario Teachers' Pension Plan says, "I cannot believe any sensible person would do this." Mr. Speaker, this policy makes it harder for Canadian companies to keep up with their competitors in other countries. Companies in the United States, Europe, Japan can all benefit from interest deductibility when they want to take over Canadian companies. Why is the Prime Minister giving a green light to foreign takeovers in Canada and the red light to Canadian expansion abroad? Why? Doesn't the Prime Minister care that by hurting Canadian companies is also hurting Canadian families, Canadian jobs, Canadian workers? Instead of admitting that their policy is wrong-headed, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance are trying to fudge the issue. The Minister of Finance, after weeks of ignoring the criticism of every expert, is now suggesting that he may extend the transition period for Canadian companies to adjust to his wrong-headed policy on interest deductibility. What a ridiculous compromise. Executing a bad policy more slowly is not a solution. Canada's companies should not be forced to compete with their hands tied behind their backs. And the issue is not how slowly or quickly we tie their hands. We should not be tying their hands at all. We should be arming our companies with every available policy to help them compete. That's what a good government does, Mr. Speaker, and that's what Canadians expect. Au vu des politiques.
Given the disastrous policies of this government with respect to income trusts and interest deductibility, Canadians are entitled to wonder what's waiting for them now. What are they to expect from a government that has increased income tax? What can you expect from a government that cut back on new spending for research and education? What can we expect from a government that has hurt Canadian exporters by shutting down consulates and cancelling trade missions? What can we expect from a government which deliberately or by incompetence refuses to apply the most basic economic policies to meet Canadians' interests? It is high time that the Prime Minister listen to reason before ideology. I'm asking the Prime Minister to reverse his irresponsible decision and to restore the previous policy on interest deductibility.
Shelve its interest deductibility plan and create a task force to review Canadian international tax policy in order to ensure that it is addressing the competitiveness agenda while at the same time tightening up the system. The task force would review Canada's some 90 international tax treaties with a view to ensure that the treaty partners are living up to the original policy expectations. Je demande au Premier Ministre.
I urge the Prime Minister to withdraw his plan to tax income trusts and replace it with the Liberal plan, which would replace the Conservative tax of 31.5% by a tax of 10% reimbursable to Canadian investors. I ask the Prime Minister to develop a global plan so that Canada can come out a winner from the current frenzy of corporate acquisitions and to present a plan in the House of Commons. Canadians deserve a visionary government which has ambitious ideals for our country. A government that seeks to exploit our huge potential rather than to beat it down. A government that strengthens and makes more dynamic Canadian companies and protects Canadian jobs rather than stick spokes in their wheels. A Liberal government will seek to implement policies that are favorable for the Canadian economy, like the Liberal governments of Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin did before us. While Conservatives savagely cut funding of R&D and education, we will invest in these crucial sectors. While the Conservatives cut back links with our trading partners, we will strengthen those links. While the Conservatives cut programs that encouraged companies to invest in clean energy, we will restore them to make Canada a green superpower. And while the Conservatives harm the competitive position of Canadian corporations, we will help those companies excel and prosper.
Till that time, Mr. Speaker, we are left with this government, of whom it seems all we can ask is this. For the sake of working Canadians everywhere, would this Prime Minister please stop making things worse?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, that was quite a speech. In fact, it emphasized what the oh, good. Yes, good. I'm encouraged, Mr. Speaker, to see that they've all lumped themselves in with the same group. That's great, because the Toronto Star last week indicated Dion wrong on trust was the headline, but that's not all. I apologize.
Order. The Honourable Member knows better than that.
But that's not all the Liberal Party's been wrong on this week. Let's highlight for the voters the Liberal Party stands this week. Well, they voted against mandatory minimum sentences for serious gun crimes. They argued against giving Canadians a say on the Senate. They argued in favor of extending big money influence in politics yesterday. That was a good one. And today they're standing up to argue against tax fairness in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that is the party that presided over the largest widening of the gap between rich and poor in Canada. They're standing here today to argue against tax fairness. Canadians in my riding demand tax fairness. They demand that all Canadians pay their fair share of tax, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition should understand that. I ask him why he doesn't stand for tax fairness in this House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the best way for Canada to help everyone is to have a strong economy. In order to have a strong economy, we need to have strong policies, not policies that destroy the capacity of our companies to win abroad. And I'm very sad that the Honourable Member is not taking this issue seriously. What is at stake is this sentence in the budget, and I will read it because it seems that the Honourable Member may not have read the budget very carefully. Budget 2007 proposes to eliminate the deductibility of interest income to invest in business operations. So to eliminate the deductibility of interest. This is what is at stake. This is a wrong policy. It's wrong for Canadian families. It's wrong for Canadian jobs. It's wrong for Canadian workers. This is what is at stake.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say I'm certainly disappointed in the Liberal position on the speech by the Leader of the Liberal Party, who I thought was interested in fairness for Canadians. Not surprised, given the finance critics' connections to Bay Street. However, I do find it very curious that, in fact, the Liberals didn't have a position on income trust till the Leader himself went to Bay Street just about 3 weeks ago, and suddenly there's a position. So I'm curious as to why this position exists, Mr. Speaker. So we did a little digging in terms of the Canadian the Canadian Association that is sponsoring all these libelous ads, Mr. Speaker, and found it very curious, in fact, that over the last 13 years, the Liberals received about $282,000 from the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors, and in the leadership race, Mr. Speaker, they delivered about $39,000 to Bob Rae in his leadership bid and $6,000 to the Leader of the Opposition. So my question is, did that money influence his decision today?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very sorry by the kind of line of attack the Honourable Member is developing. It happens, Mr. Speaker, that I think that this 31.5%, this punitive tax, will hurt Canadians. It's $25 billion that left right away. The savings of hard-working Canadians, a lot of them being seniors, they need to have justice, they need to have fairness, And a lot of experts, and I invite the honourable member to read the experts and before to come with this plot theory. To read the expert, we have said that this 10% refundable tax that we propose for Canadian investors would help these Canadians to have 2/3 of their savings back and would restore equity in the tax system and would avoid these income trusts to be bought by the Americans. Once they are bought, they don't pay taxes anymore to Canada anyway. These are good policies. Why she's trying to diminish, to decrease, to attack unfairly colleagues in this House instead to work for Canadian taxpayers, for Canadian workers and Canadian families. About deductibility is the same thing.
Order. Time.
One last question, comment. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put a question to the Leader of the Official Opposition. It's sure that it's a very important question we're discussing here. It's of grave concern. The Minister of Finance said he would be open to looking at this being done differently. The member for Markham Unionville said yesterday, or rather today in the papers, that one solution would be to refer this issue to a committee of experts. Because the bill that will deal with this to implement the budget has not been tabled yet. So as parliamentarians, wouldn't it be responsible of us to take into account the fact that the Liberal motion was prepared a few days ago and accept such a proposal so that when we examine the issue, we stop being so emotional and have a decision that is the right one for the economy of Quebec and Canada and not allow tax evasion avoidance. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I think that what I heard from my Bloc colleague is preferable to what I heard from the government and the NDP. That's exactly what we should do. I think the government is trying to act with an atom bomb when surgery would be appropriate, and that's what we want to do. Our problem is what's written in the budget. We're working on what's written in the budget. The minister didn't have to put that in the budget. I'll read the sentence in French. The 2007 budget will put an end to deductibility of interest on debt contracted by corporations to fund affiliated foreign companies. That means our companies could never act on the world economy with the same tools as the US, Japan, Europe.
Order. I would say to the Leader of the Opposition what I've said to many members, it helps if from time to time members look at the chair so they can get an idea of what's going on. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, discussions have taken place between all parties, and I believe that you will find consent for the following motion.
Unanimous.
That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member from Saint Laurent, Cartierville, all questions necessary to dispose of this motion be deemed put, a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred to 5:30 p.m. Tuesday, May the 15th, 2007.
The House has heard the proposal. Is there unanimous consent for the motion? Put the motion. Unanimous consent for the motion. Agreed and so ordered. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I have said in this House before, it is abundantly clear that on this issue, the Finance Minister is entirely out of his depth. Mais ceci étant dit,
but having said that, I would like to start on a positive note, because the Liberal Party, especially with our new leader, wants to present solutions. Yes, we do attack the government when the government does ridiculous things, which happens quite often, but at the same time, we do want to present alternatives for Canadians. And so what I'd like to say at the outset, what I'd like to do at the outset, is to develop the Liberal idea on the issue of deductibility. And I think This goes in the same direction as the comment by my bloc colleague.
Essence of our proposal. First of all, on April the 16th, the leader said in no uncertain terms that the government must scrap its policy. A few days later, I, as finance critic, said the government must launch a major consultation. Today, the leaders made it clear that the slower implementation of a policy that is bad does not thereby make it good. So that is an unacceptable proposal. And our proposal consists of the following 5 points. First of all, appoint a task force comprised of respected tax experts, business people, and economists. Economists are sometimes useful. Second point, the mandate of the task force would be to review Canadian international tax policy in order to both nurture a Canadian advantage for our companies rather than create a disadvantage, as is currently proposed by this government, and also to tighten up the system where appropriate. Third, the task force would review Canada's international tax treaties that have been negotiated with some 90 countries with a view to ensuring that the treaty partners are living up to the original policy expectations. In cases where this is not the case, for example, the emergence of preferential systems or a lack of transparency, the task force would recommend appropriate actions. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, if there are cases where low-tax jurisdictions are behaving in ways that are abusive or inappropriate, then we would review our relationship with those countries and, in line with the recommendations of this panel of experts, the government would receive recommendations to take appropriate action. Fourth, the task force would review such issues as debt dumping and double dipping and make recommendations designed to both sustain a Canadian advantage and protect the tax base. And finally, fifth and finally, the task force would review all other areas that it deemed relevant to its mandate. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is a rational, responsible approach to a complex issue. It would take some time. These issues are complex. But it would lead Canada to have a modified, reformed international tax policy, which both nurtures the Canadian advantage, promotes our own companies, thereby creating jobs in this country, and also takes measures to address any abuses that there might be in the current system. And what a contrast between this rational policy which we are proposing and the chaotic, day-by-day changing of position to the point where the whole world is confused that we have seen emanating out of this Minister of Finance. He has received a barrage of criticism from all experts. I don't know of one expert who is supporting this government on this policy. And I'm sure the parliamentary secretary will have searched very hard to find such an expert, and if she has one, she can quote one. But might I just say that even Jack Mintz, the man who the minister loves to quote, and who was the author of the 1997 report that he uses to justify this, has totally abandoned ship. And the co-author, Alan Lantier, of the Mintz report, he's the one our leader quoted as saying this is the worst policy to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. And Terry Corcoran, another favorite of the finance minister, just today, in this morning's National Post, came out with an article saying that this was a bad policy. And I'll just give you one quote from the CEO of Alcan on the 27th of April 2007. This policy, he said, and I quote, would adversely affect our profitability. It would result in less taxes paid in Canada and would make us a weaker company, more vulnerable for someone to buy us. Prophetic words, Mr. Speaker. But why is it important to have head offices in this country? It's important for jobs. And let me give you two examples, Mr. Speaker, as to why head offices are extremely important for good jobs, for well-paying jobs that are so important for Canada in the past and will be into the future. The first example, which I've mentioned before in the House, is my own father, who worked for over 20 years for Alcan in Montreal in precisely the kind of job that would not have existed had Alcan in those days been owned by a foreign company like Alcoa. So he is no longer there, but hundreds and thousands like him are. And whatever the assurances of the foreign buyer may be in the short term, you can be sure that those jobs will leave Montreal, those jobs which are so vital to our city centres, big cities and small cities across the country, will wither away and leave this country. And a second example, slightly less personal than my father, but personal enough, comes from my own riding, where a Canadian-owned company called ATI Technologies last year was sold to an American company called AMD, which is based in San Jose, excuse me. And guess what happened? 400 jobs were cut as a consequence of this consolidation. How many jobs do you think were lost in San Jose? 0. How many jobs do you think were lost in my riding of Markham? So far, 130. So that's what happens. I'm not opposed to all foreign investment, necessarily. Much foreign investment brings benefit. But what is totally irrational, totally incompetent, is to deliberately tilt the playing field against Canadian companies in favor of foreign companies to make it all that much easier for them to acquire our companies at huge cost in terms of valuable, high-paying head office jobs. And that is why this policy is so misguided. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've just about run out of time, but I've only touched the tip of the iceberg in terms of the economic incompetence of this government. I'm not sure which is more incompetent between income trust and interest deductibility. It's a close contest. But income trust, a sensible government would have taken a surgical approach, like our policy, put a moratorium on new income trusts and a moderate tax refundable to all but the foreigners on income trust distributions. But what does this government do? It drops a nuclear bomb on existing income trusts, thereby breaking a promise, thereby costing hardworking Canadians $25 billion, thereby depriving seniors who need their savings income to pay the bills from a valuable savings instrument, and thereby, and this is the connection with interest deductibility, weakening our once thriving energy trust sector, which had been repatriating foreign capital, and instead causing that depressed sector to now to be prey for foreigners coming in to acquire them, which is precisely what is happening. And you know what else is entirely illogical and stupid about this government's policy? They claim they want to get more tax revenue, but guess what? Those foreign companies buying our income trusts, and the unit holders of those trusts used to pay lots and lots of tax, will now pay no tax at all. So this is an unfair policy because it costs people who trusted the Prime Minister $25 billion. It deprives Canadians of access to income trusts while giving that access only to the fat cat private equity buyers in the United States. So fairness has become unfairness. Advantage Canada has become Disadvantage Canada. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I urge this government to come to its senses, not only adopt the Liberal proposal on interest deductibility, but once you concede one thing, it's easier to concede the next. Come to your senses a second time and adopt the Liberal policies on income trusts.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that this orator here just said was that he wanted to know some experts anywhere who are knowledgeable, who support our policies. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a few quotes that I happen to have here. Here's one. The tax system works only when all Canadians are paying their fair share. Who said that? The member for Markham Unionville, the one who just spoke. Here's another one. I'm committed to ensuring a level playing field for all Canadians. And that is why I take the issue of tax havens seriously. Who said that? The member from Markham Unionville. Here's another one. Our tax system relies fundamentally on voluntary compliance. One of the reasons people may become less willing to pay taxes is they see others getting away with not paying their fair share. Who said that? The member from Markham Unionville. And just 3 days ago, Mr. Speaker, he said on CBC News World, the finance minister says that we should go after abuses by tax havens and double dipping. We agree. We welcome the finance minister to go after abuses like tax havens and double dip. That's the member from Markham Unionville. Now, what other experts would he like to hear besides that?
From Markham Unionville.
Well, if the only expert he can find is me, I rest my case. I'm a little bit biased on the subject. I'm a little bit partisan, parti pris. Even though I acknowledge some expertise on the subject, and I thank the honourable member for that compliment. But the second point I would like to make is that when he says I'm contradicting myself because we want to go after tax havens or tax fairness, he's totally wrong. Did he not hear me read the 5-point plan to create a task force whose explicit purpose is to go after abusive tax havens and abusive, unfair behavior by people who would cheat the system? That's exactly what I said. The only difference is that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can both go after abuses and preserve the competitiveness of our economy. And that government is so stupid it can only do one thing at a time: go after the abuses, destroy our companies. And that is unacceptable to Canadians.
Other questions and comments? L'honorable Deputy de Montmagny.
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with interest, but I have a problem. Between the text of the motion and the plan, there's a huge gap because the denunciation in the motion has no nuances, no detail about interest deductibility, and the same for income trusts. We know that the fundamental problem is that the Conservatives changed their position when they'd made a commitment, but for the income, the interest deductibility, that's a different thing. Now, isn't this motion a bit moot, given the action plan? Wouldn't it be more relevant to rewrite it and bring it back another day to see if it might be acceptable? Because in its current form, obviously, when it comes to the trusts, this position put forward by the Liberals is clearly unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. After the leader's speech, it's a lot more constructive than what we've heard from the government. But I think that what I just said and what the leader said about our position is that it's in keeping with the resolution, because the resolution says clearly that the government should not proceed with its proposal regarding deductibility, because that's wholly unacceptable. And what we've put forward today is an alternative plan with a task force that would make recommendations so that we can have competitiveness and fairness when it comes to abuse. I don't think there's any contradiction in condemning, on the one hand, a policy that's wholly unacceptable, and on the other hand, proposing another policy or process that could lead to a good solution.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to help Canadians understand what all this rhetoric is about income trusts, about interest deductibility, about head offices in Canada, and stripped of all its rhetoric and nasty remarks about people in the government. What the Liberals are essentially saying is that they want to have some businesses in Canada paying either no tax or significantly less tax than other businesses. They want to subsidize some businesses as opposed to others. And they also want to have businesses be able to have two tax deductions for only one expense. Mr. Speaker, and they say if this doesn't happen, somehow dire consequences are going to flow to Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know this makes kind of an interesting political argument, and gets people worked up, but I think we have to look at the facts, and that's what I intend to do today. Mr. Speaker, let's first of all talk about income trusts. At the present time, income trusts pay no tax at all. And, Mr. Speaker, we think that that's a problem. And we began to see this as a problem when huge sectors of our economy started to either move towards the no-tax model, such as our telecommunications industry, and then we heard that leaders of the energy sector were moving in this direction to pay no tax, and the banking sector were moving in the direction to pay no tax, and we became quite alarmed, I have to admit that, Mr. Speaker, because if our corporate sector isn't paying taxes, then we lose a significant support for the social programs that all Canadians are very, very concerned about. We need tax dollars from corporations to help pay for health care, Mr. Speaker. We need tax dollars from corporations to help pay for education. We need tax dollars from corporations to make sure that our security of our country is strong, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Now, if corporations start moving to pay no tax or significantly less tax even, Mr. Speaker, then what happens to these programs? Well, the money to support them has to come from ordinary individual Canadians. If corporate tax isn't coming in, then that deficit has to be made up by ordinary Canadians. A lot of ordinary Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are on fixed incomes because they're pensioners, they are no longer in the workforce, and even those in the workforce, Mr. Speaker, are already taxed to death. And so we made a move to make sure that businesses in this country continue to contribute to the social fabric of this country through their tax dollars. Now, Mr. Speaker, shoot us for doing such a terrible thing. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is it had to be done. You cannot have the business sector, the corporate sector in this country not contributing to the social programs that we're all so proud of, that define this country, Mr. Speaker. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this move had huge, huge support, Mr. Speaker. The Globe and Mail, some of the analysts in the media, quote, when the Liberals were in power, they did not grapple with income trusts. They said now the Conservative finance minister tackled a difficult issue that the Liberals could not muster the gumption to resolve. The National Post said the income trust issue is settled. In other words, it's time to move on. Everyone else has gotten the message. Why haven't the Liberals? The Toronto Star is saying what the Liberal leader should do is rethink his stand on income trusts and make the tough choice the Conservative government did and that the member from Wascana was afraid to make. Defending tax unfairness will not win him the next election. But here they are, unable to realize that you can't have the corporate sector in this country moving to pay no taxes or even significantly less taxes. It won't work. You have to have a level playing field. You have to have tax fairness to support the social fabric of our country. I don't know why the Liberals can't get that. The business sector gets that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Alessandro from Manulife Financial says, I think it's the right thing. I agree with the minister's justification. Continuing on the path of income trust would not be in the long-term interests of the country. The CEO of CI Financial Income Fund said it was inevitable this was going to happen. It had begun to pervert the whole of corporate Canada. Mr. Speaker, I could quote so many, I don't have time, but even the Liberals themselves supported what we did on income trust. Sheila Kopp said, reversing the income trust decision, as the Liberals now want to do, we heard today, would, quote, run afoul of espoused Liberal principles by promoting a tax loophole for a select few financed by the rest of us. Former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley said it was the right thing to do. Any day that good public policy triumphs is a good day. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal finance critic himself, when this policy was announced, said it was absolutely the right thing to ensure tax fairness and to work for Canada's productivity. So, Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why the Liberals cannot see the logic. The only conclusion I have to reach is that they are mischievously and I hate to say it, but disingenuously pushing this rhetoric for purely political purposes, to try to paint the Conservative government, who had the courage to do what they didn't, as somehow the bad guys, and say, well, we won't be as bad as that. We'll be your friends. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not going to fool anybody. I hate to say, in case the Liberals are under any illusions about it, because nobody buys it. People that know this area know that what we did was the right thing. Here's Jim Pattison, who lost a lot of money after the income trust decision. But here's what he said, quote, "I think it was the right thing to do. Fundamentally, it was the right thing for the country." Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that business people, I could quote so many more, believe that. How about the seniors that were affected, that somehow the Liberals say were harmed by this? The National Pensioners and Senior Citizens Federation, the United Senior Citizens of Ontario, and the Small Investor Protection Association have requested criminal investigations into the, quote, deceptive cash yields used in the market of income trusts. They were supported by an opinion letter sent by forensic accountant Al Rosen, who says Canadians were repeatedly lied to by marketers of the so-called income yields that many trusts were supposedly generating. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that there were problems with this whole scheme, this whole way of some businesses organizing their affairs, and we dealt with it, Mr. Speaker. It was hard for us politically. Everyone knows that. We didn't do this to win political points when we desperately needed them as a minority government. We did it, Mr. Speaker, because it was the right thing for Canada, it was the right thing for investors, it was the right thing for seniors, and because of that, we've brought in income splitting for seniors. We've doubled the amount of the age credit so that seniors can protect more of their pension income. And, Mr. Speaker, we've done this in a way that's right for Canada, in a way that gives a win to people on pensions, and Mr. Speaker, and in a way that it is right for our whole system. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about interest deductibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, what the government wants to do is to plug what we perceive to be a tax loophole where corporations get two deductions for one expense, one interest expense. They can deduct it in Canada and they can deduct it in another country. We want to plug that loophole. We don't think that corporations, even Canadian corporations, should get two deductions for the same expense. Well, why don't we think that? Well, Mr. Speaker, because somebody has to pay for that deduction. It's a subsidy and assistance to businesses, and we're happy to assist business. As you know, we've done a lot to assist business, and I can even talk about that and hope to have time, but we don't think that there should be two deductions for the same expense, Mr. Speaker. And so we're moving to fix that, Mr. Speaker, and in the budget we made it clear that we were going to address tax loopholes, we were going to address tax havens that are distort the fairness, the level playing field on which we all pay taxes. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government wants to decrease taxes for everybody. And in fact, we've done that. In this year, in the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, our government will decrease taxes to individual Canadians by $37.8 billion. That is a lot of tax relief. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also reduced taxes to the corporate sector. But, Mr. Speaker, we can only do that for everybody if we plug the loopholes and the unfair distortions that are in the system. We made that clear. We made it clear in the budget that we are going to set up a panel to study this situation. I quote, Mr. Speaker, from page 240 of the budget, where it says, the Minister of Finance will set up an advisory panel to examine the system over the next year to identify further improvements for consideration in Budget 2008, Mr. Speaker. Now, somehow the Liberals make this leap from trying to make our tax system fair to dire consequences for the Canadian economy. Now, they know better, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt about that. They know better. The finance critic for the opposition there knows better. He's an economist. He knows better. But somehow, for political purposes, this doom and gloom is ringing through the halls of Parliament, simply and solely for partisan purposes. Now, you know, I'm a partisan too, Mr. Speaker. I know you're not, but I am. And I understand partisanship, but surely there has to be an element, a scintilla of responsibility in the way these arguments are put forward, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to reassure Canadians, and in spite of the overblown, overheated partisan rhetoric that they're going to hear from the Liberals today, that there is not the cause for worry that the Liberals would like to drum up. I quote from the Institute for Competitiveness and Prosperity report. It says, from 1985 to 2006, Canadian global leaders has more than doubled from 33 to 72. Quote, we are growing globally competitive Canadian firms at a rate that wildly exceeds the rate of foreign acquisition. Net, we are simply not being hollowed out, we are thickening up. I quote from Financial Post Crosby, Mergers and Acquisitions in Canada report. It says, Canadian companies continue to exhibit a strong appetite for foreign companies, making 456 purchases valued at $70 billion, nearly quadruple the number of foreign acquisitions of domestic companies. Don Drummond, the TD Bank chief economist, says, the facts don't warrant the hysteria that the Canadian economy is simply being sold out. Mr. Speaker, Liberal hysteria simply is that, and it's not warranted, and Canadians should pay it no mind. Statistics Canada released a report yesterday, Mr. Speaker, said this, the holdings of Canadian direct investment abroad amounted to $523.3 billion at the end of 2006, or 13.8% higher than at the end of 2005. Holdings of foreign direct investment in Canada hit $448.9 billion at the end of 2006, up 10.1% from the end of 2005. It says that at the end of last year, Canadians' foreign corporate holdings were worth $74 billion more than foreign corporate holdings here. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the KPMG analysis was released. It says there have been more Canadian acquisitions of foreign firms than foreign acquisitions of Canadian firms over each of the past 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, how is plugging a tax loophole that allows 2 deductions for 1 expense, going to have any impact on this? The Liberals are trying to scaremonger, and very irresponsibly, Mr. Speaker. The KPMG corporate finance partner says this, quote, I don't know what all the fuss is about. Everybody's worrying about the hollowing out of corporate Canada. Well, not everybody, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are trying to raise it. But he says there is still significant deal flow going both ways. And today, Mr. Speaker, the Montreal Gazette says, as for Canada's economy being gutted, this notion is so foolish that it's hard to know where to begin ridiculing it, Mr. Speaker. It says, just for convenience, let's start with some new facts that throw a bucket of cold water on the overheated rhetoric. Statistics Canada yesterday updated the official foreign data on foreign investment in Canada and Canadian investment in other countries. Guess what? Canadian investment abroad is worth well over $500 billion, outweighing foreign investment in Canada by a cool $74 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's even after some huge foreign takeovers in Canadian firms last year. And the Montreal Gazette continues to say, what's more, the value of Canadian investment abroad has grown faster than foreign investment in Canada every single year for the past decade. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is nonsense to suggest that any Canadian government would want to tamper with that or is tampering with that. Mr. Speaker, we're not tampering with that. We are simply doing what the Liberals should have done and were urged to do for many years, was to plug the loopholes and tax havens that were distorting the Canadian tax system. In fact, Mr. Speaker, preventing the use of tax havens and double dipping is an issue that has been around for a long time. The Auditor General, the 1997 Mintz Committee on Business Taxation, the House of Commons Finance Public Accounts Committee, and the House of Commons Finance Committee, all these bodies, the Auditor General, the Panel on Business Taxation, the House Committee on Public Accounts, the House Committee on Finance, they've all raised these concerns about the use of tax havens and double dipping. And in fact, the Mintz Committee recommended that the deduction that we're dealing with in Budget 2007, that the Liberals over there are hollering and screaming and ranting and raving and making dire croakings about, all of these bodies have said what needs to be dealt with. Now, just because the Liberals don't have the courage to do that, to address these issues, to make Canada's tax system fair, Mr. Speaker, is no reason for them to criticize a government with enough courage and vision to do that, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to continue to do that. The Toronto Star said it makes no sense to allow companies to claim tax breaks against income on which they pay no tax. The Liberal leader, they say, is turning his back on sound tax policy. Did the Liberal leader listen, Mr. Speaker? No, here he is today. Again, turning his back and sticking out his tongue at sound tax policy, Mr. Speaker, for cheap political partisanship. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame because we're here to serve our country, not just to engage in overblown political maneuvering, Mr. Speaker. David Dodge, the Bank of Canada government, said we should deal with these abuses. It's certainly something the Finance Minister ought to try to do. Here's Torrance Corcoran from the Financial Post. He says Canadian taxpayers are subsidizing borrowing to finance foreign operations that other countries can tax. He says, why would we do that? Ooh, there's a good question. Maybe the Liberals opposite could answer that. He says, why should Canada give up tax revenue of $2.8 million so that a particular company can pay $3.5 million to a government in Europe? Canada, he says, is subsidizing job creation in a European country and boosting its tax base. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to do that. And Mr. Speaker, we just need for the Liberals to be more responsible in this whole area, because it's not going to help our system, our economy, for this kind of cheap political posturing, Mr. Speaker, that is not rooted in facts or common sense. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canada's new government has taken enormous, significant action since coming into office to improve the international competitiveness of Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, I have a whole list of things we've done. I don't have time to read it, but Mr. Speaker, I will just tell Canadians this. We are committed to making Canada absolutely shine, a world leader in competitiveness and productivity, in being a significant, a huge, a strong, a vigorous player in the global economy, Mr. Speaker. That is our goal. All the moves we've have made are intended to further that goal. Mr. Speaker, we've taken some political criticism for it. We have taken some unjustified criticism in a partisan way for the Liberals, but I'll tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Canada's interest, Canada's future, Canada's wealth, Canada's place in the global marketplace is our goal, is on our hearts, is where we're going to be moving to make sure that Canada shines, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians can take that to the bank, Mr. Speaker.
Questions that come on there. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this is a Liberal motion. There is only one Liberal in the House. I would like a quorum call.
Quorum call. We're waiting for quorum. Can't recognize anybody while waiting for quorum. appears that we now have a quorum, so we'll revert to questions and comments. A point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, as I was rising to ask for guidance in terms of calling a quorum, the member for King's Hants yelled out that I needed economic guidance. Prior to that, he had just said in the House that I could not balance my checkbook. I find these comments sexist, offensive, and not acceptable in this House. I would ask for a complete withdrawal of such sexist language.
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I have no idea how she would construe my comment that I don't believe she could balance her checkbook with being a sexist comment. I can tell her that my 78-year-old mother has been balancing her checkbook for a long time. In fact, I believe my 78-year-old mother to be extremely economically competent. The fact that I do not believe the honourable member over there to be economically competent has nothing to do with her gender. It simply has to do with her capacity. And so I would urge her to reconsider her call for, or her assertion that somehow that has something to do with her gender, because in fact I know a lot of very economically competent women and who have great capacity. In fact, many of them are in the Liberal caucus.
I think we'll move on now. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires on our deputy.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Rivière, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech made by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Yes, the Liberal motion seems to be very partisan in certain aspects, but we're dealing with this motion because when we look at the GST for tourists, well, the government had to adjust their program. The Income Trust program, well, the decision to reverse the decision, well, the Conservatives said that they wouldn't change their position. And I'm not talking about the solution, but the message that's being sent to a lot of small investors in all of our communities who had put their savings into these trusts. Well, they're going through hard times. And the last issue is this issue of interest non-deductibility. This whole motion, the whole notion needs to be clarified because we've heard a lot of complaints about this measure. Can she ensure that the consequence of this non-deductibility issue will not result in the baby being thrown out with the bathwater? Or if there are tax abuses, yes, we have to deal with them. But the whole issue of non-deductibility has to be clarified so that we're not hurting the Canadian economy. Can the Parliamentary Secretary reassure us that this measure will not hurt us and that it will not play out very poorly in the Canadian economy? But I also need some clarification that the current government will target issues properly and it won't give us the exact opposite result that we were hoping to get. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think that during my remarks I quoted from a number of experts. I know sometimes people don't believe politicians, but I quoted from a number of experts that say that stopping a tax loophole like double dipping, a loophole which allows a company to make two deductions for a single expense, is the right thing to do, is supported by experts. It was supported, as a member will know, by our own Finance Committee, by the Public Accounts Committee in this House of Commons. It was called for by the Auditor General. It was called for by the Jack Mintz Panel Committee on Business Taxation and by many others, Mr. Speaker. And it was called for because it's the right thing to do. It levels the playing field. It allows everyone to have lower taxes instead of having to subsidize big tax subsidies, tax loopholes, tax havens for a few. And Mr. Speaker, as the member will know, our government is committed to addressing other tax loopholes that are identified, other tax havens which distort our tax system. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that no one is going to make cries of pain when these things happen. We all know that does occur. Our government is very sensitive to input from members of Parliament, such as my friend opposite, from the business community, from other experts. We want to make sure that when we move forward on these measures, as we have on the double dipping, that we do so in the best way possible for our economy and for those affected, and we will be doing that and are doing that. But, Mr. Speaker, these dire warnings of somehow this is going to cause a huge economic problems for the country are simply not true. And I've read from many experts that say that as well. So I hope my friend will be reassured by that.
Some comments, the honourable member for York Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm attracted to the statement that the parliamentary secretary made in terms of a level playing field. And I'm sure that she would agree, Mr. Speaker, that a level playing field is one thing within the Canadian context. It's quite another thing within the global context. And many of those same experts that the minister has, or the parliamentary secretary has cited, in fact, have also given the other side of the coin with respect to capital transfers, and the situation being in source countries for capital investments in Canada, they do receive there is a regime in place that is similar to interest deductibility. And my question is, though, one of confidence. I guess I'd say, how do people really accept the government's position that there won't be irreparable harm in terms of value-added impacts on the Canadian economy for this particular initiative on interest deductibility, when we see on the income trust front there has been huge harm done to people who have their savings? And in particular, how can there be confidence when I'm looking at a T205 form, which indicates that there actually is an increase in the taxable income of 0.25%, in spite of the pronouncements by the government that they've reduced taxes for those on incomes below $35,000. That isn't the fact. So how can the Canadian public have confidence if this relatively small issue has such an aberration, if you will, in fiscal legerdemain, when on the larger front there is reasonable reason to believe that there'll be a huge impact on the Canadian economy in terms of shifts of capital and the ability for Canadian firms to compete on the global economy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can advise the honourable member that all developed countries work to minimize tax avoidance. Some countries do it in one fashion, other countries do it in other fashions, but international tax treaties and tax arrangements dovetail these so that, of course, there's always changes, but that whereas one country might allow a deduction in one area, they tax in another area. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have to look for is a relative balance and parity in taxation measures between and among people active in the global marketplace. Mr. Speaker, the member can be sure that we are working on that all the time. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the purported losses on income trust, Jack Mintz of the Rotman School of Business said this year that the Liberals are creating market uncertainty by extending false hopes to investors, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals need to take a yes for an answer. We've dealt with this, and they should support that. The Globe and Mail said that Toronto Dominion Bank data comparing the selling prices of 16 trusts now in play to their value before the tax was imposed basically say that firms offering to buy our trusts are for an average premium of about 30% above the prices the trusts were trading at before the tax announcement, Mr. Speaker. I don't have time to read other commentary on this. I'd be happy to show my honourable friend, but the bottom line is that this has not caused huge harm to the vast majority of investors, Mr. Speaker. In fact, some of them will actually make money from these new arrangements. And, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be fair and balanced when we address these issues, and I urge the Liberals to do that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to preface my comments by saying that I also heard the comments from the Liberal members directed at the NDP member from Winnipeg and found them to be exceptionally disrespectful and really uncalled for and have no place in this House. My question for the member, the finance critic from Markham Unionville stood up in this House and he said that the government's policy is stupid. I'd like her to comment on whether or not she thinks his comments that he made on Bay Street a couple of weeks ago when he said that, well, we support the agriculture industry, we subsidize farmers, so why shouldn't we subsidize corporations? Why shouldn't we be doing this? The other day, the honourable member from Markham Unionville saw the Canada Revenue Agency gave a specific example of double dipping where they went to court with a Canadian corporation and lost because this tax loophole exists. Now, I asked the honourable parliamentary secretary whether she thinks that comparing double dipping to subsidizing agriculture in this country, an industry that was decimated under the Liberal government, whether she thinks that that indicates that he has any understanding of the problem whatsoever.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Briefly.
Mr. Speaker, if I might, I would also like to give a kind word to my honourable friend from the NDP. She and I don't agree on things a lot of the time, but I always find her very good to work with and a very fine finance critic, very experienced and very knowledgeable, Mr. Speaker. So I too regret that we're getting into personal aspersions. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that every tax system has a series of supports for various sectors of the economy, and these are good and useful and helpful things to ensure that various sectors, various businesses can succeed in the whole scheme of the global economy. As I was speaking about when I answered a previous question, is that there's always arrangements which allow us in the context of global competition and competitiveness to succeed. But that is not to say, Mr. Speaker, that we should not ensure that these series of arrangements, of subsidies, of tax breaks are fair and balanced, Mr. Speaker. And when we see that this House, committees of this House, two committees of this House, plus the Auditor General, plus a special panel, plus other experts, saying that a particular tax loophole is unfair, we're going to address that, Mr. Speaker. And I think Canadians appreciate that we have the courage to rebalance the system where it needs to be, but continue to lower taxes for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party chose to table an opposition motion today, which raises a number of points on which we are far from an ideal solution today, but at the same time points out how the Conservative approach lacks refinement. They never really found a way to solve problems, but the motion itself presents solutions which are not, to my mind, the most adequate. So we will be opposed to this motion as worded now. Now, why am I saying that there are problems that the government has not solved properly? Well, let me give you a few examples. The GST for tourists, they announced something and then realized that, be it for package tours or duty-free shops, etc., there's a problem. They corrected part of it, but they were improvising, and that's the problem. They had to make major adjustments later. Same thing with income trusts, but that's more serious because the government's position at the outset during the election campaign was that it would not change the rules of the game. And I have constituents who are not necessarily bloc, supporters. They said, look, we invested our savings in that vehicle thinking that the rules were clear and now they're being changed without warning. Is there some way to find a solution? We listened, respecting the fact that these companies pay their fair share of tax, but as a counterpart, were there some solutions to avoid the negative effects on individual investors particularly? So from that standpoint, we have to think of a solution. But that's yet another example that this government has been improvising. Deductibility, well, we'll see that, because the bill that will implement that part of the budget has not been tabled yet. We have to understand and know the rules of the game. Apparently the finance minister will make a speech next Monday to explain that, but it's really lacks skill on the part of a government. It's as if they threw the baby out with the bathwater and ended up with this message that the fact that you can deduct interest when you invest for the benefit of our economy in the final analysis, that rule will disappear. Whereas many countries enhance that. But on the other hand, they did not point out that this was to avoid tax avoidance, because there is additional work to be done on that side. So the Liberals tabled a very partisan motion. It's kind of dangerous when you look at economic issues like this to go too fast, but it seems that that's the reaction, same kind of behavior on the Conservative side, which has provoked this kind of reaction. Now, with regard to non-deductibility of interest, well, obviously, if the measure is to be adequate, it has to target specifically the right companies. This won't be easy because these are very complex issues, and it would be best if this was well thought through. When the Liberal critic talks about a committee, a task force, and the minister says we need to tinker around with this, perhaps at some point a solution will be found, but the message has to be sent out to the economic community and to the public at large. It has to be clear. And I think that that message can be communicated. Because right now, when the government says it wants to attack tax havens, well, the tax haven par excellence to which it can attack, the Finance Committee is looking at this following a block motion. There is one true tax havens, Canadian companies that invest in Barbados, knowing that the interest rate will be very, very low, can bring those profits back home without taxation. That's not the general rule in tax treaties. Usually they provide for the fact that when you invest money in another country, when it comes back, it's taxed, if there is no equivalency between the two taxation systems. But under the Liberal regime, there was Section 5907 that excludes that money from taxation. So according to estimates by the Auditor General and by extrapolation made by StatsCan, we're talking about $4 billion annually in income that comes in from Barbados tax-free. This is approximate, but we're talking maybe $800 million in taxes we're losing. And that's money that corporations are not paying because they're benefiting from that tax haven. And that's money that other taxpayers have to pay, middle-class people. All taxpayers do their share, but that's money we have less if we wanted to use it for social programs, let's say. So corporations can bring back these profits tax-free, and then there are people who pay too much tax as a result. We're talking about a significant amount. The way to solve this problem is simply to eliminate Section 5907. That's a very practical, concrete measure that would have a significant impact immediately. Very significant, and would send a clear message to all taxpayers that we're trying to find further fairness in the system. We won't tolerate this kind of situation. And this is tax avoidance that could be avoided right away with a clear, precise measure. Whereas in interest non-deductibility, there's no clear solution in the horizon. There's a problem there, but the way the Liberals are approaching it, they're putting a lot of different things in the motion. They're saying that there are a lot of foreign takeovers of corporations. That might be one variable we take into account, but that's also the result of many, many years of doing things in Canada when we tell people, well, it's a free market, we'll see whether we come out winners in the end. You need an in-depth analysis of that issue because, yes, indeed, there are many Canadian corporations that buy foreign ones, but when you look at the net figure, overall, if you talk about the scope of the investments, we're definitely in a deficit situation. We have to look at that. There's systemic problems that require a much broader policy to solve, far broader than what we see in today's motion. So that's the first aspect, non-deductibility found in the motion. The other one is the question of income trusts. Now, on income trusts, we have a significant problem here because people have to pay taxes now. That was a vehicle created for a certain form of capital that had been used by corporations that clearly didn't need it. We see what happened in telecommunications, for instance. This became a way to reduce taxes without producing any wealth. And I think that from a principle point of view, that's unacceptable. But the way it was done is not acceptable either, because it just pulled the rug from under investors without warning. If they had been told in advance that the rules wouldn't change, people who had $50,000 or $100,000 or $150,000 in savings, all their savings in some cases, or a good part of them, are deprived of revenue. They accumulated that wealth throughout their career. And I understand the anger of people affected by this issue. So, what can one say about the Liberal motion? The Liberal proposal on income trusts was explained. They have to be taxed as summarized in the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Finance. Let's remember that that committee, that report, was that result of a consensus. It says, well, we have to look at solutions. The Bloc Québécois had proposed a simple one that was to extend from 4 to 10 years the moratorium period, transfer period. The Liberals had another proposal which we thought unacceptable. So that aspect of the Liberal motion was completely unacceptable for the Bloc Québécois because they're trying to bring back the fact that this will not be taxed, and I think there's no future for such a thing. The impact of this overall situation is that right now, among voters, among the general population, there is a perception that some people are more equal than others when it comes to taxation. There are people who, because of the complexity of the system, because of what developed over the years, and the expertise of some corporations in this area, there are tax advantages that they use to the max, and even excessively in some cases, which leads to reactions such as wanting to have these tax advantages disappear. But we have to take time to reflect and see how these things can be determined to make sure that in the final analysis we have a sensible and well thought out reaction. Yes, sometimes tax savings have to continue because they have a positive impact on the economy, but we also have to avoid the excesses that can result from such things. So in that sense, the Liberal motion, which also refers to the fact that these two measures are currently leading to what we're seeing in terms of takeovers by foreign corporations. I think the cause and effect here cannot be established directly. That doesn't stop the fact that we have to examine the whole issue of takeovers of Canadian and Quebec companies by foreign interests. In Quebec right now, of course, we're closely assessing the impact of the acquisition of Alcan by Alcoa. One has to look at all the consequences of such a takeover, because I heard that the consequence of this transaction would mean that 37% of the aluminum production of this new giant would be in Quebec. So, are there advantages in this type of transaction? We have to look at it in greater detail and ensure that the existing mechanisms for example, in the Foreign Investment Review, work well, that the legislation corresponds to the current global situation, globalization, and so on. When you evaluate the consequences of a transaction, you look at the social issues, the impact on employment in certain regions, the consequences there may be, for instance, for older workers when there's a transaction like this, so that not only we correct economic aspects, but we also have to take into account other kinds of impacts that may arise. So we have a motion here that's sort of a grab bag of different things. I think that it doesn't really take into account the reality we have now. Now, however, with regard to interest non-deductibility, the minister announced a speech next Monday which would explain his position. The Liberal critic has himself suggested yesterday, on the eve of the debate on this motion, he proposed that there be a committee of experts that examine that. Perhaps that's the solution. Ensure that the Standing Committee on Finance, which is working on these issues right now, can do its job and come up with recommendations and results, especially if we can see some willingness on the part of the government to achieve real results and good consequences. If the fact that the government that supported the block motion for the examination of tax havens, and I thank them for that, I think that that is an indication that they want to study this, but we have to look at all kinds of situations. There's interest non-deductibility, there's the issue of the tax convention with Barbados, which is the jewel in the crown as far as I'm concerned. The Finance Committee has to come up with a unanimous recommendation, conclusions and recommendations that will have a short-term impact. But let's have a deadline, the fall economic statement or next year's budget. One thing's for sure, if the work of the Standing Committee leads to a recommendation to abolish Section 55907, which allows for repatriating profits from Barbados tax-free, up to the tune of $4 billion a year, well, that will be an extraordinary message to send out to the public. The elected officials saw that there was fundamental unfairness right now that had to be corrected. I think that that would be a master recommendation if we could come up with that kind of recommendation. Now, with regard to interest non-deductibility, I think that the committee must analyze that question in depth. We've already met experts from the Canada Revenue Agency who, on this issue and others, are very cautious. It's a bit difficult sometimes to get figures, but I think we need increased transparency from the government. So the message that should be communicated here, be it to the people of the Department of Finance or the CRA or any other experts from the government, the information must be on the table so that we can judge the relevance of the recommendations. If we're playing hide and seek on the figures, we continue to encourage the current perception, which may be that there is unfairness in the tax system and that that unfairness cannot be solved because there's some obscure powers protecting them. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to move forward at the Standing Committee on Finance and correct the situation. To me, that's the royal way toward a solution to ensure that in the end we have an opportunity to make recommendations that will correct these problems. Now, with regard to the income trusts, we already have Bill C-52 before us. The budget was voted upon, and it's the implementation of the budget now. I think that what we have to do is continue to listen. I think that the people who were subjected to major losses, those who have arguments to present, saying that, well, we have to fix this or that, well, perhaps by the fall or next budget we have to see whether things can be done on that front. But we must always respect the principle of tax equity, and the changes we will make will improve the situation and allow for greater tax fairness while also ensuring that we are careful about the impact this may all have on the economy. I think that we could draw lessons from this motion and on the following issues. Now, on the one hand, when the government makes announcements in the budget or on other occasions regarding economic investment and so forth, it's very important that it finalize its examination of these bills or measures and not introduce things that are missing significant parts, because then you're sending economic stakeholders an ambiguous message, and that's what the government is stuck trying to manage right now with the question of interest non-deductibility. There is one message that has to be corrected there. Also, the GST rebates for tourists, for instance, there's work to be done on that front. Often, these are not minor announcements. These are things that have significant, important economic impacts. And we have to look at all these issues in the context of globalization, because when representatives of multinationals are addressing their board in the U.S. or elsewhere in the world, everyone is very sensitive to the conditions under which investments take place. It's not a matter of bowing down to corporations. It's a matter of making sure that when representatives from Canada or Quebec on these multinationals appear, they have to be well equipped to get authorizations from their head office and have the right situation to attract the conditions or create the conditions so that they can move forward.
And currently, the Conservative government, we would have expected them to be more sensitive to the importance of this, but it's actually the opposite that we're seeing. It's quite surprising. The government that says it's closest to business, instead they've tabled a number of bills that lacked clarity, that were clumsy, and these problems could have been avoided. They could have been foreseen. The bills could have been better drafted. Now, I'm not saying that you always have to make decisions that please everyone. Sometimes you have to make hard decisions, and some people are going to suffer from those decisions. But I think that the basic criteria are transparency, respecting what you've put on the table, and if ever you have to back off a decision, change a decision because you realize you've made a mistake, well, you have to make sure that that message penalizes as few people as possible. Like with income trusts, it's a bit like a moral commitment was made, a contract with voters, and in this case, the Conservatives breached that moral contract, and I think it makes sense to react to that, but with the Liberal Party's motion today, it's unacceptable because in terms of the solutions put forward, the motion isn't consistent with the interest deductibility resolution, with the plan, and so it's just not good enough, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this debate, it's important to look at some of the facts, and I would comment that just earlier today there was some interesting fact, apparently by the member for Winnipeg North, where she said that the Liberal Party over the last 13 years received $280,000 in donations from CAIDI, the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors. Well, Mr. Speaker, that organization didn't even come into existence until January of 2007, so I believe there's a problem here. But for the member, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask him, since the Bloc has announced that they are not going to be supporting this motion, which in fact deals with abuses but also promotes tax fairness, is he aware, Mr. Speaker, that $7.5 billion of tax revenue is lost to the Government of Canada, $6 billion of that due to the private equity takeout of income trusts that have been bought at fire sale prices since this terrible punitive tax was announced on October 31st, 2006, and a further $1.5 billion of revenue, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the private leverage buyout of Bell and Telus. Tax fairness, Mr. Speaker, means that we have to have a system which which ensures that Canadians continue to have the support of the tax revenue from Canadian business and industry. But when we have these private equity buyouts, and they're structured in a way where Canada gets zero. That's why we've lost $7.5 billion a year projected. That's compared to the 6-year so-called tax leakage of the finance minister over 6 years of only $5 billion. It makes no sense. Why isn't the Bloc supporting this motion?
Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As for the comments between the Liberals and the NDP, I'll just let them solve their own problems, sort that out themselves. But when we look at the whole issue of tax fairness, the main problem is the Barbados tax treaty, the money coming from the Barbados tax-free. We think that there could have been a straightforward solution to that, and that could have found its way into the Liberal motion. The other reason why we're not supporting the motion is that ultimately, between the Liberal critics' speech and the motion, there's different levels of partisanship. The motion attacks the government on some very partisan points, whereas in the motion, in his speech, rather, he talked about an action plan which is approaching what the government's trying to do. So since we're voting on a text, that's where the problem lies. And in terms of trusts, that's a major problem. The Conservatives promised one thing and did the opposite. But on the other side, there was a situation that was untenable. Everyone has to pay their fair share. And income trusts, based on what the tax experts have said, there are companies that discovered that they could use this as a tax loophole without necessarily creating any wealth. And so their corrective measures had to be taken. So for all of these reasons, we won't be voting for the motion. And I am counting particularly on the Liberal alternative proposal, which to our view is unacceptable.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to my friend's speech. I appreciate the fact that he made a good attempt to be fair and balanced on these issues while still getting a few good whacks in at the government. But I wanted to ask him about his position with respect to this double deduction for one interest expense issue. The member said that he felt it needed more study. I did mention in my remarks that this tax loophole had been studied already by the House Finance Committee, the House Public Accounts Committee, the Auditor General, and the Jack Mintz Committee, and all of those recommended that that loophole be plugged. So I guess my question is, why would the Bloc still have concerns or reservations about it and feel that needs more study? Because I think it's been studied to death, and the government really should have moved on it a while ago, and we did move now.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. What appears to us is that the way the government made that announcement in the budget, and we supported the budget because we did agree that tax avoidance had to be sealed off where possible, but there were serious financial repercussions. The mechanism by which this was implemented, well, that we'll only know from the Budget Implementation Act, which it will be tabled soon. I'm very anxious to see how the minister, who's supposed to make a speech on Monday, I'd like to know how the minister's going to approach the issue, because there was an announcement, then there was an uproar, and companies made representations about the serious economic impact. So we need to be able to reassure business that the global competitiveness issue is going to be dealt with in a good way, but then the subsidy to business side, well, that has to be fixed up. Let me give you an example. There's a company in my riding that invested $30 million in England, and they got a $30 million contract, rather, for in England. So in England, they may need to buy a small business to operate that, to carry out the contract. And so then if there's a growth, then the interest deductibility, well, that would be a good thing. It would be relevant. But there might be other examples where there might be no actual creation of jobs or wealth or whatever, and that would just be a loophole, a tax loophole. And so that has to be dealt with. So we'll have to study the bill and take a serious look at this. And the government's proposal will have to be very serious too, because once the bill's tabled, it's very difficult to make any significant amendments. So hopefully we'll find ways of ensuring that the final solution is advantageous to the Canadian economy, but also provides for tax fairness. Currently, the budget had a good, it looked like it contained some good ideas, but there was an uproar, so we have to find solutions that will be desirable in terms of tax fairness.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the interest deductibility question, the member will know that the United States, Japan, Europe, all provide interest deductibility. The member also knows that Canada has enjoyed the interest deductibility for over 30 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm told, I haven't seen the analysis myself, but I'm told that should Canadian companies lose the opportunity to deduct the interest on foreign acquisitions, it will put them in a position where other countries that have that opportunity will be able to have a 37% bid advantage. In other words, they can pay 37% less and still get the same outcome. So Canadians can't be, without the deductibility matter, could not be possibly competitive in terms of international trade and international competitiveness. Why is it that the member wants to put Canada at a disadvantage to the United States, to Japan, to Europe? What's the explanation?
Honourable member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I think my colleague didn't listen to my speech carefully. I don't want the economies of Quebec and Canada to be disadvantaged by this. We have our technology partnership program. We want to make sure that there's continued support for industry so that we can compete with the rest of the world. But along the same lines, tax fairness is important. If Canadians have the impression that the tax system's unfair, it'll be hard to maintain it. In this case, that interest deductibility is a tool that a lot of countries use, I agree, and that's why I want the thinking on the Finance Committee about tax havens and also on the Budget Implementation Act. I want us to come up with a balanced solution, a solution that will ultimately ensure that, yes, we have tools to help business, but we also have a fair tax system. And by way of conclusion, I would repeat that the best tool, the best thing we can do is do away with the Barbados Tax Treaty, which allows $4 billion in profits to be repatriated to Canada tax-free. That's a real scandal, and it has to be fixed as soon as possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to hear the member for the Bloc address this issue from the point of view of it being a grab bag of many issues on the whole front of corporate taxation, but clearly identifying a failure of this motion in terms of some of the most egregious tax loopholes and corporate giveaways this country has ever seen. And I appreciate the fact that the Bloc has made a difficult decision to oppose this motion for very good reason. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, today to comment on the arrogance of this Liberal motion and the audacity and bravado of Liberals to bring forward such a motion dealing with dealing with corporate tax loopholes and giveaways and tax havens that have been around through many years of Liberal government and still are not addressed by members opposite. Mr. Speaker, I've listened very carefully to the heckling from my colleague across the way, the member for Mississauga South, and want to begin by pointing out that the arrogance of the Liberals is most, and the corporate ties of the Liberals is most clearly comes to mind given the instant phone call between members of the Liberal Party and the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the member stands up in this House or heckles from his seat at about the identical moment that I received a threatening email from Brent Fullard, who is the coordinator for the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors. And, Mr. Speaker, I find it rather curious to see this kind of ongoing tactic of intimidation and threats that have been used by both this association when it comes to anyone who opposes the Liberal position, and I certainly find it reprehensible that the Liberals would immediately adopt that same kind of line and tactic. And I want to say very clearly, for the record, Mr. Speaker, that my concern today, my concern generally about the Liberals has been made more clear by, in fact, the statistics that we have received indicating the donations that have been made by members of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors to the Liberal Party and to leadership contenders, including, I might add, Mr. Speaker, the member for Kings Hants, who received, in his leadership bid, he received let me just make sure I have the exact quote here. The member for Scott Hants received $5,000 from James Kinnear, president of Pengrowth Energy Trust, one of the founding members of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors. Now, that's pretty a small amount in comparison to the amount of money that actually went to Bob Ray, who's in the neighbourhood of about close to $40,000, and it's about in the same neighbourhood as the amount of money that went to the leader of the Liberal Party, and I haven't even mentioned yet the money that went to the leadership campaign for the member for Lakeshore Etobicoke. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise this today because, in fact, there are huge questions about why the Liberals felt so compelled to take up the cause of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors and feel so compelled today to defend this organization and the member representatives of this organization and have no compunction about standing in this House and identifying with Brent Fullard and the president of this association when he writes me, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, that I need to publish an immediate retraction of my supposed false statements and assertions made. Otherwise, I will face a lawsuit, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that interesting, Mr. Speaker? The member still continues to bluster from his seat because, in fact, they're having a hard time dealing with the fact that Mr. Speaker, the member is suggesting I should say this outside the House. I will be glad to say outside the House what I have just said here, which is that the founding members of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors donated heavily to the Liberal Party to the tune of, may I total the amount, $282 to the Liberal Party over the last decade, about $53,700 to leadership contenders in the last Liberal leadership race. And I've specifically mentioned the amounts for the leader of their party, the member for King Hants, and others. So my question today is, did this money have any influence?
Order. The member for King Hants will have an opportunity to ask questions and make comments after the member for Winnipeg North is finished.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you called him to order. I have found it difficult this morning to listen to what I consider to be very sexist comments of a personal nature, and I find that continues now. I think it's interesting, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that today's his birthday. And so, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of everyone in this House, I'd be happy to wish him a happy birthday and ask him to relax and consider what we are talking about today, and that is the question of corporate giveaways, tax havens, and tax loopholes at a time when Canadians are finding it hard to make ends meet and are finding that their share of income tax is going up and up on a personal basis while corporate taxation is going down and down. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member for King Hants needs to be reminded how he, in fact, has made some very curious statements over the years himself, going back to, a few years ago when he suggested that the Kyoto Protocol was written on the back of a barf bag. Then that was changed to the Kyoto Protocol being written on the back of a napkin. Mr. Speaker, let's get our facts straight in this situation. Let's understand that whether we're talking about Kyoto or we're talking about corporate loopholes, we're talking about income trust or income interest deductibility, we have to make sure that we are talking from the basis of facts and from the point of view of trying to understand why a party that had 13 years to address this serious situation and chose not to close tax loopholes such as Barbados, and today is standing up in the House and defending two programs that have been identified as a way to give more and more money to corporations at a time when Canadians are struggling and paying more and more of their income tax to support government programs. Mr. Speaker, Canadians here want balance. They want an understanding that this government is prepared to apply a measure of fairness. They have seen none of that from the Liberals. The Conservative proposals to date may be somewhat confusing. There may be some need for clarification, but at least they have identified some areas of corporate taxation that are not justified and have to be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the motion we have today is interesting because it really is a rare 12-year-old blend of Liberal, corporate-friendly neglect of tax havens and tax loopholes with the Liberal, corporate-friendly neglect of income trusts. That, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of this motion. Only the Liberals, we've seen it again this morning, have the nerve to drag out their past failures to act for ordinary Canadians rather than corporations and get self-righteous about it at the same time. Only Liberals can do that. Is there no end? Is there no end to the lengths the Liberals will go to help feather the beds of Canada's corporate elite? You know, Mr. Speaker, it's not a hidden fact. It's not an unknown information that Canadian corporations will take advantage of any existing tax havens and loopholes to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. The role of government is to ensure that those loopholes that are unfair and allow for income to be hidden and taxes to be avoided. It's the role of government to deal with that. It's something we pleaded with the Liberals to do for years, Mr. Speaker. I want to go back to the whole Barbados tax haven debate. We raised back in 2003 the Barbados tax haven and the fact that the company owned by the present member of Ms. LaSalle Mard, the former Prime Minister of this country, former leader of the Liberals, had used the Barbados tax haven as a tax avoidance measure. That was clearly irrefutably stated in 2003 when this whole issue was dealt with the Privacy Commissioner, or the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I just quote again from the dialogue that went on between the representative of the member for LaSalle Mard and a member of the committee investigating this. Question, why did you move your shell company to Barbados in 1995? Answer, we moved them to Barbados because of the change in Canadian tax rules. and I could go on, Mr. Speaker. There's no shortage of evidence to show that, in fact, this was a tax haven that was used by Liberals. It was a benefit to Liberals, and the Liberals stand today refusing to address that issue. Now, the real question for the Conservatives today is they've dealt with income trust, they've dealt with interest deductibility. Will they finally deal with this outstanding issue left by the Liberals? Will they finally close the Barbados tax haven? Will they finally shut down this lucrative vehicle for Canadian companies to hide money? As companies like, Mr. Speaker, Merck Frost, who is being audited for $2 billion, for putting $2 billion away in the Barbados tax haven and not paying taxes. Mr. Speaker, isn't that enough of a reason for this government to act, and isn't that enough of a justification for the Conservatives to make a commitment in the House today that they're going beyond interest deductibility measures and income tax or income trust provisions and dealing with tax havens and all other loopholes and havens and hidden arrangements that allow for businesses to avoid paying their fair share of taxes? Because, you see, Mr. Speaker, what's at stake are hard-working, honest Canadians who are left to pick up the slack. And, you know, there's nothing about that in this Liberal motion. Nothing about how the balance has shifted between the corporations and individual hard-working Canadians over the last 10 years that the Liberals were in power. Nothing that says we will actually work to ensure that corporations pay their fair share of taxes and ordinary Canadians start to get a break. Not a word, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that the Liberals have a chance to bring a motion to this House, and what do is bring something that stands up to defend corporations and people who, the likes of these companies that I've just mentioned, who want to see the income trust program maintained exactly as it was because they stand to benefit. Companies like let me just go through the list, Brampton Funds, Gluskin Chef and Associates, Border Ladner Gervais, Lawrence Asset Management, and the list goes on, Penworth Energy Trust. The list goes on. People who are, and organizations and businesses and trusts who are part of the Canadian Association of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors, and yet these Liberals stand here and get all excited because we've identified the fact that there are Liberal, that there's donations going back and forth between these organizations and the Liberal Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the question for Canadians is legitimate. What kind of influence has this had on the Liberal Party? Why have they taken such a clear stance against cracking down on corporate loopholes? What is behind this whole support of big banks and big corporations? Mr. Speaker, I suppose one could argue that the Liberal finance critics' connections to Bay Street are reason enough. But surely, Mr. Speaker, we leave some of the hats we have worn in previous lives at the door, and we enter this place trying to do what's in the best interests of the public and to put in place good public policy. We have not seen evidence of that to date, Mr. Speaker. In fact, just as a good example of this, just 2 days ago at our Finance Committee, I attempted once again to convince committee members to call upon the banks to give to this committee and to Parliament information pertaining to the costs of providing ATM services, to give a breakdown of those fees, and to enunciate the profits involved in that particular operation. Reasonable request, Mr. Speaker, I believe. Canadians have a right to basic information. The banks have a responsibility to be somewhat transparent and accountable to the Canadians. That's why we have a Bank Act. That's why this place spends a great deal of time on banking legislation. Would you believe it, Mr. Speaker, that except for two Liberals, the rest, including the Liberal finance critic, and the former Liberal finance critic, voted against that motion. Against that motion. So not surprisingly, the Conservatives did as well. Surprisingly, the Bloc supported the Liberals and the Conservatives on this. So we are left with no motion, Mr. Speaker, with no message from this place to ask the banks to provide basic information. I'm not talking about a motion that called on the government to, the Finance Committee to call on the government to end ATM fees, although certainly that's something I think that has to be addressed by this place. I was simply asking for this place to ask for information that the consumers of this country have a right to. They have a right to know. What are the different fees that banks are charging? Under what terms and circumstances? What are the costs? What is the profit margin? How do they justify the profit, the huge profits and the price gouging, which is so evident when it comes to ATMs? Yet, you know, Mr. Speaker, there's your example of what's wrong with the Liberals in this place and their supposed concern about the public good. When push comes to shove, each and every time, Liberals stand up. They stand up against consumers and on the sides of big banks and big corporations. Now, look at, Mr. Speaker, if you talk about the issues of foreign investment, I mean, they're making the spurious connection between the problem of foreign takeovers of Canadian businesses and the interest deductibility and the income trust programs. There's no connection. In fact, I would hope by now that members have clearly read some of the expert advice from, let's go back to Jack Mintz, who actually called for the removal of this interest deductibility provision, the double dipping, a number of years ago. Perhaps he's changed his mind now. We're not sure, given the fact that the Liberals are using his name. But it was clear back when the Auditor General made this recommendation on numerous occasions. Jack Mintz made this recommendation. Others made this recommendation because, in fact, it is a case of revenue being lost to Canada because of an escape hatch, because of a double dipping, because of corporate interest in taking advantage of a provision that was not intended for double dipping, but which has become so. I would hope that members might have listened very carefully and read the letters we have received from the Canadian Labour Congress. I know that the members on the Liberal side often like to cite the CLC and Ken Giorgetti's words in many of their debates, and like to create the illusion of being on the side of workers, and pretend that they're all in favour of ending anti-scab legislation, and then they turn around and vote against it. Or they pretend they're in favour of cracking down on poor working conditions and lack of pay equity, and they don't take any measures when they have a chance to do so. But I would hope in this debate that they would at least listen to the words of Ken Giorgetti and the CLC, who have written very clearly to the Minister, to parliamentarians, expressing support for the promise in the budget to end the corporate tax deduction for interest on debt used to finance foreign affiliates. It goes on to say, at a time when Canada has lost 250,000 manufacturing jobs, Canadian tax dollars should not be used to subsidize the transfer of such jobs out of the country. Ending the subsidy for foreign investment will raise revenues needed to finance vital public investment and help to promote business investment in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is at an end. Let me say that obviously we vehemently oppose this motion. We stand up for working Canadians and ordinary families. We believe that, in fact, it is time for public policy and government actions and federal budgets to reflect the growing gap between the very rich in our society and the rest of us, the fact that we are dealing with a 30-year gap in income, a 30-year high in terms of that gap. We are dealing with the fact that fewer and fewer people are controlling all of the wealth of this nation. More and more Canadians are working harder and harder to make ends meet without support, without public policies that benefit them. It is time to change that. The Liberals go in the wrong direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And wondering if the member can further touch upon who the Liberal Party is really in cahoots with this. There was an interesting comment by a previous Liberal cabinet minister when she wrote an article February 21st, 2007 in the Ottawa Sun, and it said, only the Liberals can benefit from a grassroots lobby to reverse the income trust decision. The only problem, that grassroots is not grassroots at all. It is a big money, orchestrated effort which will leave ordinary taxpayers holding the bag. Now my question would be, what is the member's thoughts about who the Liberal Party is really in cahoots with, and what world would a political party try to side with those that are trying to evade the Canadian tax system? And what it really boils down to is taking advantage of regular taxpayers, hard-working Canadian taxpayers. Why would the Liberal Party get involved with a group that is taking on this a very unfortunate approach?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. Sorry.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the question and the opportunity to elaborate on although I can't fully understand the motives behind the Liberals' motion today, or any of their other decisions on public policy matters that are in the interests of corporations and totally against working people, ordinary families, and middle-class Canadians. Time and time again, the Liberals have come forward with motions in this place, with projects for the Finance Committee, with recommendations that fly in the face of any kind of progressive policies that will actually ensure benefits for all Canadians. I can only say, as I said in committee when the Liberals so vehemently denied my request for information about bank fees, something that still boggles the mind. It's hard to believe that the Liberals would oppose motions as simple as mandatory disclosure of ATM fees. They would vote against public accountability for proposed bank closures. They would vote against limitation of check holds to 24 hours, that they would vote against disclosure of security breaches leading to identity theft, that they would vote against adherence to an international standard in handling consumer complaints, that they would vote against increased penalties of banks for violations. Mr. Speaker, I could go on with my absolute disbelief at the Liberals' actions today and yesterday and over the past number of weeks and months. All I can say, as I said in committee, is that the Liberals seem to be more interested in supporting those on Bay Street and not at all interested in ordinary people who live on Main Street. Main Street runs through my constituency of Winnipeg North. It is one of the most hard-pressed constituencies anywhere in this country, with very serious economic problems, that has seen all banks abandon our community, that has seen small businesses struggle as governments refuse to deal with problems about how to access credit and how to engage in reasonable business at the community level.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake Lake is writing as a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there has been discussions amongst all parties, and I think if you seek it, you'll find there is a unanimous consent in the following motion, that in relation to its study on the Canadian agriculture policy, 8 members of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. from May 14th to 16th, 2007, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to move this motion? No? No, there's no consent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North asked a question of the Leader of the Official Opposition earlier, and I'd like to quote from the Blues. She said, and I quote, "We did a little digging in terms of the Canadian Association that is sponsoring all these libelous ads, and found it very curious in the fact that over the last 13 years, the Liberals received about $282,000 from the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors. In the leadership race, they delivered about $39,000 to Bob Ray in his leadership bid and $6,000 to the Leader of the Opposition. My question is, did that money influence his decision today?" Close quote. Mr. Speaker, I have been advised by the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors that they did not come into an existence until January of 2007, Mr. Speaker. They could not possibly have made those. Mr. Speaker, the member during her speech then went on to advise the House that she had received a threat from the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors, and I'd like to read into the record what the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors wrote to the member by email just at well, just today at 11:04, and it says, you need to publish an immediate retraction of your false statements and assertions made in the House today, House of Commons today, about our association funding the Liberal Party. Katie did not come into an existence until January 11, 2007. Please provide the evidence of support for your statement that we have funded the Liberal Party to the tune of some $280,000. We have provided no funding to any political party, directly or indirectly, never have, never will. Please advise immediately. In the absence of an immediate response, Katie will pursue legal recourse. Mr. Speaker, the member has immunity in the House. She can say whatever she wants, whether they're truthful or not. But, Mr. Speaker, she cannot say those things, I believe, outside the House. Will she go outside the House and say the same things to the media and expose herself to the consequences of her misleading the House of Commons?
Bravo. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Interesting how the connection between Katie or the Association of Income Trust Investors and the Liberal Party is so close. Let me clarify for perhaps the members will give me a chance instead of blustering and yelling from their seats, as has been their custom all morning. As I already clarified in the House, Mr. Speaker, if there was any suggestion that I was implying that the association itself, without any of its representative membership, made these donations, I have apologized for that and clarified it. What I have said, Mr. Speaker, and I will say outside the House, I will say anywhere, because I'm not seeking any immunity, is that members, founding members of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors, made a total of $282,000 in donations to the Liberal Party since 1993, and in the year 2006 made donations to the Liberal leadership contenders to the tune of $53,700. Mr. Speaker, these are founding members of the Canadian Association of Income Trust Investors that has lobbied this place day in and day out for many months, and which is tied to the hip of members in the Liberal Party. And may I ask questions then of the member for Mississauga South and others if they think it is acceptable for that association to be putting out personal ads that reference me with words like "Hail Judy," what do you really know about finance? Or how about this one, my name, finance critic or Judas? So, Mr. Speaker, based on the reaction of the Liberal parties, clearly they support this kind of irresponsible, unethical, and libelous advertising.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake on a point of order.
Just one more time, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions, and I think you'll find there is unanimous consent to the following motion, that in relation to its study on the Canadian agriculture policy, 8 members of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. from May 14th to 16th, 2007, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to move this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed. So ordered. Carried. We have time for one more question and comment. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, my question for the honourable member from the NDP is a very simple one. She likes to represent this as some sort of battle between Main Street and Bay Street. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians, regardless of where they live, benefit from head office jobs here in Canada. And my question for her is, why does she believe it's a good thing for Canadian companies to have to pay a tax the companies in the U.S. do not have to pay, the companies in Japan or Europe do not have to pay? Why does she believe that it is in our long-term economic interest, and I'm talking about all Canadians, regardless of where they live, to lose head office jobs, to lose those jobs in Canada? And how can she justify her position on this issue, which is one that would essentially destroy Canadian competitiveness in jobs, and at the same time demand that governments take action to stop international takeovers of Canadian corporate assets? Mr. Speaker, I questioned her economic capacity earlier, and Mr. Speaker, the reason why I did that was because of the fact that she represents an economic position on one hand where she's saying we have to stop foreign takeovers of Canadian corporate assets, when in fact she supports a policy by this government to encourage foreign takeovers of Canadian corporate assets, to destroy Canadian jobs, to hurt people on Bay Street and Main Street. And why is she supporting Wall Street in her assertion that we should actually help the big takeover artists on Wall Street take over Canadian companies? Why is she supporting
the honourable member for Winnipeg North?
Again, Mr. Speaker, whenever anyone disagrees with a Liberal, that Liberal has to put down the other person and suggest they know nothing about the economy. And that has certainly been the strategy of the member for Kings Hants, who probably should be a little more guarded in his comments, after all, given his email of November 22nd, 2005, dealing with the income trust file. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in fact the member consider the error of their ways on these two files, income trust and interest deductibility, and consider the following question: why would Canada give up tax revenue to create economic activity and tax revenue in other countries? Why? To increase the profitability of Canadian banks, who are already rolling in profits to the tune of $19 billion. If the member is so concerned about the questions pertaining to other countries' taxation policies, he might be standing in this House today and making the recommendation that, in fact, we start taxing corporations on a worldwide basis, something that he fails to consider, never considered when he was in the Conservative government, and never considered when he's on the Liberal benches. He is consistent, my colleague points out, but I think it is high time, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize exactly the purpose of these measures and the motives for the Liberals behind their motion.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member of King's Hants. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak on today's Liberal opposition motion that the government's mistaken policies with respect to interest non-deductibility and income trusts are making it increasingly difficult for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally, while making Canadian businesses increasingly vulnerable to foreign takeovers, thus putting Canadian jobs, head offices and investments at risk. Budget 2007, the second Conservative budget, contains what the former chairman of the Canadian Tax Foundation, Alan Lanthier, called the single most misguided policy to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. Mr. Speaker, I am not referring to the disaster caused by the Conservatives in the income trust sector last October. I will return to that issue later. Rather, I refer to the tax measure tucked away on page 242 of Budget 2007 regarding interest deductibility and foreign affiliates. It would easily throw a major hurdle in front of Canadian firms who want to make foreign acquisition by removing the interest deductibility for money borrowed to carry out those transactions. Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to the member for Winnipeg North, I was flabbergasted by her lack of knowledge that it is the small and medium-sized enterprises that create jobs, that are in an expansion mode, that are in a growth mode. Those are the businesses that create jobs. And why would she be against those corporations trying to expand? Where would she find jobs from? Where would she, that supports her constituents, find jobs? Who creates those jobs? And while the Conservatives may fancy themselves as a party of free enterprise, the fact is that the Minister of Finance has no credibility. And I would refer to the article by their biggest supporter, Dianne Francis, talking about the total incompetence in the benches, in the cabinet benches of the Conservative government. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward and we look at what the real job creators are, the engine of competitiveness, we destroy it by removing that interest deductibility. The Canadian Council of Chief Executive Officers, Tom D'Aquino, has said that the decision To remove this deductibility may seriously undermine the competitiveness of Canada's homegrown champions, the companies that are most active and most successful in building global businesses from head offices in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I would hardly call that faint praise for a budget that is ironically entitled Aspire. What does it aspire? Does it aspire to remove the economic security of Canada? Does it aspire to destroy Canadian companies? That's what interest deductibility does. We live in a global competitive world. We need to be smart and let our companies, the small and medium-sized enterprise who are in an expansion mode, expand. I am afraid that what the Minister of Finance calls a tax loophole is actually a competitive edge for Canadian firms to compete globally on an even playing field with firms enjoying similar tax measures in the United States, Japan, and Europe. It was beyond me why the minister is so determined to hobble the Canadian economy. According to the tax specialist Neil Armstrong, quote, "It is typical for a Canadian parent company to arrange most of its borrowing in Canada, then use the funds to invest in foreign acquisition. And yet, the Conservatives want to take this tool away from business. It makes no sense whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. As Mr. Armstrong points out, the result is that Canadian banks will lose income from those loans, and in turn, the government will lose the tax benefit from that income." Mr. Armstrong goes on to say, that doesn't do us any good because the bank in a foreign country isn't paying any tax. So what should businesses in Canada expect from the Minister of Finance proposal? Tax specialist Karen Atkinson predicts that many companies will have to jump through hoops to create financing structures, calling the Finance Minister's proposal a make-work project for lawyers and accountants. Now, is that what we want to do? We have to remove red tape. We have to make our companies competitive. We do not have to hobble these companies. Len Farber, a former senior official at the Department of Finance, is equally baffled by the proposal. According to Mr. Farber, what the minister calls double-dipping is what gives Canadian corporations the competitive edge internationally. He suggests that the minister could have the measure apply to only foreign multinationals operating in Canada, but exclude Canadian companies. That is why the Liberal motion today calls upon the Minister of Finance to rethink his strategy and enter into meaningful consultation. At this stage, I would like to congratulate my honourable colleague from Markham Unionville, who has done a splendid job in bringing this issue to the attention of all Canadians. The honourable member is a well-recognized economist and former minister who eloquently points out that, quote, "It is not what we should oppose. It is not that we should oppose foreign ownership, but that we should oppose tax measures that tilt the playing field in favour of foreign companies at the cost of homegrown Canadian companies." But this is not the first measure misstep by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. I am still receiving desperate letters and phone calls from constituents in Don Valley East who took the Conservatives at their word when they made an election promise to not tax income trusts. Mr. Speaker, thousands of investors, many of them seniors, lost the bulk of their retirement savings because of this finance minister when he broke his promise in October last year. What are my constituents going to aspire to, Mr. Speaker, when half of their savings have been wiped out by the Conservatives' incompetence? Sadly, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that many of the Prime Minister's cabinet just do not have any experience in the business world, and the result is simply bad policy and bad business environment. Instead of tapping into this country's entrepreneurship, the Conservatives are hobbling Canadian businesses. Instead of being proud Canadians, being economically independent and competing in the global market, Mr. Speaker, we are hobbling our Canadian companies, our pride, our enterprise, our ability to create and maintain jobs. Instead, we are now becoming economic dependent on other countries and foreign takeovers. And in the past few weeks, we have seen foreign takeovers by China, by United States, by India. And where are these jobs going, Mr. Speaker? Where are the high-paying jobs going? They will go down south, go anywhere except stay in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, the policy of non-deductibility is not a very intelligent policy, and I would like to urge the government to rethink it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to just ask the member across the way if she agrees with the Ontario Finance Minister. I know that there's been some discussion about income trust for some time. Obviously, the Finance Minister made an effort to ensure tax fairness. And I'll just read what Greg Sabera said, who is currently the Liberal Ontario Finance Minister. He said, "I'd like the committee to know," and he's writing to the committee, "I'd like the committee to know in principle that the Government of Ontario supports the federal government's efforts to ensure fair taxation through changes to the tax treatment of income trusts. We believe that these changes will protect the federal and provincial revenues from significant tax leakage. Ontario supports federal transition rules as they appear to be flexible enough to allow trusts to proceed with reasonable growth while ensuring that there is no unfair advantage over the transition period." And he follows this by saying, "It's an example of sometimes when you're in government, you just have to do what you think is right." So I'm wondering if the minister or the member across would agree with her provincial Liberal counterpart, or in fact if she would disagree.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, it just amazes me how very uninformed the Conservatives seem to be on economic matters. When you make a promise to constituents, to Canadians, that you will not tax income trust, and then you break the promise, there is no trust left of the Conservatives by Canadians. Seniors have lost money. It's seniors we're talking about. Where is the social justice? That is incompetence to the hilt. And then we go and hobble our very own homegrown Canadian businesses who create jobs by not allowing the interest deductibility. What are we trying to do? Well, I've been to the Fraser Institute and seen that we would like to have private enterprise and private everything. Well, where are we going to go as Canadians if we do not have economic security or economic independence? So I would like to say to the member opposite, their National Post, which is a friend of the Conservatives, talks about the flip-flop that the Minister of Finance, who is really not very competent, and about an article by Diane Francis, who's a real good friend of the Conservatives, talking about how the whole cabinet lacks economic astuteness. They do not know globalization. They do not understand it. They are hobbling along because they do not know economics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague from Don Valley East. During the election, the Conservative government made a promise that they would not touch income trust as it was initially being proposed before the election. And now the Conservatives are trying to spin this one more promise that they went back on that, well, you know, we don't want to hurt the seniors and their incomes, etc., but we want to address the corporation side of things. Can she please take a moment? Because I have a lot of seniors in my riding and emails and communiques that I've received where it has impacted on their way of life in the future. Because we have to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that these seniors today are not income generators to say, I'll work a couple of hours of overtime and offset it. They depend on a certain income to at least maintain the lifestyle that they dreamed of having had, and now it's been taken away. Could you please elaborate on the senior aspect, because they're trying to misrepresent it again?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I have a lot of seniors in my riding who have written to me and who have stated that they trusted the Conservative government when they made a promise that they would never tax income trust. And they invested their money in income trust. And suddenly, lo and behold, on October 31st, we get this 31% tax. And seniors have lost their savings. The market took a dip. We've lost $35 billion in total. Where are the seniors ever going to recover it? And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just bring something to the attention that the NDP has always claimed to be the social justice the party of social justice, but they have worked against the seniors, worked against Kelowna, worked against Kyoto, worked against everything, and they've lost credit.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today on this debate, but I'm saddened by the nature of this debate. And the fact is, this Conservative government actually inherited the best fiscal situation, the best economic environment of any incoming government in the history of Canada. And but even though it was a great economic environment and a great way to start based on the Liberal record of strong economic management, we cannot rest on any laurels. We live in a hyper-competitive global environment where companies and countries are either moving ahead or they're falling behind. They simply can't sit still. And a smart country, like a smart company, makes good decisions based on what is best to address the challenges and opportunities of the next 10, 20, 30 years, the next century. And we have a government that, instead of focusing on the challenges and opportunities of the next century, are too focused on this week's polls. And they're making decisions based on short-termism, based on what is popular right now, at the expense of the long-term competitiveness of our Canadian economy, Canadian companies, Canadian investors, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers. We do not have smart decision-making coming from this government. And the sad thing is that we have, with this government, Conservative economic incompetence propped up by NDP economic ignorance. And this is a toxic combination, Mr. Speaker, for the long-term competitiveness of Canadians and for the long-term job security of Canadian workers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer briefly to the National Post and the recent commentary by Diane Francis, National Post columnist, who said that Canada's biggest competitive disadvantage is poor governance, politically and policy-wise. She said, when she was referring to the Conservative government's handling of some of these issues, she said, "I dread to imagine what the discussion around the federal cabinet table was last fall concerning measures such as income trusts or interest deductibility restrictions. Did anyone bring up the potential unintended consequences? It was a huge menu and range of varied policy options, the topic of lively, heated and lengthy discussions. Were the nuances of capital market reactions or taxation matters debated? Was the obvious alternative of cutting taxes on dividends instead of trashing income trust promises a subject of great discussion? Were the studies commissioned by the previous government and its many other solutions reviewed carefully over days and nights by all cabinet ministers so that they could deliberate in an authoritative fashion? Or was talk just about how to finesse the treachery to seniors and to Alberta about a promise broken? Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the government made the wrong decisions on both cases. They have imperiled the competitiveness of Canadian companies, they have hurt Canadian economic sovereignty, and have exposed Canadian equities to unparalleled levels of foreign takeover activities.
And I really do believe, Mr. Speaker, and have tremendous faith in the ability for Canadian companies to compete and succeed globally. We have global success stories that are based here in Canada, and in fact, there are companies like Onyx and Magna that are building and continue to build global success stories based here in Canada. But the fact is that the Government of Canada ought to partner with these success stories and be a partner in progress as these companies move forward. In today's global environment, economically, a company is either acquiring or is being acquired. A company is either growing or is getting smaller. You can't sit still. And the fact is we represent a fairly small percentage of the global economy here in Canada. We represent about 1.5% of global capital markets as an example of that. So, in fact, because of the challenges and opportunities of globalization and the pressures of it, we cannot, or Canadian companies cannot, grow exclusively within Canada. For Canadian companies to grow, it requires acquisitions outside of their country. Other governments in other parts of the world understand this. The fact is that in countries like Japan, the United States, Britain, other countries in Europe, in fact, basically every country in the industrialized world, if a company invests in another country or purchases a company in another country, they can write off their interest on that investment against domestic earnings. That is a tax practice that is global, that is a tax practice that is well accepted, and is in fact part of the competitiveness of those companies in those countries. It is unspeakably naive and economically ignorant to believe that we are not hurting Canadian companies by in fact exposing them to the competition from around the globe, and at the same time imposing on them a tax measure that companies in other countries do not face. Why, Mr. Speaker, if we're really interested in owning the economic levers here in Canada, if we're really interested in our economic sovereignty, why would we expose our Canadian companies to the fierce global competition that exists now, at the same time tie their hands behind their backs by imposing on them a tax that no other industrialized country imposes on their domestic industries? It is wrong-headed, Mr. Speaker. The fact that the Conservative government has to depend on the support of the economically ignorant NDP on this, as he speaks to this. I knew that the Conservative government wasn't progressive socially, but with this measure, they're not even conservative economically. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives have talked over the years about reducing corporate taxes. Now, I want to clarify. I really believe in reducing income tax, personal and corporate. I believe they raised, the honourable member has mentioned, in fact, this is a government that actually cut the GST, a consumption tax, to raise income tax. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister calls himself an economist. If, in fact, economists were a licensed body, he would have lost his license over that one. Because there's no economic body in the world that would endorse increasing an income tax to help compensate for the decrease of a consumption tax. It was bad economic policy. It was bad for competitiveness, and is consistent, though, with this government on a number of decisions that they're making, including hurting Canadian competitiveness with this latest tax measure, eliminating the interest deductibility on foreign investments. But, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Conservatives have spoken over the years about the importance of reducing corporate taxes. But I want to explain to them what you're supposed to do is reduce corporate tax rates. They believe that not to reduce corporate profits, not reduce the actual base. Their measures will, in fact, reduce the corporate tax base. So, in fact, perhaps over time, they will reduce corporate taxes by eliminating corporations from Canada. They will, with the support of the NDP, drive those head office jobs out of Canada, drive those Canadian success stories, international success stories like Alcan, like BCE out of Canada. They will create the opportunities for firms on Wall Street and international takeover firms to acquire the key components of the Canadian economy. And in fact, not only will what they do hurt Canadian economic sovereignty, it will kill jobs and our ability to actually build our economic capacity and to chart an independent direction as a country in the future. If you don't own your economic levers in a country, you really do not control the future destiny of your country. And, Mr. Speaker, since the government's decision on income trust, we have seen a flurry of takeovers of the energy trust sector. That has hurt our economic sovereignty. A key industry in Canada is energy. We are seeing, as a result of the interest deductibility decision, an increase in the rate of foreign takeovers and bids here in Canada. The latest on the discussions around Alcan, the Bell Canada discussion. This is a government that threatens to take the Canada out of Bell Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, on another issue, the industry minister, in fact, has said in Wall Street recently that he is, in fact, interested in eliminating the foreign ownership restrictions on Canadian telco. So this government is not only weakening Canadian corporate interests and exposing them to takeover interests, but they are actually putting in place tax and regulatory measures that will lead to the hollowing out of Canadian corporate assets and the end of Canadian economic sovereignty.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the member, just had a thought through my mind. It seems like under the Mulroney government there was a sellout of Canada, but under this new Conservative government that's being accelerated. Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed very much how the member from King's Hands put it in using third-party, not necessarily endorsement, but qualifiers, if you will, when you refer to Dianne Francis. It reminded me of what the other two Conservative premiers, Premier Williams of Newfoundland and Labrador and Premier McDowell, said of Nova Scotia in terms of reneging. But I want him, please, to explain the competitiveness aspect, because just yesterday in the House of Commons, the Minister of Finance was asked a question on this issue, and his response was, we want to create a level playing field. Can he please go a little bit more and elaborate? Because to me, from what I've heard, what I've read, and followed the story, I can't see it being creating a level playing field, because it seems to me there's rules for others outside Canada and a rule or a policy being implemented or proposed now that in essence is going to weaken Canadian companies. Could he please just clarify that? Because I really don't see what the Minister of Finance is saying, level playing field.
The honourable member for King's Hands.
I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and it is an important one. The fact is we've never seen as competitive an economic environment globally as that which exists right now. And what the government has in fact done by eliminating the interest deductibility for foreign investments is actually tilting the balance towards foreign competitors to help them take over Canadian companies as we handcuff the Canadian companies and reduce their capacity to build competitiveness and to take over firms in other countries. We, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, in fact, as part of this motion, are proposing tax reform, bringing together tax experts, people like Jack Mintz, people like Roger Martin from U of T, and bringing together the kinds of people who can help us shape the best possible tax policy to build a richer, fairer, and greener Canada, to make Canadian companies global success stories, to help create the kind of environment, for instance, for Canadian companies to be leaders in what will be the fastest growing area of the 21st century economy, and that is clean energy, to bring the three E's together, the economy, energy, and environment, and to make Canada a global clean energy superpower with the kinds of tax policies that enable Canada and Canadian companies to grow, to invest, to diversify, and to build head office competence and jobs here in Canada. That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. And it's not, that is the kind of policy that can build long-term economic success for all Canadians. But when the Conservatives talk about levelling the playing field, what they're doing is levelling corporate Canada, and they're levelling the Canadian competitiveness completely.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just attending the festivities out on the lawn and raced back in, so I'm sure honourable members will excuse me if I'm a little out of breath here to begin my comments. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's motion we're debating today is a sign of how much the official opposition has lost touch with Canadians and how misguided their approach is to the economy really is. While the Liberals dithered and defended tax loopholes, double-dipping, shifting the tax burden from large corporations to working families, just 13 short months, we have made a courageous decision decisions that are in the best interests of all Canadians. I will catch my breath, Mr. Speaker. In the last two budgets and last November's economic update, this government has introduced a host of innovative, comprehensive initiatives for business that significantly enhance their capability to meet the demands of evolving global markets. The Liberals have voted against and opposed measures embraced by business and recognized by experts, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight a few important examples of the measures the Liberals have opposed, specifically our comprehensive package to reduce corporate taxes and enhance competitiveness for businesses across this country. As the Minister of Finance has noted on many occasions, our economic fundamentals are solid. We're experiencing the second longest period of economic expansion in Canadian history. Core inflation remains within our set range of 1% to 3%. Our unemployment rate equals its lowest in at least 30 years, perhaps 40, with more Canadians working than ever before. We're on the best fiscal footing of any country in the G7, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we're the only member of the G7 with ongoing budget surpluses and falling debt burden. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to note that I'm sharing my time with the member from Oshawa. Mr. Speaker, this government believes strongly that Canadian businesses, entrepreneurs are the engine of our economy, helping make all of Canada strong. The official opposition is grasping at straws, trying to find doom and gloom amid all of Canada's great prosperity that we currently see. If they were really committed to an examination of tax abuses, why didn't they act when they were in power? Why didn't they listen to the advice they asked for? It was hard for the Leader of the Opposition to set priorities when in power, and he's showing the same flaws in his latest musings on the economy. Advantage Canada, our long-term, Canada's new government's plan, created 5 advantages to help set out a clear priority for a strong Canada. The reaction was positive, Mr. Speaker. Advantage Canada, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce said, Finance Minister has recognized the importance of productivity to the long-term health of our economy, business growth, and Canadians' standard of living. Advantage Canada is a great roadmap. It's got all the elements of things we need to do. Budget 2007 provides a clear series of measures to secure the aforementioned advantages. It demonstrates this government's commitment to a comprehensive approach to building a strong Canada. For example, our commitment to achieve an entrepreneurial advantage includes a plan to support our 2 million small businesses. They work hard. They create jobs. They make Canada work, Mr. Speaker. The last thing they need is excessive government red tape and needless regulation to slow them down, the kind of red tape the former Liberal government left in place. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business said about our plan, Mr. Speaker, Advantage Canada's focus is certainly the key issues that our members say government should be focused on, whether it's debt, taxes, skilled workforce, or the whole red tape and paper burden. For example, we are reducing the number of annual tax filings and remittances for more than 350,000 small businesses in Canada. For some smaller businesses, the number of tax filings and remittances could drop from 34 to as few as 10. A 10% decrease, or a 70% decrease, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're also strengthening Canadian businesses through a tax advantage. This will allow them to attract and retain business investment. We're helping small business succeed, to spur innovation and growth that will lead to more jobs and higher wages for all Canadian workers. Budget 2007 introduced new measures that will lower Canada's tax rate on new business investment. This will encourage investment and job creation and help Canadian businesses to compete on the world stage. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we're assisting manufacturing and processing businesses by making major investments needed to meet the rising global competition by providing a temporary accelerated write-off of capital investments in machinery and equipment. Mr. Speaker, this government is decisively addressing the issue of helping employers meet immediate skills shortages. For example, Budget 2007 proposes a series of improvements to the temporary foreign worker program designed to reduce processing delays and more effectively respond to regional labor and skill shortages. New measures include expanding the online application system, maintaining lists of occupations where there are known shortage of workers, and processing work permits more rapidly. This will ensure that the process of hiring skilled foreign workers for not only large, but also small and medium-sized enterprises is easier, faster, and less costly for employers. On a larger scale, Budget 2007 provides a number of measures that will help Canadian businesses invest, to compete, and win in the global marketplace. Canada historically has benefited from vibrant, competitive capital markets, Mr. Speaker. With the mobility of talent, capital, and ever-intensifying global competition, developing leading-edge principles and rules to govern our capital markets is a key to creating and sustaining the Canadian advantage. In Budget 2007, Canada's new government put forward a plan for creating a Canadian advantage in global capital markets. It focuses on 4 key building blocks. They are, first, enhancing regulatory efficiency through a new approach to securities regulation. It's based more on principles and tailored to the unique makeup of Canada's capital markets. Next, strengthening market integrity by pursuing the highest standards of governance and by enforcing our laws more vigorously. Third, creating greater opportunity for businesses and investors by pursuing free trade in securities with the United States and the other G7 countries, and improving investor information by introducing new principles-based disclosure regime for bank investment products with complex features. Another important initiative to support businesses is our global commerce strategy to ensure that Canadian businesses can fully participate in global market opportunities. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Canada and the United States have agreed in principle to update the Canada-U.S. tax treaty to facilitate cross-border investment and commerce. Mr. Speaker, Canada is strong because our businesses, large and small, are strong. For example, just yesterday, Statistics Canada noted that direct Canadian investment abroad hit $523 billion, a gain of $63.7 billion over just last year, or a 13.8% increase over 2005. That was the fastest percentage increase since the technology boom of 2000. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this government is unquestionably committed to helping our businesses compete and succeed. The official opposition has voted against every single one of these measures designed to create a global advantage for Canadian businesses. They didn't get the job done when in power, Mr. Speaker. That's why their current rhetoric rings hollow. With the implementation of Budget 2007, we will have generated a significant enhanced capacity for our economy to succeed for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Speaker, well, the Mulroney Conservatives didn't get the job done to sell out Canada, and this new so-called Reform Conservative government will get the job done. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of questions for the member. First of all, let me clarify that we are not on this side portraying doom and gloom. On the contrary, what we are saying is a policy that has been in existence, a policy that exists internationally used, should not be taken away and create a discompetitive edge for Canadian companies. But the member from Peterborough said, Mr. Speaker, 13 months ago, we made a courageous decision. So before I ask my question, I just want to remind the honourable member that, yes, just over 13 months ago, they made a courageous decision. I do agree with them that they were not going to touch income trust for the sakes of the seniors, for the sakes of the companies. So this courageous decision, I guess, he meant that they had to renege and go back on that decision. So I want to ask him, because I and all other members in this honourable chamber have received emails, letters, phone calls from seniors. What is he going to say to his seniors on the income lost, the lifestyle they planned that now has been taken away from them? What is he going to say to them?
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, there's so many inaccuracies in the member's statement, I don't know where to begin. But let's start with the one that he noted on the past PC government that ruled Canada from 84 to 93. He might be interested to hear that the McGill University actually pointed out that government had the strongest economic performance record in more than half a century, much stronger than his government's performance, Mr. Speaker. They benefited from the decisions made by that government, which were difficult at the time. This government has also made very difficult decisions predicated on tax fairness for all Canadians. The Liberals may not want tax fairness. Sure, they want to stand up for their buddies on Bay Street. Big money influence. They don't think they should pay any tax. Well, let me tell you, in the riding of Peterborough, where I've got a lot of middle-class Canadians that pay a lot of tax, they want tax fairness. The Liberal Party should support it. I'm disappointed with this member that he doesn't.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's very interesting to listen to my colleague's intervention, and as he makes his party out to be the apostles of productivity. And I wonder if what he would have to say to all the employers in my region who have thousands of employees waiting for days in passport lines when they have had over a year in the House and have taken very little action until recently, but still refuse to open more passport offices in rural areas or introduce measures that would allow the extension of passports so that people don't have to renew so often. But I see lineups daily going right around the block for thousands of people who tell me they've had to take the days off. So I wonder what the member would say to that.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. However off topic that question may be, I'll answer it for her because I think it's a good one. I'd actually think that it underlines more failures of the previous government. The Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative isn't new, Mr. Speaker. That government was asleep at the switch. They did nothing. Our government has increased the ability to process passports by over 20%. We've extended hours at passport offices right across Canada, and we've also added new features so that members of Parliament can have direct access to work on problems. Now, I'd like to get back to the issue at hand, which is tax fairness, and I know the NDP supports tax fairness. In fact, the finance critic for the NDP is here today, and she's taken a lot of hits from associations like Katie, an association I understand that's putting a lot of money into the Liberal Party to bring forward motions like this, which are absolute nonsense. Katie may not support tax fairness, the Liberal Party may not support tax fairness, but Canada's new government absolutely does, and I'm proud to stand with it. Thank you.
I think we can allow a very brief question and comment. The honourable member for York South West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, my colleague across has indicated in his speech quite an understanding of the global markets and the conditions. He cited the accelerated capital tax write-off for machinery, which will be very important in the global economy. He talked about global capital markets, and he cited 4 areas where the government is taking initiative. But, Mr. Speaker, he also cited that $523 billion abroad in Canadian capital investments, in fact, is the higher order of capital investment through Canadian investors. And my question to him is, does that not give him cause to reflect, with that degree of integration of capital movement through other markets than United States markets, that this may be an ill-conceived strategy, and is the government sure that they have the research and backup to prove that this will not be ill-conceived?
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member brings up actually a very good point, which is that we have to do this. If we're going to bring in tax fairness, we have to be very careful in what we're doing. The finance minister has been very clear. He said that what we're going to come down upon is the issue of double dipping. We had a case brought forward to Finance Committee the other day where the CRA pointed out a specific example where a Canadian firm borrowed money from a tax haven, $200 million, Mr. Speaker, at 10%. They deducted the $20 million expense, but they loaned the money through another tax haven to another subsidiary that also deducted the exact same tax savings in the United States. This is what we need to put an end to, folks. We're not opposed to interest deductibility for investment abroad. We want to encourage Canadian companies to grow and be globally competitive. We also want to bring taxes down broadly. But in order to do that, double dipping has to stop. And I know the honourable member, if he understands the problem, and I'm sure he does, supports us on that, double dipping has to end.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Peterborough for his excellent speech and his excellent responses to question. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate the importance of international investment to Canadians and to their continued prosperity. Canada's and the world's economy has fundamentally changed over the past 2 decades. The dramatic reduction in communications and transportation costs, combined with successive rounds of trade liberalizations and countries' efforts to liberalize their investment regimes, have encouraged greater international competition for capital, technology, and markets. The growth in international flows of capital or foreign direct investment has significantly outpaced the growth of trade and GDP over the past 2 decades. World inward investment more than doubled during the 1980s, more than tripled during the 1990s, and may well quadruple by the end of this decade. This is a trend that Canadian firms and consumers benefit from. Let me explain how. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of foreign investment are well established. First and foremost, foreign investment creates jobs for Canadians. Foreign investment fosters a more competitive domestic economy. Foreign companies investing in Canada create healthy competition for domestic firms, resulting in more efficient production that benefits consumers through lower prices and more innovative products and services. There is significant evidence that increased competition leads to greater use of new technologies among domestic manufacturing plants, and that productivity spills over from foreign-controlled plants to domestically controlled plants. Foreign investment also provides Canadian companies linkages to markets. Foreign investment enables Canadian firms to be integrated into global value chains. More must be done to encourage the two-way flow of foreign direct investment that helps to galvanize the global value chain. Canadian companies have increased their involvement in China and other overseas countries through contracts with foreign companies and by setting up facilities. Why, Mr. Speaker? To tap into these fast-growing economies, to secure these markets, and to capitalize on Canadian and international advantages. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of multinational enterprises driving the global investment trends are our historical trade and investment partners, the United States, Europe, and Japan. Combined, they are the source of over 80% of global investments and the destination for 2/3 of global investments. In addition to our traditional trade and investment partners, new competitors are entering the global stage, namely China, India, Russia, Mexico, and Brazil. With this rise in the expansion of FDI from emerging economy multinationals, as a result, developing country investments abroad now accounts for 1/10 of global FDI. Mr. Speaker, my constituents of Oshawa know firsthand the benefits of FDI and international trade. In 1875, Colonel R.S. McLaughlin relocated his Canadian-owned McLaughlin Carriage Company to Oshawa. After developing a stable and profitable Canadian company, McLaughlin Carriage was sold to the U.S.-based automotive manufacturer General Motors in 1918. Since that time, General Motors has invested hundreds of millions of dollars into our region, creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs, investing millions into our community, and now Oshawa boasts of hosting General Motors of Canada's national headquarters, Canadian Regional Engineering Centre, and North America's largest manufacturing facility. The results have been the development of a strong economy in the region, hundreds of millions of dollars in spin-offs and economic benefits, and a better community. Granted, over our history, there have been some tough times, job losses due to economic slowdowns and pressures from the vast global economy, yet my constituents and I know wholeheartedly the benefits that foreign direct investment by General Motors has brought to Oshawa. As I have just explained, as an open economy, Canada benefits from international trade and investment. While we are witnessing that companies from around the world are increasingly becoming global in order to remain competitive and enhance their prospects for growth in output and employment, Canadian firms are doing the same and more so. Over the years, increases in merger and acquisition activity have led to concerns about the hollowing out of Canada's corporate sector. A recent study by the Institute for Competitiveness and Prosperity looked at the number of Canadian globally competitive companies present in Canada in 1985 and the number we had in 2006. The study showed that we had 33 global leaders in 1985. The list included firms like Hiram Walker, Northern Telecom, Canada Malting, and Bombardier, to name a few. If Canada is being hollowed out, one would expect that the number of such firms would have declined, but the number of Canadian-owned, globally competitive firms has grown to 72 by 2006, more than twice as many as we had in 1985. Firms added to the list include Research in Motion, Magna, and McDonald Detweiler, firms that are recognized as world leaders today. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the report shows that Canada is growing globally competitive firms at a rate that exceeds the rate of foreign acquisitions. Based on this analysis, the Institute concluded that Canada is clearly not being hollowed out. The findings of the Institute study are consistent with an earlier study by Statistics Canada. Statistics Canada analyzed the trends in the number of head offices in head office employment in Canada between 1990 and 2005. It also finds little evidence that Canada is being hollowed out. In fact, the report shows that the number of head offices in Canada, the amount of head office employment actually grew, and that foreign-controlled firms were the dominant force driving this growth. The report concludes that the effect of foreign ownership has not been to reduce the number of head offices in Canada, nor head office employment. As a result of foreign investment, more new head offices were created than lost, and employment in head offices was at a high after the merger acquisition than had occurred before. In view of these facts, it is difficult to argue that foreign ownership of Canadian firms is associated with a falling number of head offices and declining employment opportunities. Recognizing the importance of international investment flows into the country, Canada has a broad framework in place to ensure the efficient flow of investment, while at the same time protecting Canadian interests. The Investment Canada Act is a key part of the framework. The Act provides a mechanism to review significant acquisitions of Canadian businesses by non-Canadians and to determine if it will be of net benefit to Canada. I'd like to take an opportunity to describe to you how the Investment Canada Act works. The administration of the Act is shared between two ministers in the respective departments. The Minister of Canadian Heritage is responsible for the review of investments involving cultural businesses, and the Minister of Industry is responsible for the review of all other investments. Acquisitions are allowed only when, on balance, the transaction is likely to be of net benefit to Canada. In making his determination, the Act requires that the Minister of Industry consider the following factors. 1. The effect of the investment on the level and nature of economic activity in Canada. 2. The degree and significance of participation by Canadians in the Canadian business or new Canadian business. 3. The effect of the investment on productivity, industrial efficiency, technology, development, product innovation, and product variety in Canada. 4. The effect of the investment on competition within any industry or industries in Canada. 5. The compatibility of the investment with the national industrial, economic, and cultural policies, including those enunciated by a province. And 6. The contribution of the investment to Canada's ability to compete in world markets. As part of the review process, we consult with the federal government department with policy responsible for the industry sector involved in the proposed acquisition, with the Competition Bureau, and with all the provinces in which the Canadian business has substantial activities or assets. I can assure you that any investment reviews conducted under the Act are done with such rigor and view to ensuring that the interests of Canadians are promoted. Mr. Speaker, if I can leave you with 4 main points today, they are as follows. 1. The Government of Canada recognizes the importance of foreign direct investment to the continued growth and prosperity of Canadian economy and to Canadian standard of living. 2. While there may be large numbers of high-profile Canadian firms being acquired, the Act allows us to ensure that these investments are beneficial to Canadian. 3. Detailed studies suggest that head office employment, particularly in foreign-controlled firms, rose between 1999 and 2005. FDI into Canada has been and continues to be beneficial. And 4, the Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that Canada continues to attract foreign investment in order to sustain economic growth and productivity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, regarding this whole issue of interest deductibility, what we have going on in Canada is total confusion. In the budget document, the Minister of Finance stated that interest would not be deducted from foreign operations. Then, every day since then, he's issued a new statement. It would be interpreted narrowly. He would be talking about 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. He's now talking about double dipping, and now they're introducing this concept of tax fairness. It's crazy, Mr. Speaker. I just came from a meeting of the Finance Committee. There's 5 experts. They're just shaking their head, and we need some sanity in the system. And my question to the member across, when is the minister going to bring some sanity to the system? Because right now, all we have is uncertainty.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to state unequivocally that this minister is bringing some sanity to the tax system. He's trying to change what the debate is about today, and the debate about today is tax fairness, and we're looking at the Liberals' idea of tax fairness versus the Conservative view of tax fairness. And what we're looking at here is closing loopholes. Now, the Liberals may want to change the channel a little bit, but they can't hide from their record. Let's look at the record. Perhaps what the Liberal member over there may know, and I don't know, he may know of a Liberal finance minister in the past. This Liberal finance minister may have closed loopholes for ordinary Canadians, tax loopholes for ordinary Canadians. But perhaps he knows of a Liberal finance minister who didn't close loopholes for his own company. And maybe he knows of a former Liberal finance minister that perhaps had a Canadian company, and he fired all those employees, and then he moved his company offshore. And why was this? Maybe, perhaps it might have been to partake in some loopholes that were left open by the Liberal government of the time. And what I'd say, Mr. Speaker, is this government is committed to fairness. They're committed to making sure that everyone pays their fair share. Unlike the previous government, Liberal government, who, for their friends, they had the loopholes, but made average Canadians pay more because of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, fairness sounds like a fairly good term to use. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister's on the record as saying that the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. Promised in the last election that he wouldn't tax income trust. Never, never, never. Then on October 31st last year, that promise was broken. 31.5% punitive tax was imposed on income trust investors. It wiped out $25 billion. $25 billion of wealth of Canadians, 2 million Canadians, many of them seniors, and those providing for their retirement nest egg. Mr. Speaker, fairness means making sure that things are happening equitably. Why is it that seniors have to be the target of a draconian tax measure, Mr. Speaker? That's not fairness.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank again the member for his question, because it is all about fairness. And it's talking about fairness. He brings up seniors, for example. Well, Mr. Speaker, under the previous Liberal government, the seniors did suffer under their taxation policies. And what this Minister of Finance has done is taken a leadership role. He has introduced, for the first time, pension splitting. Now, I can tell you, right now, Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, we have thousands of pensioners who are were struggling under the Liberal plan, the backward Liberal plan, where pensioners were actually, they had choices to make. Would they lose their house or not because of the taxation of the Liberal Party? So what this minister has done is he's listened to pensioners, and he knows by raising their deductions, the seniors' deductibility, it's going to be better for most seniors, and especially the seniors in Oshawa who are benefiting so much from this pension splitting. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the honourable member represents Oshawa, and I wonder through you, if I may ask, how he feels the foreign direct investment affects the auto industry.
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
I'd like to thank very much my honourable colleague for the excellent question. Mr. Speaker, we had an opportunity last year, and I want to thank the member for his participation. When we were in opposition, the Conservative Party took the lead on our manufacturing, and we did a study for the first time ever. Our Auto Caucus went across southern Ontario, and we visited every manufacturer of motor vehicles here in Canada. We had the opportunity to visit General Motors, Daimler Chrysler, Ford, Honda, and Toyota. And one of the things we found out, Mr. Speaker, what became obvious, none of these are Canadian companies. They're all foreign-owned. And our communities across Ontario, our manufacturing sector, has benefited so much from foreign direct investment, the jobs, top-quality jobs. We've got economic spin-offs, unbelievable economic spin-offs, because Canada welcomes these companies, and this government is going to prove to the world that we're still welcoming those countries in a fair and profitable way, because we want Canada to be leaders in the world. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquamont-Juan-de-Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that I think all of us have heard from our constituents at length, and there's a big push across the country to get the Conservative government to change their ways, to mend their ways, and to try to reverse the devastating policy initiatives that they have made since they've come into office that has not only affected individuals by raising taxes, particularly on the poor, but it has also negatively affected the private sector. The small to medium-sized businesses that are the heart and backbone of our country, that provide the jobs, that generate the tax revenues, that enable any government to be able to have the resources to deal with everything from healthcare to education. Let's take the first big blunder by this government that we're dealing with today, and that was on the income trust issue. I remember, as all members of the House do, the Prime Minister, when he was in opposition and before the last election, putting hand on heart and said, and I will quote, "Whether it is death taxes or taxing income trusts, a new Conservative government will never let this happen." That's what the current Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said to all Canadians. And what did he do when he got into power? He took his hand off his heart and he announced to all Canadians that he was going to tax income trusts. Now, Mr. Speaker, we all knew that there were problems with income trusts. In fact, our former finance minister, who currently sits in our caucus, had put out solutions and said, you know, maybe we should look at this. The government today, opposition then, castigated us for even thinking about this, saying we will never do this. Now, Mr. Speaker, what happened as a consequence of the hand-on-heart promise by the Conservative Prime Minister today is that millions of Canadians from coast to coast put their faith in this province. They said, we think we can trust this individual. So we're going to trust this individual, and we're going to put our hard-earned monies into income trusts. Now, Mr. Speaker, who were these people? Many of them were people who were the grandmothers and grandfathers of people today. They are individuals who have limited resources that will require a standard and ongoing reliable source of income in order to provide for themselves in their elder years. So they did this. People with limited funds, people with monies that they have very little to spend on. But they put it into income trusts based on the promise of our current Prime Minister. So when the Prime Minister taxed income trusts, what he did is he ripped off, he destroyed $25 billion of assets of Canadians. Ordinary Canadians, many of whom were poor, many of whom of limited resources, many of whom who were retired. And these are the individuals who this Prime Minister has robbed. Robbed $25 billion out of their hard-earned monies and capital that they could never, ever hope to recover. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if that was you. Imagine if it was your grandmother, your grandfather, your father, your mother, who had their monies robbed at one of the most sensitive times of their lives. But that's what's happened. Also, what's happened is that it has caused, Mr. Speaker, companies to be open for takeover. And as a result of this government's gross mismanagement and irresponsible mismanagement, we have seen, due to this income tax blunder, 15 takeover attempts in the last 5 months and another 15 strategic takeovers in critical sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is a direct result of what has happened here today. We have also seen a number of other takeovers that is a result of the income trusts plunging in value, others coming in from outside of the country and taking these assets right from Canadians. So in other words, what the government has done by lying to the public is that they've actually enabled others from outside the country to rob Canadians of their assets. That is unthinkable, and I frankly don't know why the government doesn't say, we made a mistake, we're going to change this. But they won't, and I'll get into that a little bit later. On the income deductibility issue, what that does, and for Canadians who are watching, that it does not enable Canadian companies to be on a level playing field. Countries such as Japan and many others allow their companies to deduct interest on monies that they borrow in order to acquire companies abroad. So when you deprive our companies from doing that, you actually hamstring them, hamstring them and prevent them from being able to compete with other countries globally. And by doing that, we not only prevent our ability to expand, because we are a trading nation, but we also prevent our country from growing economically, and as a result of that, creating jobs and creating the tax base that I thought the Conservative government would understand. But they don't. And I frankly don't understand why, other than to talk about how decisions are made in that caucus and how decisions are made in government today, which is vastly different from the way things were made before. In other words, you have a very small number of people in the Prime Minister's office, including the Prime Minister, and a tiny number of people around him who make all the decisions, who tell Cabinet what to say and what to do, and tell them what not to do and what to say. That deprives Cabinet Ministers and backbench government members from being able to do their job and represent their constituents. From preventing the bureaucracy from being able to provide the intelligent, informed, knowledgeable opinions that they have and advice that they could give to any government regardless of stripe. And the reason why this happens is that the Prime Minister is a follower of the political philosopher Leo Strauss from the U.S., who believes that a small number of people who are predestined and predetermined to rule a country. So because we have a small number of individuals doing this within the Prime Minister's office, including the Prime Minister, and because this is made with a very small number of individuals without adequate checks and balances, that is why we are seeing the blunders that the government is committing today. The normal checks and balances that have been there forever are now gone. And frankly, I've never seen that when a Prime Minister erodes the power of the media to be able to ask the questions that are required, when the Prime Minister erodes the power of the public sector to be able to engage not only government members but also opposition members, when we as opposition members, regardless of stripe, are deprived and prevented from being able to access the knowledge and abilities and information from government workers, from the public service, when we can't even get the briefings that we need when we need them because it's shut down from the Prime Minister's office, what does that do to democracy? It erodes the fundamental pillars that we have in our country. And, Mr. Speaker, that hurts everybody. It hurts the government, it hurts the Prime Minister, it hurts opposition members, it hurts democracy, and worst of all, it hurts the public. The people who rely on us to come to this House to be able to do our job for them. And why symptoms of this is the ridiculous situation that took place with Shane Doan. Why we have issues like this coming to the forefront when we should be dealing with health care, which never comes to the forefront in this House, and yet the average wait in an emergency department now is 8 to 12 hours. 8 to 12 hours when you're sick in emergency, that should be a crisis. That is a crisis and should be something that this House is dealing with the provinces. But do we hear about it? No, we don't hear about it. Do we hear about the poor? No. Why? Because the government, this government, raised taxes on the poor. They lowered the basic personal exemption and they raised the lowest tax rate on the poor. How unthinkable is that at a time of surplus, let alone? Why aren't we dealing with issues like poverty reduction for the poor? Why aren't we dealing with issues, pragmatic solutions to deal with environmental crises? Why aren't we dealing with the aging workforce that we have? Why aren't we talking about the demographic time bomb that is coming through our country like a tsunami that isn't even being addressed in this House? Why? These are the solutions that members from across party lines can put their competent minds to deal with in the interest of the public service and the interest of the public. We have great people in our country. We have great people in this House. We have wonderful ideas in the House, outside of the House, in the public service, across our country, and around the world. We could be a place in this House where we could adopt those solutions and apply those solutions in the interest of the public. So why aren't we doing that? In part, as I said, because we have a Prime Minister and a new government that is focused, Mr. Speaker, on trying to win elections and not serving the public. Public service has been subsumed to private interest in the case of this government. And in doing this, they weaken everything that we wish to do, from trying to deal with proper economic solutions that they're failing in, and we have two today, on income trusts and income deductibility, to social program renewal, to the environment, to defense, to foreign policy, which they're missing in action frequently. These are the issues Canadians care about. These are the issues Canadians pay our salaries to do for them. And these are the issues this House should be consumed with, and yet it's not. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the public gets mad enough to demand from this government, demand from this Prime Minister, the responsible actions that they demand of a competent Canadian government and a competent Canadian institution. I hope they do it, and they do it soon, and we'll be there to help them.
Comments, the honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, I think the public will get angry, Mr. Speaker. I think they're going to get angry at an official opposition that doesn't believe Canadians should have any say in who represents them in the Senate, or that there should be mandatory minimum sentences for gun crimes, or how about taking the effects of big money out of politics. I think they'll be angry, all right, but I think they're going to be angry at the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this member spoke at length about the markets and so forth. I would hazard a guess he probably hasn't looked at the markets, Mr. Speaker. Does the member know that the TSX is up over 17% since October 31st? Does he know that? I doubt it, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, does the member know that income trust, the TSX Income Trust Index is up over 5% since October 1st? Does the member know that? I doubt it. Let me tell you something else the member doesn't know anything about. That's a government with the guts to make a decision that has to be made, because we know when they were in government, they didn't do it. The Auditor General pointed problems out to them in 2003. They did nothing. They didn't care about tax fairness at all, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you something else. They also didn't care that the gap between rich and poor was getting so wide under that government that it's absolutely despicable. I want to ask this member, why doesn't he support tax fairness?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wendifuka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe I could just educate the member on a couple of facts. Number one, he's right that the TSX is up, but does the member not acknowledge that income trusts are lagging way behind the TSX?
Yes,
why is that
are.
happening, Mr.
They
Speaker?
are.
The reason why income trusts are lagging behind the TSX, if the member would put aside the rhetoric and put aside the propaganda that has been given to him by his people, then he might be able to open his eyes and his ears and listen for a moment into the fact that income trusts have actually lagged behind the TSX. And that, Mr. Speaker, is part of the proof of demonstrating what a horrible mistake that the government made. If the Canadian public was so happy about income trusts, why are they seeing this coast-to-coast furor on the part of those people who have been severely penalized for this? If this was such a happy moment and that the government made such a wise decision, why are they finding this massive anger across the country amongst individuals from coast to coast who are so angry about this that they have engaged in a national campaign to try to convince the government to change this? These, Mr. Speaker, are ordinary folks. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member would inquire with his own finance minister and also ask a couple of questions. Why did the government raise the taxes on the poor? Why did they lower the basic personal exemption? These are the questions that they should ask.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
I've, like many members in the House, have received many letters from seniors who have been caught in the problem of income trusts and who have been misled either by bad financial advice and by the promise of the current Prime Minister to not tax the income trusts. However, and thus have found themselves in this situation. Throughout this issue, the NDP's principal focus has been to find a solution, a fair solution, Mr. Speaker, that best serves the interests of ordinary Canadians. And we've consistently fought against closing the corporate tax loopholes. And last year, the NDP called for a moratorium on new income trusts in order to give adequate time to resolve the problems in a way that would help, that would do the least damage to ordinary Canadians. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, where the Liberals were when the NDP called for a moratorium, called for a transition strategy around this.
Go to practice here. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wendifuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say to my honourable colleague from the NDP that we offered quite a few solutions to the government when they put this catastrophic policy in place. And I'll just talk about a few of the principles that we have articulated in the interest of the public. The first is that we minimize the loss of savings for Canadians. We preserve the strength of the income trust sector. We create tax fairness by eliminating any tax leakage caused by the income tax trust sector. And we create tax neutrality by eliminating any incentive to convert from a corporation to an income trust purely for tax purposes. Those are the principles, Mr. Speaker, that underline a whole series of solutions that we put forward, and our leader, the leader of the Liberal Party, has articulated very clearly. And I encourage members of the public, Mr. Speaker, to please take a look at the series of solutions that we have offered to the government, that we've worked with Canadians from coast to coast, to be able to offer those solutions that are relevant to their concerns with respect to income trust, to fix this problem so that Canadians, at least in some part, will be able to recover a little bit of their assets, and also we will avoid the, well, we won't avoid it, the devastation and destruction that's been done, but we'll somehow be able to mitigate to some small degree the devastation that the government has wrought upon our private and public sector.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this chamber. This is a motion about the astonishing level of incompetence in this government, mixed with equal measures of deceit and dishonesty. We should have known better, Mr. Speaker, when they introduced the GST decision. There's hardly an economist on the planet that thinks that this is a good idea, except the third-rate economist that sits over there in the Prime Minister's chair. How in heaven's name is a good, sound, economic, competent public policy to raise income taxes and lower consumption taxes? I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here last year's income tax return and this year's income tax return. And I always am amused by how the members opposite start howling when you actually read on T12005 that the base rate in 2005 was 15%. Go to this year, T12006. The interest, it's up to 15.25%. Raise the income tax, lower the consumption tax, but surely, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly reflective of the economic incompetence of this particular government. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse, though. You have, after that, the income trust decision. The income trust decision after campaigning and saying, we will not touch income trusts. They did a complete about-face and taxed income trusts. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is really quite extraordinary because, you know, not only do you have a dishonest decision on its face and in its fact, it is a fundamentally dishonest decision to campaign on one thing and do the opposite when you're in government. And what did they say? Well, we had to do it because we had tax leakage. We had tax leakage, Mr. Speaker. And then they say, okay, we say, okay, well, show us the tax leakage. What do we get? 18 pages of blacked out documents. Oh, yeah, really? That's really very helpful, man. We can do an analysis on 18 pages of blacked out documents. And then they get into the idiotic notion that they put out these 18 pages of blacked out documents, and then they ask Mr. Gordon Tate, a respected economist with BMO, when can we have our 18 pages back? How hilarious. You know, 4 months after they put the documents out, they want them back. And then of course, they want them back, but of course, by that time, they're on billboards across the nation. In fact, the document is posted on Bank Street right at Wellington in the bus shelter. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, talk about a hilarious Keystone Cops type of comedy over this income trust fiasco. It's just, if it wasn't so tragic and it wasn't so costly to so many people, it would be hilarious, Mr. Speaker. Then we have this budget bill. And popped into the budget bill is this thing about interest deductibility. And it says, well, you know, we're against tax havens and we're for tax fairness and we want to make sure that everybody pays their fair share, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Mr. Speaker, I just came from Finance Committee, and my honourable colleague was there with me. And we had 5 witnesses, some of the most respected economists and tax experts in the country. And they said, well, you know, the Income Tax Act was actually, the last time the Income Tax Act was amended, it took 14 years of consultation by the various affected parties to amend the Income Tax Act, because there's all kinds of competing interests. And they said we have 81 tax treaties, bilateral tax treaties with other nations. You just don't drop a nuclear bomb in the middle of all of those negotiations and of that act without expecting consequences to occur. And of course, consequences have occurred, Mr. Speaker. Like the income trust, where we see income trusts leaving the country in droves. And how much tax revenue do you think we'll get from them, Mr. Speaker? I don't expect we'll see too much, Mr. Speaker, if those income trusts are now cited in other jurisdictions. So we lost all that tax revenue, so much for tax leakage. This isn't tax leakage, this is tax hemorrhage. And now we have a basically open season on Canadian companies. Canadian companies who now have to compete in the marketplace, and they can't deduct their interest deductibility, their interest, but everybody else can. Now, that just simply raised the cost of acquisition to Canadian companies. Now, for the love of Pete, Mr. Speaker, does that make any sense to you at all? Does this make any sense at all? Is there anything more? Is there anything more incompetent that you could possibly think of? But Mr. Speaker, it only gets worse. We have the idiocy of the GST thing. We have the incompetence and dishonesty of the income trust, and we have the deceit and incompetence of the interest deductibility decision. And I just want to read to you what people have said about this last decision. This is Alan Lantier, retired senior partner at Ernst & Young and past president of the Canadian Tax Foundation, called the government's decision on interest deductibility the single most misguided policy I've seen in Ottawa in 35 years. Claude Lamoureux, chief executive officer of the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund, incredulously said, "This is unbelievable. I don't know who in finance looked at this. I can't believe any sensible person would do this." Now, these folks, I'm not friends of the Liberal Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. These folks are speaking because they know something. Where is the consultation? Where, as all of the expert witnesses were saying, where is the consultation? If, in fact, there is a consultation, we can address whatever issues you think are important. So why would you disadvantage Canadian companies? Why would you kneecap them in the marketplace? What's going on here? Now, why would you encourage companies to just go south or go anywhere other than Canada? Anytime this government starts talking about tax fairness, immediately Canadians have an instinctive reaction to reach for their wallets because they know something bad is about to happen. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the marketplace, like many people in this chamber. I'm not a big fan of overregulation, but I really think it's crazy, it's idiotic to go and tilt the marketplace in favor of foreigners. Why in heaven's name would you take away the opportunity to deduct interest from Canadian companies but not be able to take the same deductibility issue away from foreign companies? Why would you put a huge for sale sign on the income trust sector? And why would you pass withholding tax, which benefits foreign people acquiring Canadian companies? Why would you pass that and combine them all together so that you hugely disadvantage Canadian companies competing in the marketplace? This is incompetent. This is this is deceitful, and it's dishonest. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with a quote from the CEO of Manulife, who said at a shareholders meeting, "I sometimes worry that we may wake up one day and find that as a nation we've lost control of our affairs." Now, and then Dianne Francis, writing in the National Post, the in-house organ of the Conservative Party, saying, after a review of the useful qualifications of the Cabinet and the Prime Minister, she writes on an article entitled "Canada, Inc. Needs Better Governance," "I dread to imagine what the discussion around the federal table was last fall concerning the measures such as income trusts or interest deductibility and restrictions." Did anyone bring up the potential unintended consequences? Was a huge menu and range of varied options the topic of lively, heated, and lengthy discussion? Not in this caucus, not in this government. This is a one-man show. were the nuances of capital market reactions or taxation matters debated? What's $35 billion among friends, right? You know, I mean, so we wiped out a whole bunch of people's savings plans. I mean, so what if Canadian companies can't acquire abroad? Does that really matter? Was the obvious alternative of cutting taxes on dividends instead of trashing income trust promises a subject of great discussion? I suspect not, Mr. Speaker. Were the studies commissioned by previous government and its other solutions reviewed carefully over days and nights by cabinet ministers so they were deliberated in an authoritative fashion? Or was the talk just about how to finesse the treachery to seniors and Alberta about broken promises? Or did it zero in on how this would affect voting results in Canada? Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have said it better, and that's what their friends are saying. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the honourable member's comments. Many members in this House may well remember that when the honourable member was serving as parliamentary secretary in the former government in finance, he actually was out in front of his government, and Mr. Speaker, I actually believe he believed in tax fairness because he was on the record on several occasions saying that the government of the day needed to move towards taxing trusts. But then he was kneecapped by the then Minister of Finance from Wascana, who decided basically, well, no, we'll tax dividends instead. Well, it didn't work, Mr. Speaker. They didn't understand that a lot of that was foreign-held investments. What I'd like to ask the member, since he does sit on the Finance Committee with me, whether he remembers the words of the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who said clearly there's been a very significant tax incentive to use the income trust form of organizations in cases where that would not have been the appropriate form of organization. He further went on to say the tax system was actually creating inefficiencies in capital markets, inefficiencies that over time would lead to lower levels of investment, output, and productivity. Is that what the Liberal Party is arguing for here today? Lower levels of investment, opportunity, and productivity? Is that what you're standing up for? Less tax fairness, more breaks for buddies? Why don't you believe in tax fairness?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
We just had a major contribution to the biomass in this country. Mr. Speaker, yeah, the governor actually was quite reasoned about this. I don't think the governor was endorsing $35 billion worth of destruction of people's capital assets. And I think the governor would have endorsed this comment by Dianne Francis. Were the studies commissioned by the previous government and its many other solutions reviewed carefully over days and nights by all cabinet ministers so that they could deliberate in an authoritative fashion? Nothing was done, Mr. Speaker. They don't have the studies. The documents that were presented by the finance minister were all blacked out. They do not have the basis for making the decision they made. And then, to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee offered a solution based upon the Liberal solution, and in fact, they ignore it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to put to my colleague who gave a very good speech a couple of other facts and get his reaction in terms of how he thinks past behaviour affects future behaviour in terms of economic competence. Here we have three members of the government's cabinet, the Ministers of Health, Environment and Finance, who left their previous incarnation in the province of Ontario. $5.6 billion deficit left in Ontario, a $20 billion increase in the provincial debt through money borrowed in international markets, a $30 billion infrastructure deficit left in Ontario. They announced the budget in a car parts factory, Mr. Speaker, in a car parts factory. And then finally, we see, as the member has pointed out, GST cuts that make no sense, a tax-deductible transit pass that is ridiculous, 250,000 childcare spaces that never materialized. Mr. Speaker, the question to my colleague is, how can we believe anything this Minister of Finance says, given his past record and his legacy of misery left in the province of Ontario?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I share the honourable member's concern. I think it's a well-founded concern. We saw what the Conservative government did in Ontario, which was a disaster, and it's been left to the successor Liberal government to dig out from underneath the mess. just the same way that Bill Clinton in the United States had to dig out from the previous mess of the Bush administration and now watches the Bush administration trash all of the good work that the Clinton administration did over the course of 8 years. And then we have Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin digging out from the mess left behind by the previous Mulroney government. Is there a pattern here, Mr. Speaker, or is only economic competence reside on this side of the aisle? Because it's certainly not there.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to the motion put forward by the Liberal Party on two issues: interest deductibility for foreign loans and foreign investments, as well as the issue of income trusts. These two topics are raised, but I think it's unfortunate that the Liberal motion doesn't include the issue of tax havens as a whole. That's not really surprising when you consider the poor record of the Liberals on tax havens. For years, companies like Canada Steamship Lines, which I give as one example, were able to repatriate profits tax-free from tax havens like Barbados. As for interest deductibility on interest on foreign loans and investments, we in the Bloc Québécois feel it's a bit too soon to decide, since we haven't seen the specific measures in a Ways and Means motion, and we don't know the minister's specific intentions. But we can criticize the government for its attitude. They're acting like amateurs, going by the seat of their pants, by announcing a decision to the markets without having thought it through, without having really fleshed it out. This isn't the first time we've seen this kind of thing. It's a bit of a pity to see the lack of discipline coming from this government, and we see this in other files. Not all finance files, but the same thing with the summer job placement program. They really go by the seat of their pants and create quite a mess. They don't think it through, and we still don't know what the funding may be for that program, even though the need is urgent. So it's not because of the government's haste in this matter that the opposition, we shouldn't have to act in haste just because they did and be pushed to criticize this or take a stand on it immediately. Of course, this is an issue that's important to us. We think it's important for Canadian and Quebec companies to remain competitive, to be able to develop abroad, to grow abroad. But at the same time, we're extremely concerned about all the issues relating to tax evasion and the government knows that this interest deductibility provision for foreign investments is used by companies to avoid paying taxes that would otherwise be due. It's a strategy that's well known, the double dipping strategy. What that means is that you can deduct interest twice, if not more times. The same interest payment can be deducted in different jurisdictions. And interest income is paid where the tax rate is extremely low, if not zero, and then the costs are deducted in jurisdictions where the costs are extremely high, or higher anyways, which would be the case for Canada. So currently on the Finance Committee, we're discussing this issue We're analyzing it, and we think it would be appropriate to await the findings of the committee's study before going ahead with the government's Ways and Means motion, before taking a final position on this. The second part of the Liberal Party's motion, which deals with income trusts, I think that the whole issue of income trusts, well, the record of both the Liberals and the Conservatives is pitiful. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I see I won't have time to delve into this second topic right now, but surely I'll have an opportunity to continue after question period. The honourable member will have 5 minutes remaining after question period to conclude his speech.
By members, Déclaration des députés, the honourable member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
I'm up. After just 14 months in Parliament, this Conservative government has already implemented many of the democratic reforms advocated by my constituents for the past 15 years. For example, we've instituted fixed election dates, banned corporate and union contributions to political parties, implemented a 5-year ban on lobbying for ministers and others, protected whistleblowers, and enhanced the ability of the Auditor General to follow the money to more effectively scrutinize spending. However, when it comes to making the Liberal-dominated Senate more accountable, things aren't going quite as well. In fact, Liberal MPs have stalled on allowing elections for senators to replace those who are forced to leave the Senate because they've reached the age of 75. And unbelievably, the Liberal-dominated Senate has held up for almost a year a 2-paragraph bill, 2 paragraphs, which would replace lifetime appointments with 8-year terms. While Liberals continue to stand in the way of democratic reform, this Conservative government is taking action to restore accountability through democratic reforms.
Honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Father Thaddeus Nguyen Van Lee is a Roman Catholic priest and prominent Vietnamese citizen involved in many pro-democracy movements and activities in support of a greater religious freedom in Vietnam. Father Lee was arrested early in the morning of the 17th of May 2001 in his church as he prepared to celebrate Mass. Father Lee's peaceful activities in support of his religious and political views date back many years. For his ongoing imprisonment and continuous nonviolent protest, Amnesty International has adopted Father Lee as a prisoner of conscience. At a trial on March 30th, 2007, where no lawyers were present and Father Lee was forcibly not allowed to speak, his support for a pro-democracy movement has led to him being sentenced to an additional 8 years in prison. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I am calling on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to demand and secure Father Lee's immediate and unconditional release.
The
Honourable Member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 25th anniversary of the death of the famous Quebec Formula One car racer, Gilles Villeneuve, who lost his life during a tragic accident during the Grand Prix trial runs in Belgium. As a young man, Gilles Villeneuve was passionate about car racing. With his great determination and his immense talent, he won notice and climbed the ranks in automobile racing, and he was finally hired by the most prestigious of the Formula One stables, Ferrari. His spectacular driving skills, his audacity, and his memorable passing made him a formidable and respected competitor. I would like to congratulate all of the organizers and volunteers associated with the Berthierville Gilles Villeneuve Museum, who are marking the 25th anniversary but with a wonderful exhibition which reminds us of the talent and exploits of this great Quebec car racer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Today we will conclude our study of the NDP's Early Learning and Child Care Act. I thank my colleagues for their support. Strong child care legislation is the step the Liberals didn't take and the Conservatives refused to. A recent letter I received from a constituent in Toronto said, "The issue for our family isn't so much the money, but the availability of safe, flexible, stimulating daycare. What's money if there's nothing to buy? Well, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to buy. No spaces for everyday families to feel secure knowing that children are being cared for in high-quality, affordable early learning and child care centers. Our country is failing as children, and the recent International Save the Children report indicates that Canada has fallen from the 5th to 25th on the indicator. Poor early learning and child care services are to blame for our abysmal showing. This Mother's Day, I urge the Prime Minister to turn the landmark bill into law so Canada will finally achieve a national child care program.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Brandon Commonwealth Air Training Plan Museum welcomed American Ambassador Mr. David Wilkins, who unveiled a plaque in honor of the American airmen who trained, fought, and died with the Royal Canadian Air Force during the Second World War. At the beginning of the war, Canada had 4,000 people in the RCAF, and at the peak of the war, Canada had the 4th largest air force in the world with 253,000 members. The Brandon Commonwealth Air Training Plan Museum, which is located at the Brandon Airport, contains the best collection of artifacts and captures and highlights much of this period of our history. There are also a number of World War II airplanes displayed, still in working condition, and used on special occasions. Mr. Speaker, I could not end my comments without mentioning veterans like Archie Laundrie and Reg Forbes, who, along with many others, continue to provide the leadership in what is becoming a world-class museum. I invite all my colleagues to visit this impressive museum the next time they're in Western Manitoba.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks Mental Health Awareness Week, a week to open the eyes of Canadians to the reality of mental illness. Mental illness affects more than 6 million, or 1 in 5 Canadians. Of the 10 leading causes of disabilities worldwide, 5 are mental disorders. Close to 4,000 Canadians commit suicide each year, and it is the most common cause of death for people aged 15 to 24. Pendant trop longtemps, les Canadiens...
Too long, mental health patients have been poorly treated. We need to do more to help these people. They have been asking for assistance.
Running as soon as possible. There's important work to do to reduce the negative stigma about mental illness among the general population, healthcare professionals, and to promote the positive effects of best practice in prevention, diagnosis, and medical treatment.
Honourable member for Palliser.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Wilma Downing, a renowned high school teacher in my riding of Palliser. Ms. Downing taught English, health, and phys ed at Sheldon Williams Collegiate in Regina from 1956 until 1990. During those 34 years, she attended any athletic event featuring her beloved Spartans. She was also famous for baking cookies for her students and fellow staff members. Besides being caring and conscientious with her students and colleagues, Ms. Downing helped lead the Spartans to 25 city track championships and 9 girls' city basketball championships. Even after her retirement, Ms. Downing continued her important role in Regina's athletic community. In 2004, she was inducted into the Regina Sports Hall of Fame to recognize her tireless voluntary work. I was pleased to meet Ms. Downing last fall after the Sheldon football team won the provincial championship. Sadly, Ms. Downing passed away earlier this year from cancer. I am proud to give thanks for her life and her contribution to our community and to wish her family all the best.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow on May 11th, the March 2-3 walk will be held in Montreal. This walk was first established in 1907 by the 2-3 Club and Quebec Organization for International Education and Cooperation. The theme this year is Change the World, Watch Me Walk. This walk is an opportunity to celebrate the commitment of youth in favor of a fair, equitable, and a world where there is solidarity, but also an opportunity to denounce peacefully the injustices of the world economy and to call for an equal distribution of our wealth. This walk is a call for citizens to get involved. We should read the message given by the young people as a request to join in with their efforts constantly. The government should understand the message and put the resources that are required to enable them to meet the objectives to eradicate world poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wood St. James, Assiniboia.
Mr. Speaker, It's my pleasure to inform the House and all Canadians that the week of May 7th to 13th marks the 56th anniversary of National Mental Health Week in Canada. The Canadian Mental Health Association's message for this week is to achieve a better work-life balance. Some of the ways to achieve this balance include schedule brief breaks throughout the day, create a buffer between work and home, and participate in daily exercise activities. Individuals can empower themselves by researching the programs, policies, and benefits at their workplace. These are just some of the ways in which a better work-life balance can be achieved. Canada's new government has made significant investments to reach out in practical and compassionate ways to promote mental health and to assist those who have mental illness to recover and live full and productive lives. Please join me in wishing all those who work for mental health a very successful week. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, today is a very sad day for the workers at the Dartmouth HoC plant. It was announced yesterday that HoC will close operations, resulting in the loss of almost 600 jobs as part of an international restructuring plan. Each of us can imagine the effect this will have on families in our community. Employees, many of whom dedicated their entire working life to HoC and Moyers, now find themselves looking for work. This is a time for our community to come together and help. I will work with the union and management to ensure fairness for workers. I'll work with other elected officials from all parties to provide a common effort and work with government departments like Service Canada to ensure the transition for the workers is as smooth as possible. I offer my heartfelt sympathies for the workers being displaced, some of whom I know, and I know that my colleagues in this House from the Dartmouth-Halifax region feel the same way. Let's all do everything possible to work for a positive outcome for the loyal workers of the HoC Moyers plant in Dartmouth.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for the past few weeks, the Bloc members have been very interested in the project to modernize the Saint-Hubert Airport, but this is a rather recent interest. Why is the Bloc being opportunistic by showing only recent interest in the future of this airport? Up until recently, the Bloc members talked only about Mirabel, and they never mentioned the Saint-Hubert Airport in their platform. Even in 2004, the regional platform for Bloc candidates in the Montérégie region, including the member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert, made absolutely no mention of this airport. The new position taken by the Bloc, is it now to privilege the development of the Saint-Hubert Airport to the detriment of Mirabel? Indeed, the eternal and powerless opposition can ask questions, draft releases, but it will never be able to modernize one single airport in Quebec, and it can do even less to ensure the development of the aerospace industry.
Dale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, Toronto has just suffered through 2 consecutive smog days that are severely affecting the health of Torontonians. Toronto Public Health estimates that 1,700 Toronto residents die prematurely each year due to air pollution. But the Conservatives have announced a plan that won't get the job done on smog and climate change. This plan is no match for the breakthrough bill C-30 as rewritten by the NDP-led all-party committee. Last week, our leader called on all opposition parties to unite to force the new Clean Air and Climate Change Act to a vote in this House. But instead of using their opposition day today to try and achieve real results on smog and climate change, the Liberals have decided it's more important to protect their corporate friends. In my party, Mr. Speaker, we walk the talk. Next week, the NDP will use its opposition day to call on the government to bring forward the Clean Air and Climate Change Act to Parliament for debate and a vote. 13 years of Liberal inaction is not an excuse for falling further behind. Toronto families and all Canadians are counting on us to finally get the job done.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 40th anniversary of a unique Canadian organization. Since 1967, the Canadian Executive Service Organization, KESO, has successfully completed over 40,000 projects in 50 different countries, including Canada's Aboriginal communities. KESO volunteer advisors are Canadians who share their professional experience with those in need to strengthen their economies and build more sufficient communities. I am therefore proud to report that my constituent, Mr. Charles Scott, recently returned from Sri Lanka, where he helped train 32 people in the management of a large dairy military operation that has been facing problems with sales and distribution. A dedicated professional and a true volunteer, Mr. Scott and many Canadians like him have made a positive impression throughout the world, ensuring that Canada is a respected member of the international community. I ask all members of the House to recognize the important contribution Mr. Scott and his fellow KISO volunteers are making on behalf of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the price of gas has once again hit record highs. In addition to hurting many sectors of the Quebec economy, including the manufacturing sector, the price of gas is having a direct impact on consumers. On May 8th, the House voted in favor of a Bloc Québécois motion to give more power to the Competition Commissioner so that he can conduct comprehensive investigations on fluctuating gas prices and establish an oil sector monitoring agent. Let's hope that the government will respect the will of the House. Perhaps this time the Conservatives will be able to set aside their arrogance and put their demagoguery in the closet. And by doing this, show some respect for democracy by moving forward with the motion. Otherwise, Quebecers will remember the indifference of this government with respect to the majority will of the members in this regarding this important question.
Centre. London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor and humility to pay tribute to a World War I veteran, Dwight Wilson, who passed away yesterday at the age of 106. Mr. Wilson personified the spirit and courage of all Canadians when he volunteered for our armed forces in 1916. Being a minor, Mr. Wilson was twice discharged from active duty, but his determination is representative of all the young men who fought for Canada in the Great War. As our country sadly loses our last veterans of World War I, it becomes vital that we not let the memory of their ultimate sacrifice be forgotten, and that we honor the hundreds of thousands of brave Canadians and Newfoundlanders who fought in World War I. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of the parliamentarians in this room, I wish to pay our respects to Dwight Wilson and express our deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we shall never forget.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, scarcely a year ago, the Liberal Party was led by a man who vowed to end the tyranny of who do you know in the PMO. Well, in a way, that dream has come true. For the Liberal Party today, it's no longer who you know, it's who you owe. Candidates for the recent Liberal leadership are in HoC to the tune of $2.6 million, almost all of it owed to titans such as Rod Brydon, Stephen Grothman, and John Ray. Mr. Speaker, this is 5 times what the entire Liberal Party raised in the first 3 months of this year. But relief is on the way, not for the indebted Liberals, but rather for future candidates. Canada's new government has introduced legislation that will end the practice of using loans to evade contribution limits. Never again will a party leader start his new job accompanied by a briefcase full of IOUs and his own personal collection agent. The accountability with respect to the loans bill will close this last loophole in our election financing laws, ushering in a modern era of clean politics.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on 3 occasions I asked the Prime Minister a simple but crucial question, and as he too often does in this House, he avoided the question. Canadians and our troops are entitled to a clear answer from him, so I'm putting the question again. Is our government in talks with NATO, our NATO allies, to replace our troops in Kandahar in February 2009? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are no negotiations of that sort right now. Our NATO allies are not looking for a decision at this time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's not for NATO to ask for the replacement of our troops. Our combat mission in Kandahar ends in February 2009. This is a fact. And the responsible thing to do is to facilitate the replacement as we did in Kabul in 2003. Why the Prime Minister doesn't want to act responsibly and engage NATO right now?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you with great certainty that our allies appreciate the fine work the Canadian troops are doing in Kandahar, and they are certainly, to my knowledge, not seeking Canada to withdraw from its international responsibilities in any way.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister is confirming that his opinion, that of his government, is that our combat mission in Kandahar should be unlimited in duration. Yes or no? Is that what we're supposed to understand here? There is no time limit to the mission in Kandahar because the Prime Minister has said that he would respect the February 2009 deadlines. Doublespeak once again. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker, of course. We gave a voice to Parliament. Parliament decided to extend the mission until February 2009.
Great certainty that the men and women in uniform for our allies no more appreciate the games of the opposition than the men and women in uniform for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, you can't get development, diplomacy and defence to work together in Kandahar if you've got muddle, misinformation and mismanagement in Ottawa. You can't win hearts and minds in Afghanistan if all they see are troops, tanks and guns. Afghans need to see new wells, they need to see new roads, they need to see schools. Our military are looking for help from our development people, but our development people are missing in action. So when is the Prime Minister going to get control of this mess, fire his Minister of Defence, and get some real coordination between diplomacy, defence and development?
The Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Allow me to report the facts of what's going on in Kandahar and development. Just this year alone, I went there again recently, just this year alone, we will have spent $39 million, Mr. Speaker, almost 8 times what the former Liberal government had spent in Kandahar. That is $5 million. We are achieving progress there. I went to villages, I met with communities, I met Afghan people, I met women. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Afghans do appreciate our development efforts. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Mr. Speaker, the increasing number of civilian deaths in Afghanistan is shaking the faith of Afghan people in this mission and in the Karzai government. The Afghan Senate is now asking for diplomatic means to end this conflict. What talks are ongoing now between the Government of Canada, our NATO allies, and the Karzai government on a diplomatic strategy that should be broadened? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Question, as the member opposite would know, of course, Canada is playing a major role in terms of our continued contact within the Karzai government. We have representatives from our embassy, including our new ambassador, Arif Lalani, in constant contact in Kabul with government officials. I can also inform him that these decisions that are being made with respect to discussions with the Taliban are discussions that are made by Afghan officials. So this is a democratically elected government under President Karzai. Those decisions are his to make, Mr. Speaker, and we are advised constantly of the discussions that do take place.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, a study made public today confirms that Quebecers and Canadians are paying too much for gasoline. According to the study, 15 cents a litre too much. Nothing can justify that in terms of costs of production. This does not explain what's going on with competition, and this is federal jurisdiction. Will the Prime Minister assume his responsibilities and follow up on the motion adopted in this House to amend the Competition Act to give some powers and teeth to the Commissioner, the Honourable Minister of Industry? Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer my opposition colleague because he's a little bit inconsistent today in the House. He's asking that the price of gas go down, that it go down for Canadians and Quebecers, but at the same time, the Bloc Québécois supports C-288, which would increase the price of gas in Quebec to a minimum of $1.50 a litre, up to $2. So that's what the Bloc Québécois is all about, incompetent and inconsistent. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the prices are inflated by the huge profits of the oil companies. The minister told us on Tuesday that the refining margin was 3 times what it was in the early 2000s. So the price at the pump comes under Quebec jurisdiction, but the refining margin is a matter of federal jurisdiction. Does the minister realize that by refusing to give more power to the Competition Bureau, he's complicit in a situation that gouges consumers for the benefit of the oil companies? Quite simply, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague wants to give the Competition Bureau more power, he should vote for C-41, which will give more power to the Competition Bureau to conduct investigations. The Bloc Québécois has been blocking Bill C-41. However, the Bloc Québécois should also know that the price of gas is due to lack of stock in the U.S., problem in the supply chain. The price of gas will go down soon without C-288. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we're always being told that when the price of crude goes up on international markets, the price at the pump will also go up. Lately, the price of crude oil went down, and the price at the pump stayed high. Can the minister explain what his explanation is for that? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I just said a few minutes ago in response to the last question, and I will repeat it, because for 13 years now the Bloc has been here and they don't understand the free market, the economy, so I'll be pleased to explain it. The price of gas is very simple. It's set on world markets and depends on many factors, all supply and demand. They must understand that. Right now there's a problem with supply. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the minister that we're not talking about the world market. We're talking about the refining margin here. The study concludes that the oil companies are using the excuse of Katrina to increase their margin, which used to be 5 to 7 cents, is now topping 20 cents. How can the minister tolerate that laissez-faire attitude? Why doesn't he discipline the oil companies by giving the Competition Bureau more powers to conduct an in-depth investigation of gas prices? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Competition Bureau is an independent organization. If the Bloc Québécois wants to put this before the Competition Bureau, they can file a complaint. I urge them to do so. However, it's important that Québécois should understand that the Bloc and the Liberals are in favour of a bill, C-288, that would make gas prices skyrocket for Canadians and Quebecers. That's the position of the Bloc Québécois. It does not respect market forces and goes against the interests of Canadians and Quebecers, Mr. Speaker.
Toronto, Danforth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, something has changed for the better here in the House today. The government has decided to stop calling people names who call for negotiations to end the war in Afghanistan. Let's hope they stay on that track.
On another subject, after the Minister of Labour, the NDP has learned that the Minister of Transport has been using a private jet regularly without disclosing his expenditures. These ministers are stuck in flagrant lack of transparency and error. Can the Prime Minister tell us what other ministers do not comply with the Treasury Board guidelines about transparency? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader has a problem with the facts.
Expenses of the
Minister, do get disclosed in accordance with government policy. And what I like about these questions is they give me the chance to compare the record of Conservative ministers with their predecessors in the Liberal government. And in fact, you will find on all flights, the Minister of Transport has been very mindful of taxpayers' dollars and spends a lot less. And on hospitality, look at this, Minister's hospitality, in his first year, $965. His Liberal predecessors, $15,000 on wining and dining. Guess who's being responsible? It's the Conservative minister.
The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Speaker, despite all the bravado, the facts are rather clear, and that is that it took the NDP to uncover these expenses. And the Labour Minister and the Transport Minister have tried to fly under the radar when it comes to revealing the expenses of their travel. It's pretty clear. Now, here's what Arthur Schaefer, director of the Centre for Professional and Applied Ethics at the University of Manitoba, asked. It's a very good question, so I'll ask it to the Prime Minister. If they are spending money in legitimate, appropriate ways, proper ways, then they have nothing to fear from disclosing it. What they have to answer is, if it's appropriate, why are they not disclosing it? Why are they hiding it, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable, the Government House Leader.
As I said, all these expenditures are disclosed in accordance with government policy. The leader of the NDP simply has his facts wrong. But I'll stop picking on the Liberals for a change, because this was a question from the NDP, and I did talk a few days earlier about his habit when he was at City Council, even though he lived downtown, to use that chauffeur-driven limousine 194 times in 1 year instead of his bicycle to get a few blocks to City Hall. But you know what? I left one thing out. That was despite the fact he had a free public transit pass at the same time. He was using a gas-guzzling limo instead of public transit. I can't believe it.
Order. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, today, 5 experts before the Standing Committee on Finance were unanimous about 3 proposals. The Minister of Finance should abandon his deductibility plan. He should create a task force, as recommended by the Liberals today, and should concentrate on reducing the debt. Will the Minister adopt the Liberal plan, which was endorsed unanimously just today by 5 experts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what the government has done is endorse recommendations from this House, from the Public Accounts Committee, from the Finance Committee, from the Jack Mintz Committee on Business Taxation, and of the Auditor General to get rid of a loophole whereby the same expense can be deducted twice, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why the Liberals are against that, Mr. Speaker. As far as a committee goes, to examine taxation, in fact, the Liberal Party is behind the curve because the government has committed to do that in the budget 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Honourable Member that's behind the curve. She should update herself from 7 years ago. Jack Mintz has abandoned the government and is opposing the government. The co-author with Jack Mintz is Alan Lonchi. And do you know what he said about the government plan? The worst thing to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. She got her facts straight. Doesn't she understand? Everybody out there understands the minister is out of his depth, creating uncertainty, creating chaos. It's time to adopt the Liberal plan.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order, please.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal left out in that torqued rhetoric. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that there are many experts saying that it is completely inconceivable that the Liberals would support a plan whereby the same deduction is claimed by a taxpayer, by a taxpaying corporation twice, Mr. Speaker. The member knows that very well, Mr. Speaker, and in fact he himself said that these kind of loopholes should be shut down. I thought that was a Liberal plan. Why does the plan, so-called, keep changing every day, Mr. Speaker?
The member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I'd like to see the honourable member name one expert that endorses this plan. The finance minister isn't doing a reverse takeover on himself. First of all, he says he's against all deductibility. Then he says, well, no, I'm not really against all deductibility, only if it's 2 years from now. Then he changes his mind again. He says, no, after 10 years, I'll be really against it. Now, Mr. Speaker, but not a minute more. And that's really decisive, Mr. Speaker. Now he says, forget all the interest deductibility. I'm against double dipping. Now, what this minister knows about double dipping could be learned in Dairy Queen. So before he changes his mind again, and because this is a budget measure, will he table before this House a precise Ways and Means motion on what he means?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge my friend opposite to read the budget, which came out in March, Mr. Speaker, in which the minister said very clearly that our government was going to make the tax system more fair so that we could reduce taxes for everyone, and that included double dipping, double taxation, reductions, claiming the same deduction twice for the same expense, Mr. Speaker. The budget also said, the minister said, we're going to form a panel that would advise on going after even more loopholes and more tax havens, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. We actually have read the budget, as have the witnesses at the Finance Committee today, who were unanimous, and they were appalled by the budget's provisions. Amending the Income Tax Act, which is 14 years in the making, and amending 81 treaties, 81 bilateral treaties without consultation is unheard of and unthinkable. Before he does more damage to the nation's finances and before he embarrasses himself further, will he table a precise Ways and Means motion in this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is well aware that the minister has made his intention with respect to this provision of the budget abundantly clear and will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker, so that even the members opposite will finally get it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture made a commitment to dairy producers that cheeses here would be produced with milk from here, with a number of standards for the composition of cheese. But we find out that this will not cover all cheese. Does the minister intend to respect his February commitment and ensure that the regulations about the makeup of cheese will cover the manufacturing of all types of cheese, not just part, and won't be full of holes like a Gruyere cheese? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Of course, the CFIA is undertaking a regulatory process that will deal with both domestic and imported cheese. They are currently in the pre-publication phase of that regulatory process, consulting with both processors and producers of milk. That consultative period will continue through pre-publication and on to the gazetting. There'll be comments from from all sides, from consumers, restaurateurs, and you name it. They'll all be welcome. They'll be taken as part of that consideration, but we're proceeding as promised, not only on two fronts, not only with Article 28, as we promised, but also on compositional standards for cheese products.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. It's serious what's going on because this government is preparing to completely disregard these dairy producers and imperil the supply management system and all of agriculture in Quebec. The Conservatives are no better than the Liberals, who open the border to all sorts of dairy products, and now they would allow the Appalachian pizza cheese to circumvent the rules. Is the minister serious, and therefore will he take concrete action to achieve this and review all the measures that he's preparing to put in place? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
We are moving ahead with the regulatory process on compositional standards based on the moderator's report from the Dairy Industry Working Group. I promised in my speech to the Dairy Farmers of Canada that we were going to proceed in that manner. That's exactly what we're doing. I also urged them at that meeting, of course, that they needed to sit down with the processors and deal with other issues that were contained in that moderator's report, dealing with issues like pricing and other things that are necessary for the sustainability of the industry. But, Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding. Compositional standards, I think so far they're up to 48 different cheeses they've been able to identify to have compositional standards. Is proceeding as it should, but there'll be a comment period where all people are allowed to intervene.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, the conflict between processors and fishers of shrimp will probably put 500 Gaspé families on welfare. While the minister is dragging his feet, the workers in the plants are seeing the weeks where they could work disappear. What does the minister intend to do to solve this conflict, which only benefits companies in his province, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans?
Mr. Speaker, the member made it quite clear, I believe, in his introductory sentence what it's all about. He talked about the conflict between fishers and the processors. That's exactly what it is. Fishermen in New Brunswick, fishermen in Newfoundland and Labrador are doing a deal with their processors, getting a half-decent price. They can't do it in Quebec. It's up to them. In the meantime, I understand the minister from Quebec is involved, meeting with them, maybe even the Premier. But certainly, Mr. Speaker, we're ready and willing to cooperate, but we can't solve industry's problem. They have to solve it themselves.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. That's, frankly, an insulting answer for people who are on the street today. We were expecting concrete action from the minister because the problem has been specifically diagnosed. There are trade issues, tariff quotas that are limiting exports, unfair competition from abroad, etc. The minister has taken away much that needs to be done to relaunch this industry. What's he waiting for before taking action? The Honourable Minister.
What the member says, there are a number of issues. The tariff going into the European market, however, we have about a 60% increase this year in the amount that can go in at the lower tariff. We are negotiating a much larger one, which will happen. We are also looking at other things we can do in relation to fee reduction, etc. These things can't happen overnight, Mr. Speaker. What can happen is that the industry can do the same thing it's doing in the other province, treat the workers fairly.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday morning, the Standing Committee on Official Languages was to discuss the Court Challenges program, but a few minutes before the meeting, without warning, the committee chair cancelled the meeting. Groups organized to defend language rights are obviously very concerned. The committee chair says that it had already been discussed enough. Why are the chair and the Prime Minister taking their orders from the Prime Minister's office? Will the work be ordered to recommence immediately? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, as the opposition member knows full well, the committee's master of its own business. But what about the Liberal position? They voted against our budget in 2007, a budget with $37 million for minority language communities. What about Justin Trudeau's comments, the Liberal candidate for Papineau, who called for an abolition of separate French and English education in Canada? The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Does that mean we should shut up? Day after day, the Conservatives show no respect for official languages. The Official Languages Commissioner said they've received 117 complaints about the cancellation of the Court Challenges program. Will the minister wake up one day and decide to defend the rights of language minorities in Canada? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this case is before the courts. I can't comment. But what about the Liberals' position, who voted against our budget? The Liberals cut the budget for minority communities. In our last budget, we made clear statements about minority communities, $30 million for those communities. Unfortunately, the Liberals don't want to see that money go to those communities. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour isn't the only one to hide his travel expenses. There's also the Transport Minister, except that he doesn't even need to charter a plane to travel. He has his department's aircraft. That's talk about service, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know why he's hiding his travel expenses on his private jet. Is he going to ask is he going to excuse himself? He's going to say, I've been caught and I won't do it anymore? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Indicated earlier, all these travel expenses are disclosed as required under the law. And what they tell us is that Conservative ministers spend an awful lot less traveling in general than Liberal ministers. In fact, when we talked about Challenger travel, on Challenger travel, Liberal ministers travel 300%. 81 flights versus 27 for Conservative ministers. And when we talk about these other flights, we can look at the Minister of Transport's predecessors, over 3 times as much on these types of flights.
The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier.
It's because they hide the expense, but that's illegal. The government is developing a culture of secrecy about the spending habits of cabinet ministers. First, the Labour minister was caught hiding the expenses for his plane travel. Now, we learn that the transport minister also tried to cover up his travel expense claims, but we caught him. Ouch! Now, if the minister thinks that government business requires him to travel around the country, why won't he follow the rules and publish those expenses? Why not, Mr. Speaker? Why not?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure. Order. Despite the howls of pain, we've got to hear the answer. The Government House Leader has the floor. We'll have a little order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot believe that this member just accused his own colleagues, the predecessors, of hiding illegally $95,572.93 in flights that they didn't disclose in their public disclosures, but rather through the department disclosures. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I don't think he really thinks they conducted $100,000 of hidden stolen money. It was the $40 million under the sponsorship scandal that disappeared and was stolen.
South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Francophonie and Official Languages announced good news this week for minority Francophone communities. $555,000 for French community radio stations, and also $500,000 for the French College Network. Could the Minister tell us about other government initiatives to support minority official language communities? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Allow me to remind everyone about the unwavering commitment of our government toward language duality. In our last budget, we announced an additional contribution of $30 million. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, both the Liberals and the NDP voted against that budget. They've decided to oppose concrete investments that would enable our Canadian youth to thrive in their own language. Justin Trudeau, for his part, the star Liberal candidate, even proposed the abolition of separate language education systems.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's arrest of an employee with the Department of the Environment was a classic case of hitting a fly with a hammer. This is a very heavy-handed approach, I'm sure, designed to send a chill throughout the public service. You know, Jan Martel, the author, just sent the Prime Minister the book Animal Farm. Well, perhaps he should have sent another Orwell book, 1984. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that in advance of this year's budget, many media organizations had full details of the budget documents, vital strategic information. So who leaked that secret information, and why was no one arrested?
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Winnipeg North knows very well there are laws in place and oaths that public officials and public servants take that they must respect. And when the police see that those laws have been broken, they do the appropriate thing and investigate and take action. And I know the member for Winnipeg North knows that because, without reference to a book, but perhaps a movie, it's kind of like Groundhog Day. After all, this is the principle the member for Winnipeg North was trying to advance when she asked the RCMP to investigate the income trust leaks.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Canadians remember the good old dark days when the Conservative government simply fired whistleblowers and public servants who didn't agree with government policy. Now the government simply calls in the police and puts them in handcuffs. Recently, the Department of the Environment leaked government plans for incandescent light bulbs. Weeks before that, the budget was on the front page of national newspapers across the country. No one has been investigated, no one has been arrested, no one has been charged. Has the government asked the RCMP to investigate these leaks? Is anyone in the PMO about to be marched out in handcuffs?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows full well the importance of the laws respecting the confidentiality of government information, of cabinet information, and the confidentiality that is required to be applied to that, and the obligation of the police to act on that. It is the same law that applies federally, it's the same law that applies provincially, even in provinces with NDP governments like Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
The Minister of Agriculture is becoming infamous for taking money away from farmers. But his retroactive changes to the Family Farm Options Program is contemptible, Mr. Speaker. Cancelling the program in midstream, 3 months after farmers completed their financial plans, is an absolute betrayal of farmers. Officials have now confirmed this will take close to $250 million out of low farm income pockets. Why is the minister taking $250 million away from hard-pressed farmers? And why does the Prime Minister allow this betrayal of farmers to...
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member was lighting his hair on fire, but it's kind of hard to tell. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to me. This is the honourable member that when I introduced this Farm Family Options Program, Mr. Speaker, he told me this was a disgusting program. He said it would empty the farms in rural Canada. He said it would depopulate the farm centres. I had to stop the program. It was a terrible thing. Well, Mr. Speaker, we made some changes to the program. We're going to give that money and much more to farmers, another $1 billion announced this year. But Mr. Speaker, the member from Malpeque just doesn't get it. We're here to help farmers. He's never helped farmers, and he certainly isn't helping them now.
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, this minister wants to talk about fire, but he's burning actual currency that farmers could have had that they could have put in their pockets to give their families some income. This outrageous decision, Mr. Speaker, by the minister robs low-income farmers of the opportunity for some financial redress. They had planned on up to $18,000 per family, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this is now a government that breaks its word. It's a government that talks accountability but fails to live up to its commitments. And it's a minister whose words of last year are now a broken trust. Will the minister restore today the $246 million that he took away?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is rich. This is the member who said that the program, the Farm Family Option Program, he says it's a blame the victim program. He said, I had to stop it. Mr. Speaker, and put out a press release, Mr. Speaker, saying, stop this program. It's the worst program you've ever seen. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's some merit to it. We're going to continue it. It's a trial program. It's going to continue for another year. But we are putting that $240 million and another $1 billion on top of that to help farmers across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, for him to say in a press release that this was the worst program he's ever seen, that it's a blame the victim program, I had to scrap it. And now when I've changed it, the poor member from Malpeque just doesn't get it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Honourable Deputy Bourassa.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, there's a question we're asking ourselves today because in light of what the Prime Minister said earlier, it seems there's no negotiations between NATO and Canada on what's going to happen after February 2009. And yet the Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday in response to CBC Radio, the question was quite clear.
Questions involving NATO and other allies for battle group replacement on the ground post-January 2009. The answer was the following. You're putting me in a difficult situation because, you know, a lot of this discussion are in camera, not in public. And there was certainly discussion about the combat role played by countries. Who said?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member opposite has been around a long time. I know he poses as a defense critic. I know he holds himself out as an expert on many things, but I really don't think it would surprise him to know that at NATO meetings, where he was outside the room, in fairness to him, there were discussions about the ongoing commitment of NATO troops in Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we all know this government is a one-man show, but will the Trade Minister demonstrate some political courage and admit his softwood deal is flawed? Today, we find out the U.S. Trade Representative Susan Schwab is in Ottawa to meet with the Minister of International Trade. In secret. Why is that? Is this another complaint? Maybe on stumpage fees? Are we heading into another court case? Now, will the minister acknowledge that his deal is flawed, and when will he stop? When will he stop selling us out to the U.S.?
Honourable, the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member is taking his economics lessons from the NDP. To begin with, Ambassador Schwab was not in Ottawa. There was no secret meeting. We have had conversations in the past. We've had telephone conversations. They've been very constructive conversations. The softwood lumber agreement is maintaining stability in the industry at a time when the lumber market is absolutely in the tank. And if we didn't have the softwood lumber agreement, those companies would be poorer and workers would be losing their jobs and we'd be in trouble.
L'Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, at report stage, the House of Commons voted in favour of Bill C-269, put forward by the Bloc Québécois, which improves the EI program. The majority of members supported Bill C-269, which requires royal assent. Will the government respect the decision of the House of Commons and give this bill royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Member for the question, but I point out that this government has moved to improve employment insurance benefits on several occasions. We've also lowered premiums, Mr. Speaker. But so far, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has voted in favour of private members' bills that would cost the EI fund $6.2 billion every year, effectively bankrupting the fund, Mr. Speaker, and leaving workers holding the bag. We can't be that irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. We're being responsible with workers' and employers' funds, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, the minister's figures are wrong. It's $1.9 billion. People should tell the truth here. By not respecting the democratic decision of the House of Commons, the government is saying no to the regions. But do they realize that they're also saying no to an increase in benefit periods? No to doing away with waiting times? No to income earned that could go from 55 to 60%? In short, does the government realize that they're saying no to the unemployed? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's you, the Speaker, who said no to that bill. The problem is that the Bloc Québécois doesn't have the ability to draft legislation that's in order.
To get their bills passed, they should try learning how to write them so that they're actually in order in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs refused to clarify the scandalous situation in his own caucus. The member for Mont-Royal presented a motion at committee to condemn the explicit remarks of the Iranian president calling for the annihilation of Israel, and secondly, calling on the Government of Canada to have an inquiry done by the International Criminal Court. My question, was it at the express demand of the Minister of Foreign Affairs that Conservative members at committee voted against that motion? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Honourable Deputy Palliser.
Okay.
Speaker, sex offender Audrey Black of Moose Jaw was sentenced earlier this week to 4 years in prison for sexual exploitation and making child pornography. Black and her husband, Don, were both convicted of sexually abusing 2 young children they babysat. I share the outrage of my constituents regarding these heinous crimes, and I support their call for tough child protection laws. Would the Minister of Justice please advise this House of what our Conservative government is doing to make this country safer for all Canadians, especially our most vulnerable citizens?
Honourable the Minister of Justice.
I want to thank this honourable member for his continuous efforts to fight crime in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, as Attorney General, I don't comment specifically on a case, but I want the House to know that this government is absolutely committed for the best interest and protection of children. That's why we introduced Bill C-22, the age of protection, to protect 14 and 15-year-olds from sexual predators. That's why we've introduced Bill C-27 to improve the process by which violent and repeat offenders will be kept in prison. That's why we introduced Bill C-9, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that violent and serious offenders don't get house arrest. Mr. Speaker, we're absolutely committed to the best interests of children, victims, reducing crime in this country, and the best...
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it didn't take a long time for this Conservative government to look exactly like the old, tired, corrupt Liberal government. We're seeing scandals emerge, we're seeing a clear incompetence, and the same sense of entitlement among Conservatives and their corporate backers. Now we have the latest chapter in the sad book of Conservatives' betrayal of the public interest. We find out, Mr. Speaker, that this government has ripped up tax bills worth hundreds of millions of dollars owed by Sun Times Media Group. The question is, now why do their corporate friends not have to pay taxes they owe, and how much did they give away?
The Honourable the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, but I want to reassure that this House that we make sure that all people that owe money to the Government of Canada pay their tax bills.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's clearly not the case. Sun Times Media Group admits it owed $605 million to Canadian taxpayers. That's following the many twisted financial transactions of their former CEO, Conrad Black. But now they announce for a few $1 million, the IOU to Canadians has been ripped up, Mr. Speaker. After all this controversy around Conrad Black's twisted financial transactions, this government has said no problem. So why are the Conservatives giving multi-million-dollar tax breaks to this American company?
The Honourable the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times before, I can't comment on cases. We take very seriously any complaints of deliberate non-compliance of taxes. We take corrective action, and I want to be sure the member that we stand up for good taxpayers in this country.
Honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, this anti-culture government has broken another platform promise. They said they would follow through on a national museums policy, and for 16 months they have misled Canadians. Really? They have demonstrated nothing but disdain for hundreds of museums across the country.
Shame.
They cut the much-needed museums assistance program by 25%, and they have provided no leadership and no vision. Why does the minister care so little about heritage in small communities in Canada?
Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, this government does recognize the important role that museums play in the cultural heritage. And that's why we invested $290 million in museums last year. But, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, we recognize our responsibility. For 10 years under the previous government, our national museums had leaky roofs and leaky basements. That is why we put forward $41 million for the health and safety of the patrons of the museums and for the structures of those museums so we can continue to preserve our history.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the best way for citizens to hold their government to account is to vote. Yet voter turnout has been in decline in recent years. In 1958, 79% of eligible voters cast a ballot. This plummeted to 60% in 2004. It's clear more needs to be done to encourage people to vote.
With today's hectic lifestyles, many people identify school, work, and family responsibilities as their primary reasons for not voting. Can the Minister for Democratic Reform please inform this House what measures he's taken to increase voter turnout in Canada?
The government House Leader.
The Expanded Voter Opportunities Bill creates 2 additional advanced polling days on the 2 Sundays before Election Day. Mr. Speaker, this is a modern, practical, and realistic bill. It's an effective way to increase voter turnout in Canada by giving hardworking Canadians more opportunities to vote. What's more, we hope that families will bring their children with them when they go to vote to help them to appreciate from an early age the civic duty and the opportunity presented by the right to vote in a free and democratic society. This week, we're taking action to strengthen accountability through democratic reform, and we're doing it in a number of ways. Increasing voter participation and turnout is just one of those ways.
That will conclude the question period for today. The Honourable Opposition House Leader, though, has a question that I know he'll want to put, it being Thursday.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Government House Leader would be good enough to describe the agenda that he has in mind between now and next week and the time that the House will adjourn for the May adjournment. I wonder in his answer if he could also specifically indicate if he has been able to make a decision yet on the designation of the days for the consideration of estimates on the floor of the House of Commons. And I wonder if he could give us his assurance pertaining to certain matters arising out of question period, if there is in fact an announcement related to taxation that the Minister of Finance proposes to make outside the House of Commons. Will the Government House Leader give us his assurance that before that announcement is made, there will be the tabling in this House of the Ways and Means motion?
Good point. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, as you are aware, this week is strengthening accountability through Democratic Reform Week. It's been a busy week for the Democratic Reform family of bills. We sent out invitations for the first birthday of S4, the Senate tenure bill, that Liberal senators have been delaying for almost a year now. While we're disappointed with the behavior of S4's caregivers, we did have some good news this week with the successful delivery of 2 new members of the family. C-54, a bill to bring accountability with respect to loans, and C-55, a bill to expand voting opportunities. And there's more good news, Mr. Speaker. We are expecting. Tomorrow I will be introducing an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867 on democratic representation, which is on today's notice paper. C-16, fixed dates for elections, was finally allowed by the clingy Liberal-dominated Senate to leave the nest when it was given royal assent last week. And with respect to the scheduling of debate, we will continue today with the opposition motion. Friday, we conclude strengthening accountability through Democratic Reform Week with debate on the loans bill and possibly the Senate consultation bill and hopefully C-52, the budget implementation bill. Next week will be Strengthening the Economy Week, when we will focus on helping individuals, families, and businesses get ahead. Beginning Monday and continuing through the week, this House will consider C-52, the budget implementation bill, C-33 to improve our income tax system, C-40 to improve the sales tax system, C-53 relating to investment disputes, C-47 the Olympics bill, which will help us have a successful Olympics, and hopefully we can get to C-41 the Competition Act. And if time permits, we will also call for third and final reading Bill C-10, the mandatory sentencing bill, the minimum mandatory sentencing bill. Thursday, May 17th, shall be an allotted day.
What an agenda.
Mercredi, le 16 Mai.
Wednesday, May 16th, will be a designated day according to Standing Order 81-4A for Committee of the Whole study of all of the votes under Heritage Canada of the main estimates ending March 31st, 2008. On Thursday, 17th of May, will be the Committee of the Whole study of all of the votes for national defense from the main estimates for the year ending March 31st, 2008.
Debate tomorrow on the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice, the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 be considered as having been put to deal with the 13th report of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts. Therefore, the vote would be put a division requested and deferred until Wednesday, May 16, 2007, at the end of the time provided for government orders.
Does
the Honourable Government House Leader have unanimous consent to present this motion? Agreed.
In terms of the motion, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. So ordered. The Opposition House Leader is rising on another point.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to one specific item that the Government House Leader referred to, the legislation pending having to do with the Vancouver Olympics, this will be, I think, the first time that the House has had the opportunity to consider that matter. And I wonder if he might undertake some consultations among House leaders to see if there's a will in the House to expedite that particular item. I understand that there are some timing considerations pertaining to that piece of legislation, and we might be able to arrive at some understanding to move it expeditiously in the interests of the Olympics.
Honourable the Government House Leader.
I thank the Opposition House Leader very much for that very kind offer, and I'd be very happy to take him up on that.
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth has a question of privilege, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a question of privilege, I wish to correct the misinformation that's been put before the House by the Government House Leader and ask the Minister to correct the record. It has to do with references or allegations of commuting back and forth by a city councillor, happened to have been me, in about 7 years ago in Toronto. And I want to make it very clear that unlike the allegations that were put forward, I was not commuting back and forth between City Hall and my home, which was 4-minute bicycle ride or a 10-minute walk away. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it takes a heck of a lot longer if you're in a vehicle. The facts of the matter, for the record, are that I was president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. The city had a vehicle, not a limousine, a vehicle driven by disabled workers who'd had injuries on the job, who would, instead of hiring a courier company or a limousine or taxi to go to the airport or deliver parcels, was used by 43 different councillors, all of the members of council, for practical purposes, and kept someone employed and saved the taxpayer money. And those are the facts of the matter, Mr. Speaker. Being president of FCM required a great deal of travel back and forth to the airport at the time. One fact to be noted is that unlike the situation with travel of government ministers, all of these facts are on the public record.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm sure the Minister appreciates the clarification offered by the Honourable Member. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government order, business of supply.
Opposition motion concerning interest non-deductibility and income trust policies.
Avant la période des questions.
Before question period, the Honourable Member for Jeanne-Lebert had the floor, and he has 5 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Jeanne-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, in the first part of my speech, I spoke about interest non-deductibility, and now I'd like to continue with income trusts. I was explaining that there had been some mistakes made by the Liberals as well as by the Conservatives, and you will no doubt remember when the Liberal Party was in power, there had been contradictory messages sent out by the Minister of Finance at the time as to the disappearance of income trusts, or whether or not they would remain, and a moratorium had been placed on income trusts. The moratorium was lifted sometime later. The RCMP had conducted an investigation because of suspicious trading, just before the Minister of Finance made an announcement relating to income trusts, but the Liberals are the only ones to have dropped the ball because the Conservatives, during their election campaign, had promised that they would never touch income trusts, they would never be taxed, and some investors, on the faith of that statement made by the Conservative Party, invested massively in this type of vehicle, which increased the value of them, and they didn't think that they were taking too much of a risk because they relied on the word of the minister. But last fall, the minister announced that the government would be taxing income trusts, and this was not in keeping with the commitment that had been made, which is what we object to, because the consumers trusted the government. We aren't necessarily against taxing income trusts. We think it is a model, a business model that could apply in some cases because of the nature of a given business, but it isn't always relevant, and a company should be structured in that way only shouldn't be structured in that way only for tax considerations, and that is what the problem was, is that there were more and more income trusts being created by corporations that converted to these trusts, and this was of some concern, particularly in our economy, where some companies, for example Bell and BCE, in order to meet the requirements of their shareholders, were able to make large profits in a short period of time, and they could have become income trusts, even though that would be dangerous, because with an income trust you have to redistribute the profits on a yearly basis, and no money can be set aside for development and improvement of the company. So in the long term, it can result in a negative effect, and it had to be corrected. And we are going to be voting against the motion because we haven't finished studying the interest non-deductibility issue. It has to be refined, and also because even if the Conservative government betrayed the investors by leading them to believe wrongly that they wouldn't be touching income trusts, it was necessary to make some corrections, and the Bloc Québécois had suggested certain interim measures, or had suggested that the interim measures be extended for 10 years, but the Conservative government didn't do that, and it's unfortunate. And finally, the last reason why we won't be supporting this motion is because there is nothing in here that relates to tax havens, and the Bloc Québécois has been fighting these for years now. When the Liberals were in power, there were epic battles to remove Barbados as an area where corporations could use the jurisdiction to avoid paying taxes here in Canada. There was a clause in 5907, I believe, which allowed them to repatriate tax-free any profit that was made abroad. But in Barbados, the tax rate is 1 or 2%, and we felt that this was inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Alors, reprise today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would first like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Jeanne-Lebert, for his speech. And I will be speaking today on this motion. I will be speaking against the Liberal Party motion, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on this Liberal Party motion that relates to income trusts. As my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois have said, We have supported Ways and Means motions as well as the federal budget for 2007-2008, which provided for an amendment to our tax system so that existing income trusts at the end of a 4-year period would be taxed in the same way as corporations, and there would be a ban on the creation of new income trusts. And there are reasons for our support, but we have to understand why a company would decide to convert to an income trust. In March 2007-2008, in his federal budget, the minister stated that income trusts were responsible for the loss of $400 billion in income for various levels of government. And this doesn't include the announcement of companies such as Bell and TELUS, which were considering converting to income trusts, because this could have increased the tax losses to about $1 billion annually. So we had to put an end to this measure, which allowed companies to avoid paying large amounts in taxes. Another reason is based on the fact that the tax structure means that a corporation must pay almost all of its profits back to shareholders at the end of the year. And even if the shareholders are the main beneficiaries of these measures, they do harm the economy. If the corporation were to keep part of its profits for future investments, then it would have to pay the highest taxes on the profit that is not distributed. That is why, because of the tax losses related to income trusts and conversions for strictly tax purposes, the loss of productivity of our businesses at a time when there is a huge loss in productivity must be considered. Between 2005 and 2006, Canada fell from 7th to 10th in the world, according to the 2007 Competitiveness Journal. And in past months, thousands of investors have pressured members to reverse the decision. It goes without saying that we all have constituents who have come to see us to tell us their stories. Some people have told me that the drop in share prices caused them to lose thousands of dollars. And during the last election campaign, the Conservative Party had promised that they would not touch the income trusts. Investors trusted the party, and they trusted the government, and they either kept or bought more of these shares, which made them even more attractive and caused an artificial increase in their prices. The Conservative government must share part of the blame because it cheated thousands of investors during the last election campaign.
We support that decision, but we do deplore the lack of frankness demonstrated by the Conservatives during the most recent election. It goes without saying that something had to be done to eliminate the practice of businesses converting to trusts just to avoid paying tax. To date, the shareholder had to bear the burden, not the trust. In 2006, you know, when a party goes on a campaign and commits to the people, commits to the citizens, that it will do something or not. And that promise is a sacred promise. The Conservatives had two situations to face during the election campaign. They could have very well said, oh, we will make changes once we're in power. Or they could have quite simply not created any hope and just passed the message on. In other words, they could have stuck with the status quo, and at an opportune time they could have made a decision. In 2006, businesses that decided to convert to trusts represented some $70 billion in market capitalization, without counting the two telephony and telecommunications giants, BCE and TELUS, both of which intended to convert as well. Canada has some 250 trusts for a value of some $200 billion in areas that are very varied, from real estate to hydrocarbons to telecommunications to the food processing industry and to the manufacturing industry. The income trust bandwagon became so widespread that it threatened the economy of the country. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Bloc Québécois put out a communiqué to ask for the elimination of tax havens. I could speak briefly to tax havens, but I would just say that it would have been very important to have the necessary measures to counter the tax havens that make Canada lose billions of dollars. Some companies benefit from the interest deductibility system in a variety of jurisdictions where they deduct interest costs, and that represents tax evasion. The Bloc Québécois is roundly opposed to tax evasion. We will vote against the Liberal motion, therefore. We must not forget that the bill dealing with the interest deductibility will be subject to study in committee, and the Finance Committee will have the opportunity to present recommendations. Each one at the committee, everyone at the committee can provide remedies and solutions to try to correct the situation. You know, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois is deeply concerned about the growth of tax evasion here in Canada. Canadian investment in tax havens between 1990 and 2003 exploded. They increased considerably in an unprecedented way. Canadian businesses invested significant amounts of money, increasingly significant amounts, in countries that were recognized as being offshore financial centers, particularly in the Caribbean. The assets held in the financial sector practically went out of sight in those countries, from $8 billion in 1990 to some $72 billion in 2003. A ninefold increase. Barbados, where Canadian businesses operate some 1,700 subsidiaries, ranks third in terms of destination for Canadian foreign capital, right behind the U.S. and Great Britain. The bill, C-52, is intended to amend the tax treatment that is given to income trusts to eliminate this advantage that they benefited from, which was to the detriment of certain corporations. The Bloc Québécois has thought for many years about the situation with respect to tax, income trusts, and sought solutions. We did not want to see the abolition of income trusts, but the introduction of a minimum tax on profits, income profits, would seem to prevent businesses from organizing into income trusts, and we thought that that would be one possible solution with this bill. The government will set a federal rate of 21% for 2007 and will add 13% afterwards with the provincial tax. I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that we will not support the Liberal motion.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech, and the question that he raised about the obligation of telling the voters where you really stand on an issue, I think is germane to this discussion, because what we're talking about is something that was unsustainable. The income trust bubble that was created by the Liberals was unsustainable because, yes, corporations have an obligation to give dividends to their investors, but they also have an obligation to reinvest in their business, reinvest in the economy. They have an obligation to pay taxes. And what we had was a situation where some of our top economic drivers in this country were being turned into a feeding frenzy for dividend investors, and these were not sustainable in the long term. The member for Wascana was one of the biggest promoters of this bubble that grew. The Conservative Party said they would support that bubble, but at the end of the day, as all bubbles do, it burst. I would suggest that perhaps the biggest burst was the credibility of the member for Wascana, which is why I think the Liberal Party are so adamant about dragging this issue back and trying to reclaim losses that cannot be recovered. The fact of the matter is, this was an issue that should never have been allowed to get this far, and I'm asking the member what he thinks about economic policy that seems to be driven by the Liberals and the Conservatives to go for short-term vote gains at the expense of a long-term holistic vision of building a national economy.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. As I said in my speech, we will be voting against the motion that has been moved by the Liberal Party. We are against it because that motion is a step backwards. We think that the measure should be maintained. But what I do deplore is the attitude of the Conservatives during the election campaign. The Conservatives told the electorate, the citizenry in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, that they would do nothing. They would not intervene in the area of income trusts. But once in power, they did just the opposite. They did intervene. That has created amongst investors a certain attitude in that people went ahead making investments after the campaign thinking that nothing would be done about income trust. And I deplore the change of commitment that the Conservatives made during the after the election campaign.
The Honourable Member for Algoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, whether he agrees or disagrees with the large philosophical thrusts of his party versus ours. I believe he'd have to agree that the 12 years of fiscal management by the previous Liberal government was extremely well done. It led the country to its first and longest series of surpluses that I don't think we've ever seen in the history of our nation. So I wonder if he would share with me a great concern over the competence of this government, the current Conservative government, when, in the case of the income trusts, obviously he's not going to support this motion, but could he explain why then he would support a decision by this government to break a promise which has led to a record number of takeovers by foreign, mostly American, large corporations, takeovers of some very important energy and other income trusts in this country. And at the same time, the Conservative government, in proposing, and now it's backtracking, proposing to eliminate the interest deductibility for loans for foreign investments, that too is going to compromise Canada's ability to really compete in the world. And for workers to benefit from the actually a growing world economy.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. As I said earlier, what we must deplore here is the change of mind of the Conservatives. They're going back on the commitment that they made during the last election campaign. I think when you look at tax and tax measures, you always have to think in terms of equality. What you have to see in there is that I think that the fairest measure for Quebecers would be to have this tax measure maintained.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Newton North Delta. Mr. Speaker, the misguided policies of this Conservative government, and the Finance Minister especially, are making it increasingly difficult for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally. At the same time, Canadian companies are now particularly vulnerable to foreign takeover as a result of this government's income trust policy and, more recently, the wrong-footed corporate non-deductibility of interest proposal. The Conservative Industry and Finance Ministers stand by as strategic Canadian corporate icons are swallowed up by interests outside our borders. And, Mr. Speaker, the worst is yet to come. Energy and other natural resource companies are special targets of private equity players awash with cash and by companies in emerging economies seeking more control over their commodity supply chain. Mr. Speaker, already the list of recent foreign takeovers is staggering. Inco, Falconbridge, IPSCO, Dofasco, Algoma Steel, Fairmont Hotels, Labatt's, CN, Four Seasons Hotels, Hudson's Bay. Mr. Speaker, Hudson's Bay is the oldest commercial corporation in North America. It received its royal charter in 1670 to develop the fur trade in Canada, and it's now in the hands of outside interests. Mr. Speaker, Canadian corporate icons, Bell Canada Enterprises and Alcan are also in play as foreign takeover targets. And what does this Conservative government do? The answer is nothing. They stand by and rubber stamp the takeovers using the toothless provisions of the Investment Canada Act. Since the Investment Canada Act was passed in 1985, there have been over 11,000 foreign acquisitions of Canadian companies. No investments have ever been blocked under the Investment Canada Act. And the reason for this is that the current criteria under the Act, with the exception of certain financial services, telecommunications, transportation, and cultural industries, the criteria are strictly economic. The stated purpose of the Investment Canada Act is, and I quote, to encourage investment in Canada by Canadians and non-Canadians that contributes to economic growth and employment opportunities, and to provide for the review of significant investments in Canada by non-Canadians in order to ensure such benefit to Canada, unquote.
It, in general, happens in this way. A company that wants to acquire a Canadian corporation convinces Industry Canada that the transaction will lead to investment and jobs. Industry Canada agrees, perhaps after having obtained some modest concessions, and gives its approval. It's always approved, Mr. Speaker. Once the chips fall, the company carries on with the transaction. Who's going to verify and monitor that the commitments were kept? We know that there are many, many cases, anecdotal cases, where, in fact, the true strategic intent of the company does emerge. For example, plants are moved around, decision-making centers are moved out of Canada. There is a restructuring abroad. And private investors and speculators intervene that will, on the short term, increase the holdings of the shareholders.
About this hollowing out of corporate Canada, our Liberal government in the last Parliament introduced changes to the Investment Canada Act to give more power to the federal government to reject unwanted takeovers. This bill died on the order paper because of the January 2006 election, and this Conservative government has not reintroduced similar legislation. This is not surprising at all, Mr. Speaker, given the laissez-faire attitude of the current industry minister and this government. I have great faith in the markets, but markets alone do not always respond in ways that are beneficial to Canadians. That is why Canadians elect members of Parliament to this House of Commons to protect and assert their interests, not stand by and watch while our national assets are being eroded. In my view, Mr. Speaker, we should amend the Investment Canada Act and replace the current net benefit test with a national interest test, or at the very least with the national security test. There are many countries that already have such criteria. Companies wishing to acquire a corporation in the United Kingdom must demonstrate that the transaction is in the public interest. In Japan, foreign takeovers are reviewed to ensure that they do not pose any public security, public order, or public safety threats, and that they do not have the potential to adversely influence the national economy. Not surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, foreign takeovers of strategic assets in countries like China, Mexico, Russia, and India are difficult, if not impossible. In Australia, a takeover must prove to the satisfaction of the Australian government that the proposed acquisition is in Australia's national interest. In Australia, national interest is considered in relation to the widely held concerns of Australians, its laws and policies, national security interests, and economic development. In my view, Australia's approach to defining the national interest is a sound one. Mr. Speaker, some argue that the national interest or public interest test discourage foreign direct investment. We need to encourage, not discourage, investments by foreign interests in Canada. I agree with that. Now let us look for a moment at the experience in Australia. Although it seldom occurs, Australia has used the national interest test to block large-scale foreign investment. For example, in 2001, Mr. Speaker, the Australian government rejected an attempt by Shell Oil in a hostile takeover bid for an Australian energy company, Woodside Petroleum Limited. This Australian $10 billion bid was rejected on the grounds that Shell would operate the company as part of its global portfolio and not in the best interests of the company itself. Does this sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? Have we had similar concerns? Following this decision by the Australian government, while there were market reactions in the short term, the impact was short-lived. Foreign direct investment into Australia has grown from US $9 billion in 2001 to $58 billion US in 2004. Monsieur le Président, si nous...
Mr. Speaker, if we want to have a test on national interest with respect to foreign acquisitions, what should it comprise? As I have said, I think we should follow the Australian model. We have to define national interest through policy, through regulations, and also through guidelines. We have to see that Canada is well served. I feel that Canadian companies that are strategically important for the country because of their size and because of their scope and because of the contribution that they can make with respect to exploiting natural resources, all of these energy companies, they should be rigorously scrutinized and protected against foreign acquisitions.
Adopts a national interest test for foreign takeovers. Will this impact on the ability of Canadian companies to grow and expand internationally? Not in the least, I submit, Mr. Speaker. These Canadian companies will still have to meet the tests imposed by other countries in which the acquisition target is located. How can there be retaliation when so many jurisdictions have national interest or national security tests of their own? What will slow down international expansion is these rules that this government has brought in on the non-deductibility of interest and also on the income trusts. Mr. Speaker, we must stand up for Canada. Where non-Canadian companies wish to acquire Canadian companies, it is often quite obvious what their agenda is. The question for us as parliamentarians to consider is, what is Canada's agenda? What is in our national interest? We cannot avoid this question. It's time to act. I thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the to the fascinating pitch the member made over there, but halfway through I found I was starting to get, my feet were starting to get wet, and then I had to start actually tucking my pant legs into my socks, Mr. Speaker, because of this dearth of crocodile tears that were spilling over the parliamentary floor from our member. When I hear him talk about the toothless provisions of the Investment Canada Act, I'm astounded. Of the 11,000 sell-offs of Canadian corporations that happened, who did it happen under? It happened under that toothless party, the Liberal Party of Canada, who stood by and told us that we didn't need national protections, that we didn't need national standards, who stood back and allowed a massive sell-off of so much of our corporate sector. And then to come in the House today, Mr. Speaker, and to have the gall to stand up and say somehow that the sell-off of Falconbridge and Inco and Abitibi and other main Canadian companies are somehow due to income trusts. Not only is that an abuse of the facts, but it's selling the intelligence of the Canadian people short, because they well remember that it was his party, when they were in government, who did nothing to do anything about toughening up the Competition Act and allowed so much of these sell-offs. And I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, because I want to ask him a question. It was his party under his Prime Minister who created the concept of the flags of convenience. It was the former Prime Minister whose company had Canadian workers fired on the high seas and had replaced them with Koreans and Filipinos, and had tax havens set up in Barbados, so that a man who was the Prime Minister of Canada didn't have to pay his proper share of taxes. I want to ask him how he's got the gall to stand up here now and talk about strengthening Canada's corporate sector.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member for Timmins James Bay, if he has problems with his trousers, he should, get his tailor to properly adjust the length of them, and maybe someone should tell him that the floods are over. But, with respect to what he said, I think he perhaps wasn't listening to what I said earlier, but it was our government that brought in legislation to change the provisions of the Investment Canada Act. And in fact, what we're looking at today, maybe the member doesn't read the newspapers, but I certainly do, and I think many colleagues in this House do, and he's seen the recent spate of takeovers, and it's a result of a number of things. It's a result of the fact that there are many private equity players awash with cash. It's a fact that it is a global economy. But I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that should say that we stand back. I think it's time for us to reassess our Investment Canada Act and the criteria that we use. And there are many countries that have a public interest test or a national interest test. I think it's time that we began to look at that. And the member's question about the tax havens, I mean, in this House there's a lot of misinformation, I think, that's being promoted. The reality is, if you're in the international shipping business, the member from Timmins, James Bay, perhaps doesn't fully understand business economics, but if you're in international shipping, you have to base yourself offshore, you have to have a flag of convenience, or you simply cannot compete. It's the same question about the non-deductibility of interest. If, even though we might argue in this House that it's not a very wise policy, the reality is that if Canadian companies want to bid on companies abroad, that's what they're up against. They're up against companies who can deduct interest for the acquisition of companies abroad. So I think we need to get a little bit of reality into the discussion, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? Supplementary questions? The honourable member for Halifax.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Liberal member give, I think, a bit of a selective history on the whole issue of protection for foreign takeover of our economy, really. And I wonder if he could just address the question so we're clear about this. I believe he was correct when he said, but maybe I've misinterpreted, that it was in fact a previous Conservative government that came along and took the teeth out of some of our important legislation that would in fact have made it possible to put to the test the question of national interest in our own economy before approving foreign takeovers of some of our major industries. And that occurred, I believe, perhaps the member could confirm this, in the mid-'80s. But I think the unanswered question is really what happened since it was recognized by then that what was effectively happening is that there was just like a bean counter, just counting the numbers of takeovers with no opportunity to really stand against our national economy being hollowed out. The Liberals came to power in '93, and if I'm not mistaken, on the eve of an election in '96, suddenly wakened to the fact that we needed to have such legislation in place, and now just is apoplectic that it died on the order paper just before an election, some 13 years after coming to power. Am I not correct in that historical account? Although I think the real issue is what it is that needs to be done in the future and who actually can be trusted to follow through based on the record in this House. And if I can finish by making a reference to the fact that
the honourable member won't be able to finish, and the time for questions and comments is really expired. I'll have to go to the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to speak on this motion in the House today because what we are addressing concerns an issue that is crucial important in my riding of Newton North Delta, the issue of income trust. There's no issue that I have received more phone calls, more letters, and more emails about from my constituents. I do not know how many times I have heard from them, many who voted Conservative and not Liberal in the last election, that the government they voted for is not the one that would have reversed their position on this. If they did, my constituents would have never given them their conditional trust, never mind the responsibility to handle income trust. Because of the volume of the complaints I received, Mr. Speaker, I decided to hold a town hall meeting for those who had lost so much of their hard-earned savings. I sat and listened, and I could not believe all I was hearing. These are ordinary Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and they do not speak from the positions of great wealth. Many are not in their peak earning years anymore. Many cannot even dream of making up half of what they lost because of this decision. I sat down with them in the town hall meeting, and we talked about the real cost of this decision. We know the numbers, Mr. Speaker, an estimated $25 million, an average of $25,000 for each Canadian. But the numbers are just the facts. They do not tell a story. They are too abstract. You cannot understand these losses until you actually sit down with some of the people who suffered from this decision. But talking and consulting with the Canadian public does not seem to be a core strength of the government to begin with. One gentleman, a Mr. Maurice Bouchard, was one of the Canadians who based his retirement plans on an investment portfolio that included income trusts. He is 60 years old, Mr. Speaker, and he has got a mortgage, 4 children, one who has lost his chance to own a home because of this mean-spirited government decision. Mr. Bouchard did not expect to be in this position. He worked hard all his life. He has paid his taxes. He's been active member of the community in Newton North Delta. Here in Ottawa, where it is all about numbers on the books, we could use some of his clarity. For him, it is very simple, and I quote, "How can I tell anyone, my kids or grandchildren, that the high morality of one's word as a promise is still the foundation of our society? When our political leader of the day breaks his own word for not so good reason?" I would say that is a very good question. It is the one I cannot see this government answering anytime soon. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not just those who are planning their retirement who were hit hard by this decision. I also received an email from Mr. Bouchard's son. He's 23-year-old. Mr. Speaker, just starting out in life. He's worked hard, doing overtime in labor jobs, rarely making more than $13 per hour. This young man, Mr. Mark Bouchard, does not want to be a millionaire. He just wants to, what so many other Canadians want, he wants to own a home, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this government might not pay much attention to the property prices in my riding of Newton North Delta, but let me make it simple for you. This young man put his savings for a home in income trust. Those savings are gone now. All I can say is that I wish this government had the wisdom to speak to ordinary Canadians like the Bouchards before they made their decision. We all know on this side of the House that there were better ways to manage the file. That is what this motion is all about. We all know they had the opportunity with the committee process to truly listen to Canadians before they broke their promise to them. Now I know that many of the measures in Bill C-33 are about tax fairness, about avoiding tax havens, and making sure no Canadians enjoy tax advantage over the others. And for the principle of fairness, that is why I support this bill. But there is no fairness involved with the aspect of income trusts here. My colleague, honourable member from Markham, a finance critic who has worked so hard on a tax reform in his role as a minister, put it very well. This is a nuclear bomb approach to solving this problem. There were alternatives he clearly outlines in his speeches here in the House, and as for consultations, we heard about advisors on taxation. Well, there are no better advisors on taxation than hard-working Canadian families, like the families in Newton North Delta that got affected. Families like those who spoke with me at my town hall meeting, families like those who have written to me or phoned my office in numbers you would not imagine. As I earlier mentioned, that this is the single issue that I have received more phone calls, more emails, more letters that I haven't received a total in any other issue. If they consulted with the business sector, they would have heard the same things too. They would have heard what many people wisely predicted, but has now become reality. The income trust tax has resulted in at least 15 takeover attempts in the last 5 months. Interest deductibility is just going to make this situation worse. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker. This government has broken their promise to ordinary Canadians, mismanaged this file, and cost hard-working Canadian families over $25 million in losses in one day. We could be waiting a long, long time for a sound fiscal management from this government, as we had a strong fiscal management from the previous government. And time is money, Mr. Speaker, and many Canadians are now wondering what happened to the sound fiscal management that the 13 years of the Liberal government brought in. 8 years of balanced budgets, the best economic performance in G8 countries. It's not me who's telling, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if we go back to The Economist magazine, that will say that Canada was one of the best countries to invest, second best country to Denmark to invest. I mean, if we look at between 1990 and the time we left the government, the Canadians were taking 11% more in their take-home after paying taxes. And many Canadians, like my constituents, want the old Canada back now. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to address the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the comments from my colleague from British Columbia. But it's pretty clear from his comments that he doesn't believe in tax fairness. He well knows that there are corporations in Canada that are earning not millions, but billions of dollars of profits. In fact, last year, Encana, one of our largest oil and gas companies, earned $7 billion worth of profits, and Encana was planning on converting into an income trust. Now, my friend is suggesting that Encana shouldn't be paying tax on those profits. You know, let's look at what the public says about this. Globe and Mail says the finance minister tackled a difficult issue that the Liberals could not muster the gumption to resolve. National Post said everyone else has gotten the message. Why haven't the Liberals? Toronto Star says the same thing. In fact, his own finance critic says it was absolutely the right thing to do. Sheila Copps, John Manley, both say the income trust decision was the right thing to do. So my question to the member is, if he believes that tax fairness should be the rule in Canada, and that ordinary taxpayers shouldn't bear the burden of having to carry the taxation that corporations normally carry, then why won't he support the income trust decision that our government so courageously made?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank honourable member from Elsport for his question. In fact, if we want to talk about the third-party courts, I have 2 pages of them that I just don't want to read it. But in fact, I just want to go back to the ordinary Canadians. I fully believe in fairness. That is why I supported not taxing this income trust the way this government has brought in. I'm not talking about the billionaire people. I'm talking about those ordinary Canadians like Mr. Mark Bouchard that I mentioned, the fellow that wanted to build a house, wanted to build his dreams in Newton North Delta. And it is his dream that has gone down the pipe. And I can talk about those quotes if you want me, Mr. Speaker. I can say one of the quotes right here is the finance minister. I'm saying a quote, so I don't have to mention the name. Finance minister has dropped the ball on income trust. He has dropped the ball on income and trust deductibility. He has dropped the ball on income splitting. He is promised us dramatic reductions in corporate taxes and individual taxes. How about capital gains? They have delivered on nothing, and this is also from John Priestman, Managing Director of the Guardian Capital Group. I mean, list goes on, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'm sorry. We need time for other questions, if there are any. The honourable member for James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to my colleague, and I remember Bre-X. I had many people in my riding who lost money in Bre-X, people who invested because they thought this was a good investment and put savings in and lost it, and it's a heartbreak. I think what's similar is that this was a bubble like Bre-X that was allowed to grow out of control. We know that it went from a relatively obscure form of investment to $200 billion in capital holdings in just a few years. That's $200 billion that was not being paid into taxes. We've seen so many on the brink of it, so many major financial players who were about to play over to income trust, and the Liberal government made the decision at the time to go for cheap votes. They refused to deal with it. The member for Wascana, I think, helped create this bubble beyond what it was, and average people got hurt because of a government that was committed to short-term political votes rather than a long-term commitment to the economy. And I'd like to ask my friend, if he says he wants the old country of Canada back, what about the $200 billion plus of money that was diverted away from taxable income that would have helped average Canadians, like the average Canadians in my riding, who are seeing more and more costs downloaded to them because there isn't a proper tax break or tax basis?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member. I mean, if that is what this honourable member or NDP mean when they talk about protecting working-class Canadians, is tax fairness of $25 billion hit to the pockets of seniors and ordinary Canadians like the one I earlier mentioned, that they want to buy a small house. Is that what it means? If that is what it means to them, and then they should be supporting this motion. And on the other hand, the bigger issue is this, that this Prime Minister has made a promise to Canadians that he will not abolish the income trust. And I'm going to ask back the question to this honourable member that many hard-working Canadians, if they go to the bank and they make that investment, the hard-earned money that they have, based on this Prime Minister's word, and he broke that word with the Canadians, and I don't know how that member feels about all those ordinary working Canadians in my riding and in...
Order. Order. The time for questions and comments has expired. I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following public bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-201, an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act, the elimination of bureaucratic patronage and geographic criteria in appointment processes. Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to... you should check if Candace is around. It's a pleasure for me to speak on this bill a little earlier than anticipated. But never too early. This is, Mr. Speaker, another example of the Conservative not having a plan to govern. We see this budget not as a plan for Canadians, nothing to aspire to, as the title would say, but an interim document, a regroupment of sound bites bringing us to an election. The Minister of Finance had no intention of putting in place this elimination of the deductibility of interest for foreign investments. He didn't know how to do it. Had no interest. It was a quick soundbite. It was tax fairness. He knew there would be some opposition to it, and he would talk about tax fairness. 20 seconds, he can explain his side very well. But now he's had months, and all we see is reversals, where he's talking, no, not the elimination of interest necessarily, but the double deduction of interest, and next week it will be something else. I understand that Monday he's going to be making a statement on this. I hope somebody is writing this one for him. I hope he has talked to people within the department. I hope he's talked to experts. I hope he's talking to the business community. I hope he's looking at what's happening in the international community, what we're competing against, what the people who are providing us jobs have to face day in and day out in that global business environment, and that he comes out with something that has a little bit of logic. See, we've seen a lot of this. We've seen during a campaign and the years before the campaign, in my riding, where they said that they would fix the problem of the Port of Digby. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, finally, we got the arbitrator's report on the Port of Digby. Arbitrator had been called in after serious allegations had been made by a member of the Conservative Party. Questions that deserve to be looked at, I agree 100% when the member from Colchester raised these. But the arbitrator came out and he said, it's not the operators of the port who made the mistake, it's the federal government in the transfer. And it's true, Liberals were in power at the time of that transfer. It was a mistake made by Transport Canada. It was previous to my being elected, but it was a mistake by our government. Now the Conservatives have the power. They have made the promise that they would fix it. 16 months, no action, nothing. Still the same lines that are furnished by that department. Then we look at income trust. They make the promise during the campaign, we won't tax income trust. No way that we'll tax income trust. What happens? First thing they do, they tax income trust. $25, $30 billion of savings, primarily of seniors, lost. But more, or just as important as that, shouldn't say more important, $25 to $30 billion of income lost, of saving, is huge. It's unimaginably huge. But also important is the question of the hollowing out of Canada's corporate assets. These entities don't cease to exist. The ownership changes hands. And if there's no vehicle to have that ownership within Canada, it ends up that ownership is in other nations, in other countries. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing these valuable resources go to other countries. Now, were problems with income trust, and there were problems with the direction that it was going. But rather than surgically looking at the problems and fixing them, kapow, the nuclear bomb, wipe out the whole thing, except for real estate, which some of his friends must have understood, because he agreed that it was a good vehicle for real estate investment, so they left the REITs. But they took out the other ones. The governor of the bank in committee said that income trust, while there was a problem with governance, that he be for certain investments, for certain sectors, that it was the proper investment. Energy was named as one of them. I'd like to advise the chair that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Scarborough Centre. So that was the fiasco with income trust. Then we come to this famous question here, now where we look at interest deductibility. I give you the example of a company that's in manufacturing in Canada. That's in the transformation of products, raw materials for manufactured goods. We look, for example, at the aluminum sector. To produce aluminum, you need energy, you need raw material. One of them is bauxite. You sometimes have to, as a corporation, if you want to compete on the market with international corporations, you have to buy subsidiaries in other countries. You have to open mining operations so that you can get your bauxite. The way to do that is to borrow money, either domestically or internationally, that has a cost, operate those facilities, and get your product, guarantee your resource, guarantee that you can continue to operate. If his budget had put this in place, he just mentioned it, but if his budget had put that in place, at the moment, Canadian companies were no longer competitive. No longer companies compete with Spanish companies, with American companies, with European companies. Also, they're out of that market. So what's the only choice? Sell your head office. Sell your head office to a country where they can use that interest deductibility. No choice whatsoever. I'll give you another example of the hollowing out. In the military purchasing, they decided that to speed things up and give their chosen contractors all the work, that they would go with original equipment manufacturer, not only for the equipment, not only for the planes, for example, or the helicopter, but also for the in-service support. Now, Mr. Speaker, that in-service support is very important because that's where Canadian companies have potential. That's where we can build, that's where we can develop, and that's where we can compete. I call to your attention IMP out of Halifax, homegrown company, an immigrant who came into our country, saw the potential, contracts with the military to work on Auroras, to work on helicopters, Sea Kings. 50% of his work is with the Canadian military. But that gives him the capacity to compete internationally. So out of Halifax and Quebec, about 5,000 employees competing and selling in over 7 or 8 countries. He's providing about 5,000 jobs. A lot of people I know who retire military, they're technicians, they go on to very gainful employment working for that company, creating value within Canada, competing with multinationals. Now what's the situation? Well, we get a contract, we hear that Boeing is going to spend dollar for dollar on this contract in Canada. But what the minister doesn't tell you is that Boeing gets to choose who they use. So can you imagine if I'm a contractor and all of a sudden I have to go and beg rather than compete for my work, I have to go beg for my work with somebody who already has all the government work. He's guaranteed it. I have to go beg for a little slice of that. Now, I would imagine that if that contractor is bidding against me in international markets, that he's going to tell me that if I'm going to get that work, don't bid with me in international markets. If you bid with me, I squeeze you out of Canadian markets. What's the result of that? Again, Mr. Speaker, and compound that onto the ITARS rules that tells this employer who he can hire, what information he can have, what data he can have. Oh, so what happens to this company? There's no choice but to sell outside of Canada, to sell to another company. Another example of hollowing out of our Canadian assets. Now, I'm not one of those economic nationalists who will tell you that we have to have all sorts of rules to make sure that nobody can compete to own Canadian companies and buy against that. I believe that given the right set of circumstances and a level playing field, our Canadian companies can compete in the world. We can buy out in other nations. We can compete with everybody. But if we look at this, if we look at income trust, if we look at OEM and ISS, and if we look now at interest deductibility, we're tilting the playing field away from Canadian companies. We're removing their competitivity. And all of a sudden, they have no choice but to sell. How can you ask a Canadian company, shareholders within a Canadian company, to risk all their capital, their pensions, their future pensions, these shareholders, which are your pension and ours and the workers in our community's pension, to risk everything to compete in a market that they're disadvantaged against? So, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that on Monday, when the Minister of Finance does another flip-flop, that he falls on the proper side this time. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. You know, my colleague is a well-respected member of this House, but the problem is the more time you spend away from your community and from your riding, the greater the tendency is to forget what hardworking Canadians actually go through to try to build their families, protect their families, make a life for themselves. And it's evident in this member's comments that's happened to him, because when you ask hardworking Canadians whether billion-dollar corporations should be paying tax, whether billion-dollar corporations should be entitled to put their money offshore in trusts, or should be able to double dip in terms of deductibility of their investment, they'll say, no, I'm working hard enough as it is. Yep. I don't want billion-dollar corporations to get extra benefits and pass that burden on to me, hardworking Canadians trying to raise a family to be respectable. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I had to just ask myself, why is it that the Liberals in this House oppose tax fairness? And then I remembered, it's the party that over 13 years had the sponsorship scandal, that had the HRSDC boondoggle, $1 billion, the $1 billion gun registry boondoggle, special favors for friends and insiders, and it suddenly made sense. They've been doing it for 13 long years, and they still don't get it. How many years? So my question to the member is, Mr. Speaker, why does he oppose tax fairness for ordinary, hard-working Canadian families?
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, he raises a lot of accusations as to our former government, but he can't even find in his bag of tricks over 13 years anything equivalent to $17 billion of untendered contract being given out within the week that we've seen by this government. Shame. And our party supports tax fairness. We support tax fairness. We don't want to see people abuse offshore havens. If there are loopholes that need to be closed, we should close them. What we don't agree with is tax stupidity. We don't agree with the minister standing in the House and to try to get on the news one day, put an unplanned, unadvised, ill-advised, little 20-second blurb that is going to scare the whole corporate world. People hardworking in my riding, they work hard. They work hard at places like IMP. They work hard at places like Michelin Industries. They have if they don't work in large industries like that, or Michelin Tire, or they have pension plans invested in Canada's corporate sector. And they need that corporate sector to have a level playing field. They need job growth in Canada so that the government of Canada can get revenues from corporations and from individuals to give the programs needed. We can't tilt the playing field away from our companies and expect that they're going to compete in the global environment in this very difficult business world. They've been doing it well over our term as Liberal members.
Order. Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised that I'm hearing today the Liberals talking about the hollowing out of corporate Canada when the real hollowing out happened under the income trusts, where we saw strong corporations that have a duty, of course, to pay out to their investors, but also a duty to reinvest and to build a corporation, so to create more income, more jobs, and then, of course, part of that obligation is to pay taxes. And we were seeing more and more companies becoming basically a tax haven and then being eaten out from within in dividend payouts. And nothing, I support all the people who invested in them because certainly you want a return. But the fact was that the Bank of Canada said that this was these were inappropriate business structures. We had heard that they're overvalued by some 40% in often cases. We had $200 billion in monies that was no longer being taxable, but that was becoming part of this tax haven. So the hollowing out happened under the whole income trusts that were supported by the former finance minister when he said he would do no such thing to deal with this massive tax loophole that was being created, and the Liberal Party were running on that record. So the real hollowing out happened in his government when the Liberal Party was in power. It's not happening now. We're in a different situation now, but he has to be at least...
Order. I need to kind of try and give the honourable member at least 30 seconds to respond.
I agree with the governor of the bank, who said that there were problems within governance within the income trust sector, but I also agree with him when he said it's the right vehicle for certain types of corporate investments in Canada. And rather than fix the problem, we took a nuclear bomb and wiped out the whole sector. That's like burning a forest because there are a few diseased trees. In my neck of the woods, we do silviculture for problem trees. We don't burn the forest.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to participating in this debate, only because following the debate throughout the day, I can't help but start off by saying that there's certain comments made from the government side of the benches and the NDP and the Bloc that are really, I think in my view, I don't want to use the word misleading, but are sending the wrong kind of signals to Canadians as to what this motion brought forward by the leader of the Liberal Party, the honourable member from St. Laurent, Cartersville, is all about. So for the record, Mr. Speaker, I want to read the motion before I made my comments so that Canadians out there understand what this Liberal team is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, the opposition motion states as follows, and I quote, that in the opinion of the House, the government's mistaken policies with respect to interest non-deductibility, and I underline that, in income trust are making it increasingly difficult for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally, while making Canadian businesses increasingly vulnerable to foreign takeovers, thus putting Canadian jobs, head offices, and investment at risk and contributing to a hollowing out of Canadian enterprises. And this House calls upon the Prime Minister to instruct the Minister of Finance to resolve these dangers by withdrawing his interest non-deductibility proposal, and that's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker, and entering into meaningful public consultations on appropriate measures to combat tax abuse, which is what they're talking about, which is what they want, which is what was just mentioned by my colleague, the former Speaker. And I go on, and by withdrawing his proposals to tax income trust and replace it with the Liberal alternative as summarized in the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented in February 28, 2007. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we are debating today. We're not debating the HRDC boondoggle that was mentioned a minute ago, which, Mr. Speaker, sadly, those innuendos of that day moved the government forward to create an inquiry that cost us millions of dollars to prove what, Mr. Speaker? And I know you remember this very well. The result that came out was that they couldn't allocate $64,000. But continuously, until this very day, attempts are made to mislead and camouflage that whole issue and mislead Canadians by calling it the $1 billion boondoggle. There was never, Mr. Speaker, $1 billion lost. But I'm not going to talk about that, Mr. Speaker. I want to focus on this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, what is puzzling here is this. Prior to the last election, and during the campaign of the last election, the current Prime Minister, the then Leader of the Opposition, stood up and made all these wonderful promises because, yes, there was an initiative at that time. There were comments from our government of the day, the Liberal government, to look at income trust. But we just didn't react to it, Mr. Speaker, and woke up one day and said, well, we're going to make these changes, especially when we address this area, which has an impact not only on corporate Canada, Mr. Speaker, but on the lives of many people, and more specifically, Mr. Speaker, seniors. Seniors who wisely invested so that they could have a better future in their golden days. So they took confidence and accepted the word of the then Leader of the Opposition, the current Prime Minister of this so-called new Conservative government, and they felt comfortable. And there were many people I know, Mr. Speaker, who on that issue and that issue alone decided to cast their vote. Rightfully so. That is democracy. That was the most important issue for a certain segment of our society, and they decided to vote because they made, Mr. Speaker, a firm commitment that they would not touch income trust. And it's all very well documented here, Mr. Speaker, not innuendos. And as I said earlier today in my questions and comments period, we prefer, the member from King's Hands and other members clearly stood up and said, don't listen to what we have to say. Here are comments from third parties, third-party endorsements. They quoted Dianne Francis, who is, not necessarily a liberal. They quoted, Premier Danny Williams from Newfoundland and Labrador, the Premier of Nova Scotia, who today are saying, Mr. Speaker, without any hesitation, you misled Canadians. You promised us, for example, in terms of the Kelowna Accord, and today you've reneged on it. You promised us on the Kelowna Accord, and today you moved away from it. Well, Mr. Speaker, a similar promise, commitment on their campaign was made with respect to the income trust, where, the leader then, or the current Prime Minister, for example, talked about fairness and protecting. And he says here, and I quote, the commitment, I can't mention the name, but the current Prime Minister, was not that we would have no taxes for TELUS. He mentions a company. It was not that we would have no taxes for BCE. It was not that we would have no taxes for foreign investors or taxes for major corporations. It was a commitment to protect incomes for seniors, Mr. Speaker. And we have, and I'll get to it in a minute, emails and letters and phone calls from seniors. He actually quotes a $30,000 impact in his personal letter, of which one senior specifically says, I have been impacted to that specific figure. So today, he's not only broken, his commitment to the veteran, the widow of a veteran, who in writing, he said, the moment we assume government, we will address and change the VIP program. But he's gone back on the income trust commitment. So once that message was sent out, Mr. Speaker, think of it this way. People get influenced. They go out and invest their savings and feel confident, and all of a sudden they have the rug pulled under their feet. All of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, we have seniors who are sending in emails. And, as I said, I prefer not to make my comments, but the comments of other people. We have Tom and Ethna Anderson, who say, a broken promise is a quote, Mr. Speaker, a broken promise is a broken promise. The current government broke its promise not to tax income trust. These actions have seriously lessened our confidence in the government's ability to govern with honesty and integrity. Our investments and the investments of thousands of Canadians, especially seniors like us, have suffered greatly. We reject the government's claim that destroying existing trust was necessary to prevent further conversions. We urge you to do whatever you can to get rid of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and to hold them accountable. Tom and Ethna Anderson. Mr. Speaker, here's another one. The Minister of Multiculturalism had a meeting in his constituency, and Bill Fisher sends in, and he states as follows. We worked hard to elect a Conservative government. We were rewarded with betrayal. The Prime Minister promised one thing and did another. That's a lie. A $35 billion lie. Calling manure a rose doesn't change the smell. The minister that I referred to of multiculturalism spoke a lot of rose at the meeting, but few were fooled. He and the Prime Minister need to listen to Ralph Klein and repent, and reimburse investors and seniors. You can't reward lying politicians by voting for them. Bill Fisher, I assume he's from the riding of the minister. Now, another one from the Mortensen family, Mr. Speaker. And it says here, the Prime Minister conned people into thinking it was okay to invest in trust, then pulled the plug out from under us. The government has successfully made it sound like it was not tax money from businesses involved in the income trust structure, and people seem to be buying this. I feel it is important that it be made clear to the Canadian public that governments get lots of tax money due to income trusts. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on and on. I will close with this other one from Elmer Sather from Surrey, BC, when he says, "I am speechless and in shock over how fast these income trusts are being taken over by foreigners." Mr. Speaker, I quoted this one as a last. There's many others, only because that's what this motion is really dealing about. I believe I have 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker, if I'm not mistaken. 8 seconds. Well, Mr. Speaker, it really has to do about a level playing field, of which the Minister of Finance said yesterday. This is not creating a level playing field. Canada should not be the Boy Scouts of the world. If everybody out there internationally wishes to implement the same rules, what's good for the geese should be good for the gander. And we should not weaken corporate Canada. After all, they create the jobs to create the revenue for a prosperous Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what, if this was the old Wild Wild West, the member from Scarborough East would be playing fast and loose with Scarborough Centre, sorry. Apologize to the member for that. We're back in the Wild Wild West, and he was a gunslinger. I tell you, I wouldn't belly up to any saloon to have a drink with him, because the way he shot around and spoke about the breaking of commitments, it's not too hard and difficult for the member to turn around, look back at the record of his government for 13 years, broken commitments, starting with the GST in 1993, and I guess I could take up a whole lot of time to talk about it, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to get at a couple of questions. One, employment insurance and small business. The member spoke about the importance and the need to deliver for business in this country, yet at the same time, private members' bill after private members' bill from that party supporting the increase on small business of the cost of employment insurance without regard for anything more than trying to make sure that these small businesses can employ folks. I'd love to get his comments on why he supports those private members' bills. And also, just to remind the member, to make sure that he knows that as a member of the committee, the Standing Committee on Finance, we traveled all across this country with respect to consultation. In fact, over 450 presentations from every sector, from business, from the private sector, from individuals, from non-government organizations. Why would the member stand in his place and say that his own party participated, the members that are of his party that participated on the Finance Committee, how could he stand in his place and say that consultations did not take place?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I answer the member, I will put a challenge to him on the GST. I am prepared to resign my seat, put my seat up against his, if that's what was said in the Red Book. So I challenge him to take that challenge up. Either he resigns or I resign. So that's the challenge I put to him, so we can clarify what the GST. The member from Hamilton who said I'd get rid of the GST or resign did resign and got re-elected. So if the member wishes to take me up on that challenge, I put it publicly on the record. Mr. Speaker, this party that came, well, I put the challenge, and if I have nothing to worry about, let your colleague take up the challenge. By all means, it's on the floor. And I made this public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this party, then when they came as the Reform Party, then the Alliance, then whatever, they keep changing names every year, said we came to Parliament to represent the people. Well, Mr. Speaker, over 91% of the people, and the various questions which I don't have time, an average of 80%, do not agree. So if they believe in what they say, that they're here to speak on behalf of their constituents, they should put their money where their mouth is and listen to the people.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I've listened very carefully to the comments by the member from Scarborough Centre, and I don't disagree for a moment that there were many Canadians very upset with the reversal of the Conservative position set out during the election with respect to income trusts. I think it has to be regretted. that there were many people who were harmed by that. In fact, some of the biggest, wealthiest of the corporate elite in Canada tell us that there are going to be massive financial implications for them in the double cross of the Conservatives. But I think it's also appropriate for us to note that modest income people in some instances, particularly seniors, have been hurt by that. But let me also say that without any hesitation, the New Democratic Party, which has had a long-standing position on this issue, absolutely clearly committed to a phasing out in a responsible way of income trusts, is a position that I and my party stand behind, and I think the rationale for that position was not only set out very well by the NDP finance critic, the member from Winnipeg North, but set out by witness after witness after witness after witness before the Finance Committee. So my question to the honourable member from Scarborough Centre is, how can he and his party completely ignore all of that accumulated evidence? And why does his party not recognize that there is a massive, well-funded lobby being conducted now by the corporate elite around this issue because of their own immediate interests, not the long-term financial interests of either Canadian corporations or the Canadian economy at the heart of their position?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
A very good question. If you noticed, my comments to the honourable member through you, Mr. Speaker, was focused primarily on the impact on the lives of our seniors. I said earlier today, we're talking about a segment of our society that are no longer income generators. They are dependent on what they saved, what they managed through proper channels so that they could have a better life together. For example, the Metcalf family, who was counting on $1,200 a month, Mr. Speaker, that is totally wiped out. I do agree with her, and I believe over a period of time we could have looked at means and ways of addressing this in the proper way so that corporate Canada could also be in a position to sustain and adapt, protecting jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me say at the outset I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, I should start off my comments by saying I find it almost amusing to hear some of the comments coming from the members opposite, particularly in light of the fact that they, and particularly the member, I should say, Mr. Speaker, from Scarborough Centre, who just finished speaking and made many comments quoting campaign commitments that this party and this government had made in the last campaign with respect to income trusts. And he's quite right. We said that we wouldn't tax income trusts. We ended up doing just that. The Prime Minister has stated publicly for the record that it was the toughest decision that he ever had to make, but he also explained the reasons why. The fact that we were rapidly moving, Mr. Speaker, into an income trust society with the announcements from BCE and TELUS that they were planning to move into income trusts. But what the member from Scarborough Centre continued to say, and the example he tried to present, Mr. Speaker, is that once you make a commitment, Mr. Speaker, you cannot, come hell or high water, go back on that commitment. And he used example after example. Well, I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, because I remember back prior to the 2006 election when the former finance minister, the honourable member from Regina Wascana, mused out loud whether or not that government at the time, the former Liberal government, would want to tax income trusts. And of course, as we all know the story, Mr. Speaker, the markets went crazy. Insiders in Bay Street seemed to profit from his announcement. He finally came back and, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, due to a lack of political courage, made the statement, we will not tax income trusts. A commitment, Mr. Speaker. Yet now, in the motion before this House, the opposition party, the official opposition, is talking about a 10% tax on income trusts, not the 31.5% tax that we had said, which would level a playing field between trusts and other corporations, but they're saying we would tax it 10%. Well, now, Mr. Speaker, I guess, although the member may not be in a position to answer this question, how do you square that circle? On one hand, he's accusing the government of breaking a commitment he says should be firm and cast in stone, not to tax income trusts. Yet they made the same commitment, Mr. Speaker, and they're saying, well, we'll tax it, but only by 10%. So, Mr. Speaker, are they breaking a commitment by degree? Do they suggest that perhaps, on one hand, the government of the day, just perhaps because they happen to be an opposition, political opposition, cannot break a commitment, but they can, but only if it's, it's okay as long as it's less than the taxation system that we wanted. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make any sense. On one hand, he's saying a commitment is commitment, yet with the Liberals, apparently a commitment isn't a commitment. And we've seen this act before, Mr. Speaker. I've seen this movie many, many times before. Flip-flop after flip-flop. We see it continually in this House every time we seem to have a controversial vote, that the opinions and the position that the Liberal government took when they were in government is contrary to the position they are now taking that they're in official opposition. A classic point, Mr. Speaker, a case in point at least, is the recent Bloc Québécois private members bill C-257, which dealt with replacement worker legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, this type of private members bill, this initiative, has been before this House over the past number of years at least 11 times. When the Liberal Party was in power, when they were the government of the day, every time that private members bill or that suggestion came forward to ban replacement workers, that party opposed it vehemently, vigorously, and without question. However, Mr. Speaker, now that they're in opposition, they support it. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, even though Bill C-257 was defeated, a Liberal backbencher is now introducing yet another private members bill calling on the ban of replacement workers. So, Mr. Speaker, for anyone on the Liberal side of this House to suggest that this government has a problem honoring its commitments, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, they take a good, hard look in the mirror. And it's not just Bill 257, Mr. Speaker. It's not just Bill 257. We've seen time and time again the Leader of the Opposition, since he has been elected leader of the Liberal Party, continually change his opinion on very important matters. And this strikes and it speaks to the lack of credibility that I think most Canadians have with the Liberal Party these days. Let me give you a few examples, Mr. Speaker. First, let's talk about the favorite subject, it seems, of the Leader of the Opposition, Kyoto. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's not a time not too long ago, and of course we have all of the quotes, if the members opposite would care to listen to them once again, where the Leader of the official Opposition Party said that...
Member for Etobicoke North. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, but the member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, I believe that's the writing. I'm not sure what the references to Kyoto and other matters are tied into the discussion of the motion before us today. I think he's wandering, and I'd like him to come back to the topic at hand.
Well, he's wandering, but he was staying close enough to the post. The leash is, still attached. But if he breaks away, I'll be sure to call him to order.
Thank you for your wisdom in that ruling, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the point, as the honourable member quite knows, is I'm trying to establish the lack of credibility that the party opposite has on any motion that they bring before this House. And I think we've established that. Of course, the members opposite do not want to hear this. And I don't blame them for not wanting to hear it, Mr. Speaker. If I was in their position, I wouldn't want to hear this story again either. But Canadians do want to hear it, Mr. Speaker. So let me go back to the point I was attempting to make, how the Leader of the Opposition is flip-flopping on positions. And the point I'm making is that if he flip-flops in all of these examples, which I'm about to give you, how can you count on him to be sincere in the motion that they brought before the House today? Clearly you can't, Mr. Speaker. On Kyoto, and we do have the quotes, where the member of the official opposition, the Leader of the official opposition, has stated, we cannot meet our Kyoto targets. He's on record stating that. And this is a former Environment Minister in the previous Liberal government. He stated on the record, we cannot meet our Kyoto targets. What do we hear today, Mr. Speaker? Time and time again, his criticisms leveled at this government for what he says is a failure to meet the Kyoto targets, the very targets which the Leader of the Opposition said he could not make. He could not meet those targets by 2012, Mr. Speaker. How can we believe anything that the Leader of the Opposition says? But let's turn to economic matters. That may be a little closer to the heart of this issue that we're debating today, because there's still a credibility gap when it comes to members of the opposition. And again, we can point first and foremost to the Leader of the official opposition, who stated on more than one occasion he did not believe there was anything such as a fiscal imbalance. He did not believe, for an example, Mr. Speaker, that there was anything called a fiscal imbalance, and yet when we introduced measures in the last budget to take care of the fiscal balance, to fix the fiscal imbalance between the federal government and provinces, all we hear is criticism from members opposite. We talk about things like the equalization formula, Mr. Speaker, where the Liberal leader, the leader of the official opposition, has stated, number one, he believes in a fiscal cap. He believes sincerely that no province that receives equalization payments should end up in a fiscal position with a fiscal capacity higher than that of a province that pays into the equalization formula. Yet, that's exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker. We put a cap on to prevent that very thing from happening. And yet, what do we hear from members of the opposition? Criticism. They say this is a betrayal of our position. There is no betrayal, Mr. Speaker. We are doing what is fair, what is just, and what is in the best interest of all Canadians. Yet, the members opposite criticize it. Mr. Speaker, we also have examples from my colleague, the member from Wascana, who, when he was Minister of Finance in the former Liberal government, stated, number one, I do not believe that there's any fiscal imbalance in this country. He also stated, Mr. Speaker, that he was not in a position, nor would he agree to, removal of non-renewable natural resources from the equalization formula. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, for 13 years, the last 3 of which he was Minister of Finance for this country, they did nothing to deal with the equalization formula. True, they gave, Mr. Speaker, again, credibility, Mr. Speaker. They say one thing when they're in government, another thing when they're in opposition. How can we believe anything they say now? How can Canadians believe anything they say now, Mr. Speaker? That's why any motion that this government brings, whether it be on income trusts, fiscal caps, whether it be on the environment, Mr. Speaker, how can one believe anything they say because of the fact they've changed their position so many times in the past? Let me just conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. What we have done with our position on tax havens and double dipping is to ensure that there is a level of tax fairness for all Canadians. And in fact, members opposite, once again, Mr. Speaker, this goes back to the flip-flop, the member from Unionville-Markville has stated he believes there should be no double dipping. He believes there should be a crackdown on tax havens. Yet day after day in this House in question period, the same member stands up and criticizes the Minister of Finance for doing that very thing which he advocated. Mr. Speaker, this government has no credibility on any issues, particularly this motion. That's why I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And clearly the member for Regina, Lumsden Lake Centre hasn't read the motion because he'd know that our motion asked the government to respond in a certain way. So how reliability doesn't come into the equation, nor do all the other issues that he talked about. But nonetheless, I'd like to, I share the concern of my colleague from Scarborough Centre. I've had many people in my riding who relied on the word of the Conservative government when they said they weren't going to tax income trusts. And they made investments based on that, and they've been hurt significantly. We know, Mr. Speaker, that we had to do something with income trusts. In fact, the member from Wascana brought in some measures to reduce the taxes on corporations. With the benefit of hindsight, maybe that wasn't enough. But this minister has come in and with bringing in the elephant to kill a mouse, and he's probably trying to be decisive. That's the latest catchword around here. But you don't bring in measures and throw the baby out with the bathwater. And, we know that income trusts were working for the energy sector, for real estate. The government could have done much more in terms of grandfathering. Even if they had to bring in measures, they could have done something on grandfathering, so at least those people that had made those investments would not have been injured. And so I share the concern that my colleague from Scarborough Centre expressed earlier, and that is why our motion says that the Minister of Finance needs some good advice on this question of the non-deductibility of interest. Let's bring in the experts. The minister is a bit over his head. He left Ontario with huge budgetary deficits. Is this the kind of person you want dealing with complex issues, Mr. Speaker, around tax avoidance, tax evasion? And there are some issues there, but you don't, again, throw out the baby with the bathwater. You deal with them. There are complex issues around the taxation of dividends from affiliates, the questions of tax havens. Let's ring-fence that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 2 issues that my honourable colleague brought forward. Let me deal with them both. First, he talks about income trust, and I go back to the example I used during my initial presentation. On one hand, the minister or the honourable member is saying, well, we should be critical, all Canadians should be critical of the Conservative government because they said during the campaign they wouldn't tax income trusts. Now they have. Yet, after the former Minister of Finance said, I will not tax income trusts, they're coming forward with a proposal to tax them. Mr. Speaker, how do you square that circle? How, on one hand, can you be critical of a government because they decided to tax income trusts when they themselves are saying that very thing? Mr. Speaker, with respect to the second question my honourable colleague had on tax havens and double dipping, it's very, very clear what the Minister of Finance has said and continues to say daily. He wants to be in position to offer tax fairness to all Canadians, and to do that, Mr. Speaker, he has to ensure, and I think all Canadians would agree with him, that everyone, including corporations, are on a level playing field when it comes to paying taxes. He is merely talking about eliminating double dipping and eliminating tax havens, a position which the former revenue minister in the Liberal government agrees with. How can you be against tax fairness? How can anyone agree or disagree with a position that makes sure all corporations pay their fair share of taxes, Mr. Speaker? Their position makes no sense.
Comments, the honourable member for Halifax.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I followed closely the comments by the member from, I believe, Edmonton Strathcona. Before I put a question to the member, I just want to acknowledge, if I'm not ruled out of order for doing so, that one of the really vocal and articulate critics of the flawed decision of a previous Liberal government to gut the Foreign Investment Review Agency was, in fact, our current Deputy Speaker, the now member from Elwood Transcona, who, of course, was previously the member from Winnipeg, Birds Hill. I think what we have here is a serious difference of opinion in this debate about what the causes are of what is incontestable in our current economy and the causes of what's been happening over a period of years in terms of substantial job losses, and particularly transformation of good quality jobs, well-paying jobs, more secure jobs, with bad jobs, and also the numbers of Canadian businesses that are indeed increasingly vulnerable to foreign takeover. And not just vulnerable, but we've had 11,000 such takeovers presided over by the Liberals doing absolutely nothing about it. But one of the things that I want to ask the Conservative member on the government side, who has been rejecting the central proposition of the motion that is before us, that the increasing vulnerability of Canadian businesses to foreign takeovers is a result of the income trust tax decision, I want to ask the member if he could share with the House his view of what it is, therefore, that is putting the Canadian enterprises at risk, making them more vulnerable. What is
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me say at the outset I reject the premise that Canadian corporations are more vulnerable because of this decision. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest, and I think the record would bear me out, that there are far more examples of Canadians taking over foreign investments, in other words, taking over foreign companies, than the reverse. But perhaps to get the record straight as well, I think the member referred to some member from Edmonton Strathcona. If she was referring to myself, I'm from Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, and I know that the member wouldn't purposely misrepresent my home riding, and I know she was confused. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of the question from the honourable member from Halifax, suggesting in some way that tax policies by this government make Canadian corporations more vulnerable to foreign takeovers. I absolutely reject that premise, and I think the record would show that I'm pretty solid grounded.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a speech here that I'm going to go through, and I think it certainly follows up on the excellent speech by the member from Regina Lumsden Lake Centre. But I did want to respond to something, Mr. Speaker. I was challenged earlier by the member from Scarborough Centre to come up with, in the Red Book, where specifically it said that the GST would be scrapped. Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll be happy to hear that on page 22 of the Red Book of 1993, under the heading that we will scrap, kill, and abolish the GST, The quote is, Mr. Speaker, "A Liberal government will replace the GST with a system that generates equivalent revenues, is fair to consumers, to small business, minimizes disruption to small business, promotes federal, provincial, fiscal cooperation, and harmonization."
It's on the record.
On the record. So the member from Scarborough Centre challenged me. I certainly, I think I'm up to the challenge, Mr. Speaker, so we'll see from the member from Scarborough Centre if he's prepared, based on the fact that it is in the Red Book, to step down from his seat and run again like he said he would. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like also to focus my remarks here today on the portion of today's motion dealing with the deeply flawed Liberal alternative to the government's tax fairness plan. An alternative aptly described by Finn Poshman of the C.D. Howe Institute as politically funky stew, and elaborate on the extensive tax relief our government has provided to Canadians. The chief deficiency with the Liberals' alternative plan is that it completely fails to level the playing field between income trusts and corporations. The Liberals would completely ignore the tax revenue losses experienced by the federal and provincial governments, nor would it remove the tax incentive for business and investors to choose the income trust structure over corporate structure. On October 31st of last year, Canada's new government announced that the tax fairness plan, which, unlike this motion, Mr. Speaker, will restore balance and fairness to the federal tax system by creating a level of playing field between income trusts and corporations, and also deliver over $1 billion of new tax relief annually for Canadians, especially our seniors, Mr. Speaker. The measure in the tax fairness plan include a distribution tax on distributions from publicly traded income trusts and limited partnerships. Distributions of existing income trusts will not be affected, I repeat, not be affected by this tax for 4 years. A reduction in the general corporate income tax rate of 1.5 percent point as of January 2011. And as of that point in time, Mr. Speaker, the federal general corporate income tax rate will be 18.5%, which makes us the third lowest in the G7. An increase in the age credit amount by $1,000 from $4,066 to $5,066, effective January 1st of last year. The $1,000 increase in the age credit amount will provide tax relief to low and middle income seniors. Permitting pension splitting beginning in 2007 is also in the plan. The pension income splitting measures will allow Canadian residents who receive income that qualifies for the pension income tax credit to allocate up to 1/2 of that income to their spouse or common law partner, thereby significantly reducing the tax on that income. The pension income splitting measure is a move that will directly benefit many of the 20,000 seniors in my riding of St. Catharines, and it will benefit thousands more across the country. The government is committed to tax fairness in this country. It is only right that businesses and individuals in Canada each pay their fair share of tax. Had the government not acted on the income trust issue, the tax burden would have been unfairly shifted onto the backs of hard-working individuals and families in our country. Yes. Our government could not stand by and watch this happen. Ordinary taxpayers needed to be protected. That's why we acted. Informed opinion from coast to coast has been overwhelming in our favor. The Federal Daily Gleaner said it was the decision we think that will benefit Canadians in the long run. The Montreal Gazette called it sound public policy, noting that unlike the former Liberal government, we had the discipline to avoid public dithering. The Toronto Star said the finance minister deserves much credit for doing the right thing by plugging a tax avoidance loophole that he rightly described as a very bad thing for Canada. The Winnipeg Sun said the Conservative government acted in the best interest of the economy going forward. Even the Liberal finance critic, the member from Markham, Unionville, said at the time it was absolutely the right thing to do to ensure tax fairness and to work for Canada's productivity.
He did.
Unlike the Liberal leader, most Canadians clearly get it. In order for Canada to compete and be a leader in the 21st century, we must have a fair and neutral tax system in which all individuals and businesses pay their fair share. Canada's new government demonstrated its commitment to tax fairness in this country in its most recent budget. 2007 budget invests, Mr. Speaker, in things that make Canada great and reflect the values and beliefs that define us as a nation. The government is taking important steps to clean up our environment invest in Canadians, improve our healthcare system, and celebrate our culture. Canada's new government came into power believing strongly that Canadians pay too much tax. That is why in Budget 2007, our government took steps to reduce the tax burden on Canadians and provide over $7 billion of tax relief over the next 2 fiscal years. The tax relief provided in this budget, Mr. Speaker, builds on the already significant tax relief that this government provided in Budget 2006, in which 29 tax reductions, amounting to almost $20 billion over 2 years, were made. Budget 2006 provided more tax relief than 4 previous federal budgets combined.
Amazing.
Canada's new government has also introduced Advantage Canada. A key element of the plan is to provide a tax-back guarantee to Canadians by dedicating all interest savings from reducing the federal debt to personal income tax reductions. It means that every dollar saved from lower interest payments will be returned to Canadians through personal income tax reductions.
Boy, that's good news.
Over the next 2 fiscal years, this will mean $2.4 billion in tax relief. It's made possible by lowering our national mortgage by over $22 billion since elected. Debt reduction that works out to more than $700 per Canadian. After all, why shouldn't Canadians benefit directly from living in the only G7 nation with a balanced budget? Here are a few examples, Mr. Speaker, of how the government is acting to helping hardworking Canadians and businesses. We're introducing a $2,000 per child tax credit amount that will help families get ahead. For a typical family of 2 children, it will mean up to $620 in tax savings. This tax credit will help alleviate some of the necessary expenses incurred by Canadian families in raising children. We're increasing the spousal and other amounts to provide up to $209 of tax relief for a spouse or a single taxpayer supporting a dependent child or relative. We've given all families the opportunity and dignity that comes with having a job and the pride of independence through the working income tax benefit. It will reward and strengthen incentives to work for more than 1.2 million low-income Canadians. The maximum benefit is $500 for individuals and $1,000 for families. We're reducing the federal paper burden for business by 20% by November 2008 by reducing the number of annual tax filings and remittances by over 350,000 small businesses. We're recognizing that businesses need modern technology to be more efficient and buildings that allow them to grow. That's why we proposed changes to the capital cost allowance system that will shorten the write-off period for computers and non-residential buildings. Budget 2007 also contained a detailed plan creating a Canadian advantage in global capital markets that will create a stronger and more efficient capital markets in our country. The plan will give enterprises of all sizes better access to capital at more competitive costs, provide investors with increased investment choices, and create more highly skilled, well-paying jobs.
Hear, hear.
Canada certainly recognizes that attracting investment is as basic to building a strong economy as reducing government debt, lowering taxes, and maintaining low, stable, and predictable inflation. Make no mistake, the decision that was taken on October 31st is all about fairness. Fairness to Canadian taxpayers and their families who would have been asked to pay more and more.
About time.
Fairness within the corporate sector by removing the tax distortion in favor of income trusts relative to corporations, and fairness for all Canadian governments, federal and provincial, by preventing a significant loss of tax revenue. In summary, Mr. Speaker, it was clear that income trusts had special tax advantages that regular business corporations did not. Although the decision to act on this income trust issue was not an easy one, it was absolutely necessary for the country and for the future generations of Canadians, our children, and our grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, like a largemouth bass, he took my bait, because what the member from St. Catharines said in asking me a question before, he only said half of the sentence, and it's in the record where he said the Liberals promised in the Red Book to scrap the GST, period. I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker, because it's the first time since the election of '93 that one member from that party finally completed the sentence as it is on record, Mr. Speaker, in the newspapers, on the media, and in the Red Book, which he clearly stated that the Liberals would replace the GST with an equally revenue-generating tax. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this question of the member from St. Catharines. Without revenue, how would the Liberals have eliminated the deficit that we inherited from the Conservatives? How would the Liberals have eliminated, and lowered the debt? How would the Liberals would have had money to invest in infrastructure, in health, in post-secondary education? So, Mr. Speaker, the largemouth bass did take the bait, and he finally clarified what we committed in the Red Book of '93, and that was to replace the GST with an equally revenue-generating tax. Not mislead Canadians by saying, replace and scrap the GST, period. So I'm glad he took the challenge, and any time I'll take him on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not sure I heard a question in there, but the honourable member for St. Catharines
Mr.
has
Speaker,
the
I want
floor.
to tell you, if I have the opportunity to stay here the rest of the week and the weekend to debate with the member from Scarborough Centre about his broken promise, his party's broken promise, and he admitted it right here in the House. He said we didn't keep it. We didn't do it. We didn't get it done. Mr. Speaker, this is my favorite day in the House since I've been here.
He took the bait.
He called me a largemouth bass and I took the bait?
Yeah.
Sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, this was fishing at its best.
Yes, it was. We caught the big one.
Those that host fishing shows on TSN would be proud to watch what the member from Scarborough Centre did today when he admitted to Canadians in the House of Commons that they did not do what they said they were going to do with the GST. And I'm proud the member finally had the nerve on behalf of his party to stand up and do it.
Questions and comments? And so this time it'll be the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Yes, well, I'm pleased that we could spend a moment or two on this issue, Mr. Speaker. I was around this was 14, 15 years ago, and I'm very pleased that the Red Book phrases have been read into the record because they often get forgotten. And at the time, you will recall, there was a desperate attempt to do what we could to get rid of Brian Mulroney's progressive conservative GST, which had been imposed on Canadians. And so the Conservatives now seem to be, Mr. Speaker, trying to avoid that whole issue. I recall cobbling together a political platform which had in it this commitment to replace the GST with a tax that would be revenue neutral and accommodate the two other objectives. In the end, it is a fact that the Liberal government did not succeed in putting the it became known as the harmonized sales tax, in place right across the country. We were able to implement it in only the maritime provinces, and in the end, that was the end of our ability because of lack of cooperation with the provinces to develop that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the effort to set the record straight.
There's a minute left for the honourable member from
Mr. Speaker, the member and I serve on the Justice Committee together, and I have to say I respect the work that he does there. Hardworking, he knows his place, he knows what he needs to do there, and deals with the facts on a reasonable basis. So let me compliment him on that. But the fact is, we're not talking about justice here. We're talking about finance, and we're talking about commitment. And the plain fact of the matter is, square box, put it in, what came out was a broken promise. There's nothing more that can be said about it. You can't correct the record. All you can do is say, yes, you broke your promise. That's all you can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if things get really desperate, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Brant. Mr. Speaker, I often...
fishing there.
These are hugely important issues that we are dealing with today. And sometimes in the cut and thrust of debate and repartee, I'm sure that the public and Canadians look and they wonder just what is the point that we're trying to make. I want to try and make a balanced commentary, Mr. Speaker, on what has been proposed. Every speaker from the Conservative side has emphasized how important it is to get the capital regime in place that fits right within the global economy. And Mr. Speaker, that is based on the ever-pressing assumption that within the global economy, the movement of capital is absolutely fundamental to the health and welfare of a modern global economy, of which Canada is, of which Europe is, of which Japan is, of which China is, of which in the competitive world, all those that we are in competition to add value to our economy have to get the capital regime in place that is going to add value to our economies. Mr. Speaker, the proof of that is that every speaker has addressed part of that regime. You can't talk about the accelerated capital tax write-off for capital equipment without relating that to what value it adds in a competitive regime. It would add nothing, Mr. Speaker, if every country with a modern economy did exactly that. So it has to be more. Mr. Speaker, in global capital markets, it's important that we have a free trade approach to the investment through securities. And the government has indicated that it is moving in that direction. Mr. Speaker, if every modern economy did that, that alone wouldn't give Canada the competitive edge. We can talk about a global commercial strategy with respect to breaking down cross-border tariffs and so on. And again, that alone wouldn't give Canada the competitive edge. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that what will give Canada the competitive edge is to have something more that makes Canadian investments both in Canada and abroad more attractive in the competitive global world. And that, in turn, will add jobs. Jobs will mean that we can reinvest through our healthcare systems and produce a civil society that has a quality of life that we want for all Canadians. So I don't want it to appear that to Canadians that are still watching, if they indeed ever were, watching this particular cut and thrust of debate, and I'm sure there many are, I wouldn't want them to conclude that it's an either-or. You got to take the Conservative position, the government position, or you got to take the Liberal position. Because the nature of this debate and the nature of the motion is to ask for really sober second thought. Given what the commentary is with respect to interest deductibility, for example, given the implications that are being drawn, is it time to take a step back and reevaluate that particular policy? Mr. Speaker, you cannot say when the C.D. Howe Institute comes forward and says that the proposed changes in the Canadian tax system could place Canadian companies at a significant disadvantage both abroad and even in Canada in competing with their foreign counterparts. When the C.D. Howe Institute says that, you can't say, well, you know, that it's just you can't slough it off as being irrelevant. When you have KPMG coming forward and saying more foreign takeovers of Canadian companies, stifled Canadian investment in global markets, an exodus of head offices, and a weaker Canadian economy overall will occur. Again, Mr. Speaker, you can't say that that's a one-sided commentary, that's a partisan shot at the government. Or if you say from KPMG on interest deductibility, this is just disastrous, disables all businesses who wish to expand in a foreign jurisdiction because they cannot borrow money outside and deduct interest on that money. It means everyone must rearrange their affairs and set up a U.S. subsidiary or a foreign subsidiary which costs more money. Mr. Speaker, you cannot take that commentary and just say it is totally irrelevant to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the nature of the global economy is one of an integrated economy. We used to have a subsidiary economy based on U.S. multinationals. Now, investment is going every way. We had just an example of that in terms of Magna in today's Globe and Mail and the financial page, being cited that they're looking for a Russian investor. When you talk about integrated investment, if you have a company that is active in China, that company, in turn, investing through Canadian capital in operations in Canada, employs people, and it's a check and balanced on foreign exploitation, Mr. Speaker. So we cannot just simply take a partisan perspective on this and say that the government is all wrong and the opposition is all right. What we can say is that given what we understand of the movement of capital and the fact that where barriers are placed in stopping capital from moving in a liquid fashion, that there is no question that Canadian companies and Canadian society will suffer. And that's the general bottom line taken from these experts, that this side has said to the government, through this motion, let's have another look at what we're doing with respect to interest deductibility. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to make comments on income trust, but there are similar comments that can be made in terms of process. I'm focusing more on interest deductibility because there is a huge body of opinion that is saying to the government, this is a time to take a step back. In fact, I think that the Minister of Finance himself is coming to the conclusion that once you can get past the issues related to double dipping and using straw horse investment facades behind which you can fudge your corporate tax return. Once you get past those, and yes, you should put in a regime that will protect Canadians against that kind of exploitation. Once you've done that, then you have to get to the essential issue of what is this doing as a mechanism that undermines investment and high-value-added activity that's going to benefit Canadians. And that's the message that the opposition is trying to give the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:15, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 15, 2007 at 5:30 p.m. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
No, Edmonton Sherwood Park, thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you would seek it, you would have absolutely no objection to seeing the clock as 5:30, so we can proceed with private members' business.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business according to the order on today's order paper.
Business. Motion number 249, Water Resources Management Strategy, in the name of Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia, seconded by Mr. Saint-Amand, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should immediately develop, in consultation with the provinces, territories, Aboriginal groups, municipalities, local community organizations, and others, an integrated water resources management strategy to measure, monitor, protect, and enhance Canada's freshwater resources through scientific research by governments, universities, and private research networks and through legal and regulatory instruments. Debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to this motion on one of the most important environmental issues of our time. Before I begin addressing the motion, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to add at the very end, quote, and should appoint a Minister of State for Water under the authority of the Minister of the Environment to oversee and administer the water resources management strategy, end of quote.
The honourable member should know that when he moves a motion, that ends his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that.
As a courtesy, we'll get the unanimous consent of the House so that he can turn back the clock.
I'll withdraw the motion for the time being, Mr. Speaker, with the unanimous consent of my colleagues.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on November 6th,
Chief Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just clarifying. So we have unanimous consent and the Speaker may continue for his 15 minutes?
Thank you to the Chief Government Whip as well. On November 16th of 2006, I tabled the motion we are debating today, calling for a national water strategy. A little bit after that time, Mr. Speaker, a couple of other similar motions appeared on the order paper by two other colleagues, the member from Parkdale Hyde Park and the member from Nanaimo Cowichan. Their motions will be up for debate at a later date, and I very much hope to participate in those debates. On March 19th, 2007, the government appeared to react to this pressure by parliamentarians and perhaps by the growing awareness among the Canadian public of water as a vital resource by including a quick reference in its second budget to its intention to undertake certain expenditures in the area of water management. Mr. Speaker, let us hope that the government's newfound interest in water is more real and convincing than its confused, halting, and highly criticized both inside and outside Canada approach to climate change, an issue, incidentally, that has a profound impact on water quality and quantity. I have my doubts, though, Mr. Speaker, because the current federal cabinet includes 3 former ministers from the former Harris government in Ontario, a government well known for having been in charge in Ontario at the time of the Walkerton water tragedy. A government that made serious cuts to the Environment Ministry in that province, cuts that contributed, according to the report of the O'Connor inquiry, to the tragedy itself. Mr. Speaker, water is an essential resource. It is so vital to our human existence that it is impossible to claim that a country has a real and effective environmental policy if it is not properly and comprehensively addressing the issue of water. So vital is water to human existence that it is not possible to say that a nation is committed to the values of equity and equality if it is not properly and comprehensively addressing the issue of water. Water is ubiquitous, Mr. Speaker. It is everywhere, and its management falls under many jurisdictions. It is an issue that has multiple sub-issues in multiple jurisdictions. Water has many aspects. As I said, it is consumed as a good, and it is also essential to economic prosperity. It is visible in lakes and streams, but also invisible in aquifers and underground streams and rivers. It can inspire science and scientific research, but it can also provoke conflict. Water, therefore, is complex and far-reaching and requires a broad and comprehensive approach. Mr. Speaker, because it is such an important issue, because it is so complex, a national water strategy must rest on the democratic principle of consultation, which is why in the body of my motion I mentioned that any future water strategy should be developed in consultation with different levels of government, with local citizens groups, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I can obviously not address the entire breadth of this issue in 15 minutes. I will only really be dealing with the tip of the iceberg of this complex, detailed, and multifaceted issue. A first thing I would like to address, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a myth in Canada. There's a myth about water in Canada. And that myth is that Canada is to water what Kuwait is to oil. In other words, that we have just such a huge overabundance of water that perhaps we don't need to take the issue that seriously. But if we're going to have an effective policy, we cannot rest that policy on misconceptions and false assumptions, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to set the record straight on the overabundance of water. First of all, on the demand side. Canadians per capita are among the highest consumers of water in the world. So there are great demand pressures on our water resources, Mr. Speaker. But on the supply side, let's look at the supply side. The volume of water sitting in lakes in Canada is at least 20% of the volume of fresh water in the world, and that sounds very impressive. That makes it sound like we have a huge abundance of water, Mr. Speaker. However, I think we need to clarify our terminology. And the first thing we need to do is to distinguish between what you might call water capital and water interest, to use a financial or accounting analogy. And this distinction is vital to our understanding of the degree to which our actions as consumers, as businesses, and as policymakers, the degree to which those actions may be depleting our water resources beyond recovery. For example, Mr. Speaker, the water that is sitting in our lakes might be considered our stock of water, our water capital. In other words, it can only be used once. And once you use that water, it's depleted and it can never be recovered. But the rivers and streams that run into and out of our lakes, including the Great Lakes, is like our water interest or dividends. These rivers and streams and their flow represent net additions to the water supply. They represent the renewable portion of the water supply, Mr. Speaker. And it is the volume of the water dividends, if you will, it is the volume of the flow that matters, since that is the portion that can be used on an ongoing basis without depleting the resource base or the capital stock of water. The volume of the flow is called what is known as the renewable water supply. And it's interesting to note in this regard that the total volume of water in all the freshwater lakes of the world is only equal to about 2 years' worth of the runoff of the world's rivers. So that goes to that helps to make that stark contrast between water capital and water interest. Now, the two countries with the largest renewable water supplies, well, one of them is not Canada, Mr. Speaker, as is commonly assumed. The two countries with the largest renewable water supplies are Brazil, with 12.4% of the world's renewable water supply, and Russia, with 10%. Below that, Canada is in a virtual tie, a virtual four-way tie with Indonesia, the U.S., and China. In fact, Canada has only about 7% of the global renewable water supply. And interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, much of that supply doesn't flow to populated areas. It flows north of population centres in southern Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a vital issue. It's a vital issue, and we have not, as a federal government, and as a nation as a whole, been addressing it properly. If we look at a recent report on water management by the Senate Standing Committee on Energy, Environment and Natural Resources, that committee described the state of water management at the federal level in Canada as shocking and unacceptable. I've heard other statistics, like Canada's 26th out of 28 countries in the developed world in terms of managing our water resources. And of course, that includes our drinking water resources, Mr. Speaker. Let me say, as the motion essentially alludes to, that I believe governments should respect their constitutional jurisdictions. But that does not mean the federal government must be a bystander or a passive observer, Mr. Speaker. That does not mean that the federal government must step back or wilt in some way. The federal government has a role to play in water management in Canada, and it has a right to be involved, even though water is a natural resource and provinces have jurisdiction over their natural resources. Mr. Speaker, there are some areas where the federal government has a direct constitutional responsibility and authority. For example, the federal government has jurisdiction over international treaties and interprovincial issues, and it has jurisdiction over navigable waters and fisheries and water on airplanes and water on Aboriginal reserves. And in a more indirect way, it has jurisdiction upheld by the Supreme Court of toxic substances, which leach into our water supply. So there are many hooks on which a national water strategy could rest, Mr. Speaker. In terms of drinking water, I'd like to turn now to drinking water, and to give this House a sense of the situation with respect to drinking water in Canada. You know, Canada being one of the most developed countries in the world, we still have problems with drinking water. You know, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec, particularly rural Quebec, continue to lag behind in maintaining even the minimum federal guidelines for water quality. Many small communities continue to this day to have to boil their water for everyday use. You know, there are families in every region of the country who are boiling their water daily because they can't get clean drinking water into their homes. In British Columbia, the Sierra Legal Group issued a report entitled Watered Down concerning 28 waterborne disease outbreaks in 2003, and estimated that at any given moment, as much as 10% of BC's water systems were under or should be under a boil water advisory. In 2002, Manitoba passed a Drinking Water Act, the Drinking Water Act. Since then, it has discovered in Winnipeg that concentrations of disinfectant byproducts considered carcinogenic could be located in Winnipeg drinking water. In Portage-la Prairie, lead concentrates exceeded Canada's guidelines. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk a bit about the federal role in terms of drinking water before I wrap up this first 15 minutes of my speech on this motion. There are drinking water guidelines in Canada, and they were created jointly through a joint committee, a joint federal, provincial, and territorial committee on drinking water. But in 2005, Canada's Commissioner on the Environment and Sustainable Development, who audited the process of federal government uses to develop these guidelines, found a significant backlog of about 10 years in updating them, despite Health Canada's recommendation that they should take no more than 2 or 3 years to develop or review. The Commissioner found that many known contaminants are not even listed in the guidelines because of the time lag in updating them. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem here, and it's very important that the federal government shows some leadership in terms of marshalling the energies of all the stakeholders in this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to debate this motion, to start debating this motion, because there will be a second hour of debate later on. And I hope to continue to delve into the issue in greater detail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just have a quick question for the member on his address. And very interested in the idea of of water, and I think it's a major issue for us, in my view, just as much as the air in some cases. But what I'd like to ask him is, with respect to, has he had any thoughts about the idea of floodplain mapping and how that would fit into water quality?
Honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Speaker, in fact, the member who's a member of the Environment Committee and who, like me, had the opportunity yesterday at the Environment Committee to look into an issue that affects water, the issue of coal bed methane, raises a very good point. There is a problem with the extent and depth of our knowledge concerning watersheds and other aspects of water. And in fact, this is definitely one of the areas where I believe some federal investments are required in order to collect the information that we need to make those proper and effective decisions affecting the future of our water supply. So yes, I think that's something that is going to have to be explored in greater detail, and that we are going to have to marshal resources in the service of greater research on issues like the one that my honourable colleague raises.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the House to address Motion 249, introduced by the member from Lac Saint Louis. We all know that water is perhaps one of the most valuable natural resources. It's essential to life, and it's critical to the health and well-being of Canadians, and it's critical to aquatic systems. It's also vital for economic prosperity across sectors such as agriculture, oil, gas, and shipping. That's why it's also important to this government's environmental agenda that includes conservation of species and spaces, clean air, and climate change. In dealing with one of our most precious resources, Motion 249 calls on the federal government to immediately develop, in consultation with the provinces, territories, Aboriginal groups, municipalities, local community organizations, and others, an integrated water resources management strategy. The main focus of this motion is to advance the concept of integrated water resources management to measure, monitor, and protect fresh water. Mr. Speaker, after examining this motion and its implications, the point that I would like to address is that much of the spirit and substance of this motion is already implemented by the federal government. For example, integrated water resources management is a water management approach that advocates decision-making based on engaging stakeholders and incorporating ecological, social, and economic considerations. As well, the Global Water Partnership, sponsored by the United Nations Development Program, advocates integrated water resources management based on principles of openness, transparency, inclusion of stakeholders, accountability, responsiveness, efficiency, and equality. These are principles, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is already using to help guide integrated water resources management approaches here in Canada. As a matter of fact, Canada has been taking an integrated water resources management approach for many years. We have already adjusted our thinking. We have created new tools for the job. And we have put these tools to work in a wide range of integrated water resources management initiatives across Canada. Integration is happening at many levels, Mr. Speaker. Our work on water is bringing together provincial and territorial governments, Aboriginal peoples and stakeholders, municipalities, industry, energy, agriculture, non-governmental organizations, community groups, and research teams. This government is also working toward effective planning and decision-making on water management through partnerships. The fact is that collaborative water management is a cornerstone of integrated watershed management. This means that stakeholders need to be actively involved in water management decisions. We are continuing our work to put in place inclusive and transparent
coordination mechanisms that will allow us to widen the application of this broad principle. In fact, if we look at the 1987 federal water policy that was passed by former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's Conservative government, we'll see that this policy calls for integrated water management planning. It also calls on the federal government to achieve this through its programs, policies, and laws. So for 20 years, Mr. Speaker, we have had a federal water policy that is already consistent with integrated water resources management. And all of the actions that are proposed in Motion 249 have already been captured in the policy's 5 strategies. As well, Mr. Speaker, the federal water policy is a statement of our government's goals for Canada's fresh water resources. Today, this government is on track towards achieving those goals. This year alone, we announced $4.5 billion in new spending on the environment. This includes the National Water Strategy, where we have invested $35 million in freshwater initiatives like $11 million over 2 years for cleaning up Great Lakes areas of concern, $5 million over 2 years for the International Joint Commission to study Great Lakes water levels, $12 million over 2 years to support the cleanup of Lake Simcoe, and $7 million over 2 years for the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg. Our National Water Strategy also supports healthy oceans by investing $382 million for conservation and protection of fisheries and ocean habitats. Budget 2007 also includes a long-term infrastructure plan that will help support investments by provinces, territories, and municipalities to improve water and wastewater infrastructure, including treatment facilities, sewage collection, and water distribution. Our government will be pursuing these budget initiatives in an open and consultative manner. As for the federal, provincial, and territorial jurisdictions, this government recognizes their responsibilities with respect to water delivery. We consistently favor a collaborative approach that is respectful of the roles and responsibilities of each order of government, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the provinces and territories also recognize the need for collaboration and an integrated approach to water management. Our mutual understanding of the need for collaboration is important because the reality is that the provincial and territorial governments are responsible for many aspects of land use planning and development which impact water quality and availability. Many provinces are demonstrating their commitment to this approach by introducing new policies and legislation that moves toward integrated collaborative approaches. For example, the province of Alberta's new Water for Life strategy introduces a transition from traditional water management planning for water allocation issues to integrated watershed management planning, supported by shared governance model. Ontario is moving forward with a comprehensive approach to protecting sources of drinking water. The Quebec water policy is based on full integration of the different aspects of water management by adopting an integrated watershed management approach, relying on citizen involvement, integrated management of the St. Lawrence River, and recognition of water as an integral part of the collective heritage of the citizens of Quebec. There is no doubt that many Canadian jurisdictions are using integrated water resources management to guide their central water management approach. Considerable progress is being made in many areas, and we expect that this trend of policy and legislative reform to continue as jurisdictions come more fully in terms with the need to manage their water resources for economic, social, and environmental reasons. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments are also cooperating on the national collection of water quality information through national agreements on water quality and quantity monitoring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is movement towards integrated management with better data and information, an emphasis on clear, transparent goals and results. As well, where water management issues are a shared federal, provincial, and territorial interest, the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment also provides a formal mechanism for effective intergovernmental discussion and coordinated approaches to regional and national environmental issues, including water management. The Council also recently introduced national initiatives to promote drinking water protection from source to tap and options for the Canadian-wide strategy for managing municipal water waste effluent. Regional cooperation in water management is also achieved through bodies such as the Prairie Provinces Water Board and the Mackenzie River Basin Board. These boards ensure that interprovincial surface waters and groundwaters are equally shared by Canada's prairie provinces, and they help to prevent potential conflicts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we look at these and all of these initiatives that are taking place, there's no doubt that ensuring clean and safe water for Canadians is a joint undertaking that is being taken very seriously by municipal, provincial, and federal governments. And it's clear that this government is committed to a collaborative, integrated management of water in partnership with these orders of government. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to take the time to thank the member for Lac-Saint-Louis for introducing this motion, which gives the Bloc Québécois to speak once again on this important issue and express our concerns about the resource, water, and I thank him. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is very sensitive about the need to conserve our water, protect it, and ensure its quality. I would first like to specify that the motion, as it is worded, is quite broad, and there are many ways that we could approach it. For example, drinking water, groundwater, aquifers, and so on, and maybe my colleagues in other parties will do so. But I would like, given recent events, to concentrate on bulk water sales. And this is the specific aspect I want to talk about. We recently had a meeting in Calgary on April 26th and 7th, organized by the Center for Strategic and International Studies in the U.S., the Conference Board of Canada, and the CIDE from Mexico. And people are therefore once again concerned about bulk exports of water. I have received a number of comments from people in my riding and environmental organizations, and all of them are very much concerned about the fate of water in Quebec and Canada. For the vast majority of people that I represent, the protection of water as a resource is very important. I would like to talk about the division of powers where water is concerned in Canada. First of all, federal powers regarding water are very limited. The federal powers in this area are limited basically to navigation, fisheries, and powers that it exercises as a trustee for Aboriginal nations and owner of certain land. The BNA Section 132 gives the power to the federal government for the Boundary Waters Treaty, which was signed by England in 1909 on behalf of the Empire. But in fact, the treaty's provisions are fairly limited and have to take into account the provincial jurisdiction. Quebec and the provinces are the real protectors of water. Water as a resource is under provincial jurisdiction. The Constitution gives provinces ownership of land, including water, and the right to administer land. They have the exclusive right to regulate municipal facilities and to develop, conserve, and manage provincial facilities with respect to energy. The Constitution also gives provinces exclusive rights to manage and develop natural resources, non-renewable, and others. Quebec already has its own water protection system. When he was Minister of the Environment, André Boisclair provided Quebec with a water policy in 2002. The policy already applies the objectives proposed in the Liberal motion, that is, to protect water, to manage it in a sustainably manageable way, to ensure that public health and ecosystems are protected. Quebec, through its policy, can reaffirm its ability to govern and administer water as a part of our legacy and our wealth in Quebec. We also have the responsibility to regulate on how water is used and to ensure that the quality and quantity are adequate for needs. Quebec has given itself a legislative framework to ensure the quality and protection of water. So the Government of Canada has tightened its standards for drinking water and adopted the groundwater regulations. The Liberal motions before us is therefore a duplication of what is already being done by those who actually control this resource. If we look now at the more commercial aspect, a series of questions was raised by the Bloc Québécois in the House of Commons over the past few weeks, and the government indicated that NAFTA does not at all limit our ability to protect our water resources. However, things are really not that clear. NAFTA applies to all commercial exchanges among the three North American countries, except hydroelectricity, military equipment, and so on. So unless a good or a resource is excluded specifically from NAFTA through Chapter 21 or another measure, then there can be a commercial transaction. There is no official exclusion for water, so it is covered by NAFTA. The agreement under Article 309 says that no party can adopt or ban or restrict the export or sale of a product that is going to one of the other parties. The Foreign Affairs Committee in the House had called for clarifications, and the answer was that water in its natural state does not come under NAFTA. Water in its natural state is water that is not being used, but if it is developed and exported, then NAFTA would apply. So unless it is excluded under Chapter 21 or a reservation, it can come under NAFTA if there is a commercial transaction that is agreed to. So if there is no exclusion, it does not matter what type of good or resource we are talking about, as long as it can be commercialized. So basically, water is not excluded from NAFTA, regardless of what the government says. It seems to me that no government is trying to challenge the laws in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, but there is no indication either that when water becomes scarce in North America, that there may not be challenges to Quebec's laws and a desire to take water directly from our lakes and rivers to respond to overuse and climate change. The Bloc Québécois feels it would be irresponsible to wait until that happens in order to act. Now is when we need to act when water scarcity is not too serious. The federal government should enter into discussions with the Americans and Mexicans to exclude water from NAFTA. That is why the Bloc Québécois introduced a motion at the Standing Committee on International Trade recommending the government start these discussions quickly with our counterparts in Mexico and the U.S. to exclude water from NAFTA. Motion M249 totally ignores that measure and only as something that would really protect water. Finally, I would say that the discussions that took place in Calgary on water exports were very important. We have a project, a plan for North America's future in 2025, which is an initiative of the American Center, and the Conference Board of Canada and the Mexican organization are participating as well. The three organizations met in Calgary and talked about the future of the North American environment, that talked about water transfers and using water jointly and so on. This is quite serious. We are particularly concerned about the possibility of bulk exports. We feel that the federal government needs to act on its powers over boundary waters and Aboriginal communities, but we also need to make sure to exclude water from NAFTA. The Bloc Québécois feels, therefore, that we cannot support the principle of this motion.
Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the House to support the motion by the member from Lac St. Louis. I was pleased to hear him say that he would also be supporting the motions that two of my colleagues have before the House, the member from Parkdale and also the member from Nanaimo Cowichan. Mr. Speaker, water is a very precious resource. It's one of the real necessities of life. It's one that we often take for granted, but it is not always in plentiful supply. And we have seen with climate change around the world, areas of the world that are in dire need of water. In fact, we can reflect back on our own history and think of the time in the 30s in Saskatchewan when there was a real drought for a number of years, and how devastating that was to the people of the prairies when that drought went on and really contributed to the whole period that they called the Dirty 30s in Canada. As I said, the NDP will support this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that for many years, New Democrats in this place before me have talked about the issue of water. I remember the Member of Parliament for Kamloops, who was here during the 80s and the 90s and early part of 2000, who raised this issue repeatedly in the House of Commons, Nelson Rees, who was the Member of Parliament for Kamloops at that time. We also know that there are water pressures and demands for water being placed on the U.S., and that the issue of water exports is at the top of mind for many of us Canadians. Last year, I had the pleasure to attend a workshop in my community that was put on by CAROS, which is a ecumenical social justice movement. And the people in CAROS have been committed to social justice issues, but are promoting the whole issue of water as a basic human right, Mr. Speaker. That event took place at St. Lawrence Anglican Church in my community, and I was very pleased to participate in that. I was invited by Ross Bremner and other activists in the community. The title of their workshop last spring was Water, Life Before Profit, and I think it relates quite well to this motion, and the work that organization is doing also relates well to this motion. In our election platform, the New Democratic Party election platform in 2006, Mr. Speaker, we committed to laws that would crack down on big polluters and help guarantee a healthier environment for both our current generation and future generations. We said that Canada should have a Clean Water Act to establish national standards and protection for drinking water, including those jurisdictions under federal control, such as First Nations communities and reserves. We need federal standards for solid waste disposal, dump management, mine site operations and rehabilitation, forestry and farming practices, and pesticide use. Mr. Speaker, we can see again with climate change in my province of British Columbia the devastation that the pine beetle infestation is taking on the forestries, the pine forests in BC, and the significant danger of slides and degradation of our water supplies and our rivers in British Columbia because of that issue of the pine beetle infestation. That we do not have the forests there to hold on to the soil and stop the slides from happening. We need to provide infrastructure financing to provide funding for badly needed improvements to public sewers and water systems in Canada. That would make a real improvement in water quality. We have the whole horrible example and tragedy of Walkerton that I think brought to the front of people's minds in Canada the necessity for prevention and purity of our water, something when I was growing up we basically took for granted. We now realize that we have to take this issue seriously. In British Columbia, we have more and more boil water advisories happening all the time. In fact, in the Greater Vancouver region last year, we had a boil water advisory that went on for weeks, Mr. Speaker, something that had been unheard of anywhere in the Vancouver region previously. We support this motion and we want to establish a Canadian water strategy that would include federal legislation supporting pollution reduction and prevention, watershed planning, research and development, investment in water infrastructure and support for standards for safe drinking water, Mr. Speaker. We do support the idea that water is a public good and that it has an inherent importance to Canada's ecosystems and for future generations of Canadians. The people of Canada recognize the vital importance of fresh water and are committed to its protection, to its conservation, and environmentally sustainable use. We also believe that we should declare water as a basic human right and work nationally and internationally to ensure action to implement this policy for all Canadians and for, in fact, people throughout the world. Bulk freshwater diversions and removals from Canada won't address the future water needs of ordinary citizens elsewhere in the world and would have a potentially devastating ecological consequence for Canadians and for Canada. At the time of the debate and negotiations around NAFTA, the government in British Columbia opposed the passage of the NAFTA, in part because of the threat it proposed and still poses to democratic control over water. And the BC government repeatedly urged the federal Liberal government to obtain a clear and definite exclusion from the NAFTA for water. And sadly, unfortunately, the Liberal government of the day did not obtain that exclusion for water, and that's been, and I know my colleague from the Bloc Québécois has raised that issue today in her remarks to this motion. So she talked about the fear in Quebec that they could have the law that the government of Quebec passed to protect water challenged because of NAFTA, and I can tell her and tell people in the House that's already happened in British Columbia. We do have in BC a Water Protection Act that was passed under a new Democratic government in 1995, and a very troubling development has been the attempt by a California-based Sunbelt Water to seek $200 million in damages from the BC government. They say those are lost profits because of lost potential profits because of the BC Water Protection Act, so they're suing, trying to get compensation. If the Liberal government of the day had ensured that we had an exclusion on water, of course this would not have happened, and we hope that the government today, the Conservative government, will deliver on a commitment to ban freshwater exports where these governments have failed us in the past. That has to happen in order to ensure Canada's water supply. Today we ask the government to protect our fresh water by passing federal legislation to ban water exports from Canada and to obtain an unequivocal exclusion in NAFTA for water. As I said earlier, this should have been done years ago, Mr. Speaker, and we want to urge the government of the day to move on that file. We oppose the deregulation and privatization of water resources, and we do not support any existing or proposed trade and investment agreements that threaten our democratic control and public ownership of water in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just would like to thank the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert for taking the chair for a few moments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move an amendment to the motion of my distinguished colleague from Lac St. Louis. My motion to amend, Mr. Speaker, I anticipate will be seconded by an equally distinguished colleague, member for Kenora. The amendment which I'm seeking to make, Mr. Speaker, would add to the end of the motion the wording or the phrasing, and should appoint a Minister of State for Water under the authority of the Minister of the Environment to oversee and administer the water resources management strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Lac St. Louis if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Speak.
The amendment is in order. And Mr. Saint-Amand, seconded by Mr. Valley, moves and should appoint a Minister of State for Water under the authority of the Minister of the Environment to oversee and administer the water resources management strategy. Debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to address motion 249, which has been introduced by the member for Lac St. Louis. I think many of us here, at least on this side of the House, agree that sustainable water use and management are fundamental to Canada's and the world's social, economic, and ecological health. That is why water is part of this government's environmental agenda. And that is why we're here today to debate Motion 249. Motion 249 calls on the federal government to immediately develop, in consultation with the provinces, territories, Aboriginal groups, municipalities, local community organizations, and others, an integrated water resources management strategy. This motion focuses on advancing the concept of integrated water resource management to measure, monitor, and protect fresh water. Integrated water resources management is a water management approach that advocates decision-making based on engaging stakeholders and incorporating ecological, social, and economic considerations. And, Mr. Speaker, it is an approach that this government is already on track with. In fact, we're doing more than that. This government is making progress to advance integrated water resources management. For example, our work on water is already bringing together provincial and territorial governments, Aboriginal peoples and stakeholders like municipalities, industry, energy, agriculture, non-governmental organizations, community groups, and research teams. Our government is also working to ensure that our plan is effective, and we are working through partnerships when making water management decisions. This concept has been in place for more than 20 years. In fact, the Mulroney Conservatives government that passed the 1987 federal water policy. And the federal water policy that was introduced then called for integrated water management planning. It also called on the federal government to achieve this through its programs, policies, and laws. This government has been working to make many of these principles a reality. Mr. Speaker, the federal and provincial and territorial governments all have responsibilities when it comes to water. For example, the provincial governments are responsible for many aspects of land use planning and development which can impact water quality and availability. And to fulfill these responsibilities, the provinces and territories have recently introduced a number of water policies that promote protection from source to tap, as well as broader watershed management planning. And for the federal government, boundary and transboundary waters shared with the U.S. are areas where our federal jurisdiction is clear. So we put in place programs to measure and monitor and protect fresh water in these areas. Mr. Speaker, these are areas where the jurisdictions are clear. But because we all recognize that many of these responsibilities are shared, there are also a number of integrated partnerships that already exist here in Canada. For an example, the Atlantic Coastal Action Program and the Great Lakes 2000 program are two solid examples of integrated planning, leading-edge water science, and extensive partnerships. These initiatives are based on federal, provincial cooperation and extensive engagement of municipalities, NGOs, industry, and citizens. Mr. Speaker, there is also the National Water Research Institute, which has led influential national assessments of current and emerging threats to water quality, water quantity, and aquatic ecosystem health for more than 30 years. As well, across our country, there are many Canadian universities which are also involved in water research. There is also a federal water research agenda that identifies several priority areas of integration of federal water science carried out by many departments. But that is not all. This government has taken a broad approach to the environment that covers a number of priorities such as conservation of species and spaces, clean air, climate change, and, of course, water. As well, Mr. Speaker, this government has also made it a priority to help ensure that all First Nation residents have access to safe drinking water. We are working to address the needs of communities with high-risk drinking water systems by building on the Plan of Action for Drinking Water in First Nations communities. And we'll also be basing future efforts to improve water quality on reserves, on the options raised by the report of the expert panel on safe drinking water for First Nations. There are many examples of cooperation on water at the national level, but this cooperation happens most significantly at the Canadian Council of Ministers for the Environment. And we see this cooperation here because there is a formal mechanism for effective intergovernmental discussion and coordinated approaches to environmental issues, including water management that is provided by the Council. But it is not in there, Mr. Speaker. And that is because, for the most part, the federal, provincial, and territorial jurisdictions all recognize there is a real need for both collaboration and an integrated approach to water management. And there are many examples of the integrated water resources management approach in practices. Federal and provincial territorial governments regularly cooperate on the national collection of water quantity information through national agreements on water quality and quantity monitoring. There is also a great deal of cooperation when it comes to integrated watershed management. So much so that collaborative water management has become a cornerstone of integrated watershed management, requiring that stakeholders be actively involved in water management decisions. At the watershed level, management generally involves a local advisory board with members from provincial, territorial, and local municipal governments. Aboriginal peoples, industry, educational institutions, local stewardship groups, developmental groups, wildlife groups, environmentalists, landowners, and of course the concerned public. And there are many examples of this, such as the Fraser Basin Council, the Great Lakes Action Plan, and the South Saskatchewan River Basin. In my home province of Manitoba, the Red River Basin Coalition not only includes all of these stakeholders in Manitoba, but also the stakeholders in the states of North Dakota and Minnesota, working cooperatively to address the issue of our common basin. As well, Mr. Speaker, my riding includes both Lakes Winnipeg and Manitoba, some of the largest freshwater lakes in the world. Our Conservative government has taken a very proactive approach to protect these lakes and their basins by investing $7 million in the protection of the Lake Winnipeg Basin and a further $450,000 to support the Lake Winnipeg Research Consortium. Mr. Speaker, there are many examples that we can look to, but there's not enough time today. Rather, I invite the members of this House to look at what this government is already doing in partnership with the provinces and territories. This government is already acting on its commitment to collaboratively integrated management of water policies and programs through action. And this government is already implementing much of the spirit and the substance of this motion, and we will continue to work with our partners. We're working together with our provinces and territories to find concrete and realistic solutions to Canada's environmental challenges. That is why we introduced our Turning the Corner Action Plan last month. And that is why we are continuing to make Canada's environment a priority not only for this government, but for all our governments and our people today and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to motion M249 by the member for Lac Saint-Louis. I won't read all of it, but you'll understand why I'm reading part of it, that in the opinion of this House, the government should immediately develop in consultation with the provinces, territories, municipalities, local community organizations, and others an integrated water resources management strategy. Well, Mr. Speaker, Quebec and the provinces are already masters of their water because water resources are a provincial jurisdiction and the powers over water belong to the provinces. The Constitution states this. It grants them the land, water, and the right to administer these and use them as they see fit. So Quebec administers its water supply, and Quebec already has its own plan to protect water resources. And when he was Minister of the Environment, Mr. André Boisclair gave Quebec a water policy in 2002, and this water policy is essentially the same as the motion. It supports the same objectives that this motion includes, that is to protect the resource, ensure water resources management, taking into account sustainable development and public health and the health of ecosystems. And so, Mr. Speaker, you can see that the Bloc Québécois can't vote in favor of this motion because it is a provincial jurisdiction. That is, water is a provincial jurisdiction, and all provinces except New Brunswick have already taken steps to prevent the export of water in bulk. So this shows that the provinces... Are you interrupting me, Mr. Speaker? I have 10 minutes. The honourable member does have 10 minutes. However, there is only 1 minute remaining for today. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was saying, and I've lost track here, that what is important is the free trade agreement. As my colleague said earlier, NAFTA must absolutely protect water and bulk water exports, and the Bloc feels that it would be more responsible to future generations if we took bulk water exports seriously, and if we tried to determine what the climate change effects will be on water. Rather than talking about managing water, we will have to determine how much water will remain for our children. The time provided for the study of private members' business has now expired, and the motion falls to the bottom of the order paper. When M249 returns for debate, the member for Brome-Missisquoi will have 7 minutes remaining.
6:15. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.